This one is lifting delivery. Watley's hands are quite low, so that one almost striking him on the glove. Against a bowler of that height, you'd want to have your hands a bit higher. So at the end of the over, first over of the day, 2 runs have been conceded by the Barbados team. And the Leeward Islands, they are 19 for 2.
Yeah, some good bungs being extracted from Prescott there, the fast bowler from Barbados, making it very uncomfortable for Watley, hitting on the higher portion of the bat, on the splice of the bat, and seems to be a little bit uncomfortable with those short deliveries. Just reminding you yesterday, the youngster from Leewards really bowled a quick spell, short deliveries. He got about 3 wickets early with those short deliveries. So that's something that the Barbadians may look at or think about. The wicket is pretty much conducive to such as well, but we see from the southern end, the leg spinner comes into the attack for the Barbadians.
Yes, Matara, he will be bowling to Pluck. There is a mid-on, a mid-off. There's a mid-wicket. Man at square leg. There's a slip. And there seems as if, yes, captain is going to gully or a second slip kind of region for the spinner. There's a backward point, a cover point, an extra cover, and the man at mid-off. So good delivery to start on around the off stump.
He was Barbados' main wicket taker in the first innings. So I'm thinking Barbados trying to get amongst the wickets pretty early this morning with the introduction of Matara, looking to get amongst those wickets and putting the Leeward Islands on the back foot.
Ooh, that one had some bounce and turn. Lovely delivery there from Matara.
Yes, pitching just in the air of the off stump. Yeah, he's a tall bowler as well. Bounce, turn. Good take there by the wicket keeper as well.
This one he plays calmly in front of him, does Pluck. So early tests here for the batsman. The leg spin of Matara from one end and the pace of Prescott from the other. This one is driven fairly uppishly, but he finds the gap. You'll get a single just wide of the man at mid-on, who is quite deep. So Pluck opens his tally for the day, moves his score up to 8.
Well, first sign of aggression from the batters. One was flighted and he went into that, fell short of the man at short mid-wicket, and he picked up his first single for the morning.
This one is well played by Watley. Looking at the ball carefully there. So the leg spinner will be testing a little bit of a different skill set for you as a batsman than what the pacer tests. We'll get back to that shortly. This one's a bit too wide. That's the end of the over. At the end of the over, the score is 20 for 2. Yeah, we were saying that the leg spinner, as a batsman, Ken Roy, will be testing your dexterity in terms of the way you play with your hands. You have close infielders around. You can't be jabbing at the ball. Your ability to read, because he does have variety. You read which one is coming at what time. That those are the type of things that he'll be testing. And of course, what would the pacer be testing?
Well, it all comes down to technique when it comes to the pacers. Getting in line of the ball, when to leave it, when to be aggressive, when to be defensive. The spinner, you have to sort of think about what he bowls when he's bowling. Try to get into the mind of the spinner as well, not just off the pitch.
Yeah. And in some cases, probably preempt him or upset him in terms of his length.
Don't let him settle or he'll cause some trouble for you on a wicket that is giving assistance. It'll be very difficult.
So Pluck on strike to Prescott for the first time today. Field remains the same as it was in the previous over for Prescott. So another inward moving delivery, jagging back off the pitch, striking him in the thigh pad area. Speaking about the action of Prescott yesterday, that his wrists are not necessarily directly behind the seam on release, and so he sometimes slides delivery down the leg side. But that same technique also aids him in moving the ball back into the right-hander. This one again is short. In no position was Pluck. He will get a boundary, but that one really rushed him. He was totally flummoxed by that one.
Well, that was a good lifting delivery there by Prescott, and he took the top edge and flew over the keeper into the fence for 4. Fortunately for him, he got 4 runs, but he was not comfortable playing that shot. A quick delivery there by Prescott. Something you should think about a little bit more often on this wicket. He's getting the assistance as well. So skipper Sealy might be thinking about how he uses his fast bowlers today.
Yeah, I would definitely have a short leg in after a delivery like that and the way it was played.
Indeed.
So there's Fuller probably trying to sucker him into the drive after the short delivery. Woke him up just a little bit.
Just going back a little bit as well. The bowlers and their level of consistency, they would bowl a good delivery that beats the batter, and then the next delivery they would try to do something different. For instance, the leg spinner, he tossed one in the air, it bounced and it turned, and he went to a googly the next delivery. Have to be a little bit more consistent with those deliveries. Think about your bowling.
Yeah, there's time. It's a 4 innings game. Oh, that one off the inside edge. That French cut, as it is known, down to fine leg. And Pluck really living dangerously here against Prescott. Prescott has him in some trouble.
Yes, he actually left that alone. The ball struck the inner portion of the bat, and Jack closely to the stumps went down to the fine leg area. Fortunate for him, he didn't crash into the stumps. But some good bowling here by Prescott. It's causing the batters to be in some uncomfortable positions. And as you said, I'll be thinking about a short leg here for the fast bowler.
This one is looking for the Yorker. It's nicely timed into the gap by Watley. They should have time for 2 runs. And gets it wide off mid-on in the mid-wicket area. 2 runs to Watley. Ended up being a full toss, but you had some inward swing at the last moment from that delivery.
Yeah, full delivery, dealt it accordingly. Just tucked it off his legs into the mid-wicket area, picks up 2 runs. As you said, he was searching for that full delivery, but unfortunately, he got it a little bit too full and was whipped off the legs for 2.
This one, we'll say it's a good leave because he's there, but it's a dangerous thing when you're playing against a bowler like Prescott who gets that ball to come back appreciably. And at the end of the over, it's 27 for 2.
Well, another testing over being bowled there by Prescott, just in the areas. As we said earlier, just the level of consistency is a problem with these young bowlers. Putting the ball in the right area consistently, creating that sort of trouble for the batters. Let them think about it. They are one on the off stump, one on the leg side, one on the body. Need to be just a little bit more consistent with their line and length and think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, as they get older, they will do so. Matara to continue. This one had a bit of bounce on it. This one is driven uppishly and it's dropped. It was an easy looking catch. Really wasn't over that drive in any way, Pluck. And John puts it down.
I was just going to allude to that the wicket is giving him some assistance when he flies to delivery, and he bowled that delivery, a slower one, tossed in the air, and the man at short extra cover dropped a sitter.
Look at that Pluck. He shapes in the wicket similarly to Casey Carty. I don't know if there might be some coaching similarities in terms of who has worked with them or if he's patterning himself after him. But very similar technique and approach and mannerisms at the crease.
Well, some players do find Other players' techniques very competent for themselves.
Swan is looking to drive again. Not really getting to the pitch of that one. So Matara causing some problems. Pluck looks a little bit unsettled so far this morning. Looking probably just to get on with it a bit too much.
And every time Matara flights the delivery, flights that ball, he creates some problems.
And goes back into his defensive approach, and that's the end of the over. It's 27 for 2. Maiden over there.
Yeah, 27 for 2, Leeward Islands this morning. Looking to get as much as possible on the tins, looking to take as much time out of the game as well. But they need to bat at least up to lunch, after lunch, and put a total on the board so that Barbados could have a total, but they must not be able to actually get it with the time remaining. So these are some things you have to look at as well. But a sitter just went down there in the last over, and how much that would hurt Barbados left to be seen.
Getting some lift on that delivery, but again just turning it into mid-wicket was Watley. Yeah. So far he has looked to have some time at the crease, Watley. Doesn't seem as rushed as Pluck has been to the bowling of Prescott.
Well, Pluck is probably looking to be a little bit more aggressive than Watley. Seems to want to get on with the game, but he has to be careful with it. The wicket is not conducive to stroke play. From what I've seen, has to be careful. He has to choose his balls correctly and know when and where and how.
It's a very good delivery again there from Prescott. He has been just on a wrong off stump. That one didn't jog back as sharply, but it's right where he would want to be in terms of his length. So I think that he's settling now into his spell. It's Prescott.
Seems to take like an over or two to get himself sorted from what I've seen so far from him.
Well, that can happen, especially when you are that tall, just to get the long muscles loosed. Again, with his angle, it will be difficult for him to get that one in the affirmative.
Yeah.
You see, it's coming in, continues to come in with the arm. So definitely beating the leg stump.
Yeah. Half-hearted shout as well. Not really confident about it, knowing that he bowls a big in-swinger. That one struck him somewhere just on the leg stump and it was going further down. But not a bad idea though, to get that ball within that area.
Again, this one jogs back, but a bit too high. Enthusiastic appeal by the Barbadian fieldsman and the bowler.
That delivery is a little bit straighter, better than the one before. Just a length back or so. And as we spoke already earlier, we talked about that man at leg slip right at short leg. I really think they should be employing somebody within that area.
Indeed. Because it can result in an inside edge onto the pad that just balloons up in that area, that inward movement that he's getting.
Well, he's put somebody within the area, but it is off of the square, close to the umpire. Let's see what happens here.
This one is wide down the leg side. Just striving a bit too much there. Again, we spoke about his wrist position. Just kind of slides to the left of the seam. Pushes it down the leg side from time to time. Something obviously as a youngster he will definitely work on over time. He seems quite promising at this stage of his development. This one is back of a length. Better delivery from him. And at the end of the over, it's 28 for 2. Solid start here by the Leewards. They have had some oohs and ahs, but they are still there.
Well, fortune favor the brave. Unfortunately for Barbados, that catch went down. The Leewards are in a much better position than they were earlier. 28 for 2 here at Annisvale. Day number 2. This is the first session of today's play. These both teams were skittled out for basically under 100, one for 90, one for 81. So it would be a ding-dong battle here between these two. The team who takes the advantage would really go to the ascending position again. Good delivery here. Bounce and turn. Assistance in the wicket from the leg spinner again. Matara, chief wicket taker for Barbados in the first innings, continues to do his work. Flighted delivery. Outside the off stump again, just within that off stump area. Fourth stump. 2 slips. Backward point, cover, short, extra cover, mid-off, waiting for that lofted drive. Flighted outside the off stump, not in control of that one. A little bit more consistency there from Matara, looking to bowl the ball within that area, giving it a little bit more air.
Yeah, he's trying to tempt him.
Yes.
But so far, Watley has been quite patient, unlike Pluck.
Indeed. Again, that delivery, bounce and turn, assistance from the wicket.
Yeah, getting probably just a little bit more turn than he got yesterday.
Well, it's a second day's pitch. Should be giving that assistance as well. In a portion of the bat this time. Just trickle out to the man at square leg. There's a few dark clouds around. Well, grey clouds around. Had some early showers this morning. But didn't hamper play. Started on time. Bat and pad close together in the approved manner. Brings you over to an end. And the Leeward Islands are 28 for 2.
Yeah, so another maiden there from Matara. And he has been looking to dismiss the batsman with that flighty delivery outside the off stump. Had Pluck driving to short extra cover in the previous over, but did not get the wicket as the chance was put down. And as we speak, we see that Seeley is coming on to replace. He's coming on to replace Jatario Prescott. What do you think of this move, Martin?
Well, Seeley has been the chief wicket taker for the Barbadian under 19 team for the past 2-3 years. He's also the skipper. So 3 overs actually from the fast bowlers. 2 spinners now being employed. Barbados looking to use the spinners to get the wickets, to get amongst the wickets. Would that work for them? I'm not too sure. Fast bowlers did the job for the Leeward Islanders and the leg spinners. So I think he should. Seeley really should have been using his fast bowlers and spinners in tandem.
Yeah, I think so too. One from one each end, and you rotate. This one is a good delivery in terms of the area in which it pitches. Seeley, his action more undercuts the ball.
Sliders.
Yes, a low arm action, a very low arm action. That one was a little higher, and you could see that when he took his arm that much higher, he actually got some bounce and some turn. This one again is more flighted. Push back down the wicket by Pluck, who still looks to be itching to get something that he could go after. This one on that money again. That's what you'd expect from Seeley. He's very consistent.
Yeah, tight bowling, always on the money, as you say.
Again, you saw that big shot. It came out. As I said before, Pluck has been looking like he's itching to get something to go after. It was flighted. Not too sure why he was trying to hit it in the direction he was aiming, though. Really, if he had to go after that, it really should have been over the extra cover region.
I agree with you there, Alanson.
With the turn.
Good delivery by Sealy. Just taking the pace off, hitting the wicket, bounce into the keeper's glove. So a good start here for Sealy in his first over in this second innings. And there are several scenarios that could come out of this play. Leeward Islands could just bat patiently, get to lunch without losing a wicket or two. Spinners bowling, there's a lot of overs being used up. And then the day goes on, and then Barbados find themselves chasing the 8 ball. You never know. Leewards could take the advantage and declare at a particular time and run at them.
Yes, but I think the Barbadians, what they're trying, I think that's why the bowling changes are coming so quickly, is that they really want the wickets. They want to try to dismiss the Leewards as cheaply as possible. They are well aware that if the Leewards bat well into this afternoon, things can get a bit tricky for them, especially in that last session. We saw them lose a lot of wickets in the last session yesterday.
Well, they have employed their fast bowler. Nathan Sealy has taken out Matara. And Smith has taken up the attack from the southern end. So 2 slips, a gully, backward point, well, square cover. Short delivery into the body, just tucks it off to us. Mid-wicket vacant, mid-wicket area, picks up a single. What would be the plans for the Barbadians? Who would they turn to? Who would hold up their hands today and say, I want the ball? The Leeward Islands and there's thinking somebody has to bat through the innings as long as possible. Get at least 60, 70 runs.
Yeah, we saw one wonderful spell from Raniko Smith yesterday afternoon. He bowled consistently from wide of the crease, angling that ball in and getting it to leave the right-handers. He must have beaten the bat about 12 times out of his 24 deliveries also.
Yeah, it was a really hostile spell by him. Really ran into the batters.
This one is hit uppishly, but doesn't get to the fielder. Bit more bounce. Smith is a tall lad, powerfully built. Not in the same build as Prescott, who is tall and slim. Smith, a big, strong lad.
Yeah, what was impressive about his bowling yesterday was that when he bowled the short ball, it was targeted. It was lined up with the batsman. The batsman had to play or get out of the way, and it was just about shoulder height or so. And it was really quick, a really quick delivery. So his short spell really shook those batsmen from Barbados. They would love to have that from Smith, the Barbadians.
He was able to dismiss Brent Joseph, who was out on the pull. He was trying to pull one that was very wide of the off stump and was caught by Worrell, who caught him around the mid-wicket region.
Yeah, I haven't seen that sort of bowling from an under-19 player for a while. Under-19 fast bowler. It was very much impressive yesterday. Really hit the deck. It flew, and he got his results. Very good bowling by him.
In that channel, that corridor of uncertainty, according to Jeffrey Boycott.
See, Sealy has gone to a semi-defensive, semi-attacking field here for the fast bowlers. Employed a mid-wicket, 1 slip. Gully. Square cover, short extra cover. Still fielders in the catching era. But he's saying, while I'm attacking, I'm still defending.
This one is wide on the leg side. And just to explain that term, corridor of uncertainty, that I've used, it means that that's in that area where the batsman has to decide whether or not he should play the delivery or leave it to go through to the keeper. And sometimes that moment of indecision is all it takes in just in a split second or so to have you doing something that can cause you to lose your wicket.
Yeah, and the top bowlers normally finds that area regularly. So you have to be on top of your game as a batter. That corridor of uncertainty, you have to make up your mind whether you want to play or leave it. Sometimes you have no choice, you have to play. Not knowing what the ball is doing.
Swan, he turns it nicely. Just forward of square. Looking for 2, but that would have been suicidal. Score goes up to 30 for 2 at the end of the over. Leeward Islands 30 for 2.
Well, the approach of the Leeward Island batters says something. They are trying to occupy the crease as long as possible. And they are getting their runs. They are getting in 1s or 2s. Watley look a little bit, as you said earlier, aggressive, wants to take on the bowlers. I think a message has come out to him, really. But they have occupied the crease for the past half an hour or so. They are doing well, not taking much risk. Yes, a chance has gone down. So I think that they would use that and make the best use of it. Sealy continues to bowl here for Barbados. Barbados looking to get amongst the wickets very early, but nothing has happened for them as yet, other than that spill catch.
Yes, you mentioned the chances. 2 were created by Prescott off his short deliveries, and 1 drop catch off the bowling of Matara.
Those are the little opportunities that could turn the game. If a catch was taken off of one of those short deliveries from Prescott, or that catch was taken, probably would have seen a different outlook, different game, as that one is driven to covers. Still looking to go, Watley.
That's Pluck.
Pluck. Ooh, that's a lovely delivery from Sealy. Pitching on the off, some bounce and turn, some guile there into the keeper's glove. Good assistance from the wicket as well. Really good delivery from him. Oh, that's a flatter delivery. And he's behind of it, bat and pad. So some good smart bowling here by Sealy. Two slips are waiting. This one is flighted. Is it uppishly falling short of the man and short extra cover? And Sealy using all his guile and all his experience here. See it coming out in his bowling.
Yeah, Pluck looking to hit that one through the mid-wicket area. Would have been better serve going through the offside. I mentioned that when he attempted an aggressive shot before, that he needs to play with the anticipated turn, or even play a bit straighter than to try to go through the mid-wicket region.
Sealy, flatter delivery. Pluck is forward. Brings you over to an end. Leeward Islands, 30 for 2.
Yeah, so another maiden there by Sealy, creating maybe a half chance, getting Pluck to get to find the leading edge of Pluck really out into the offside, but it wasn't close enough to any fielder for the catch to be taken. We saw a drop catch earlier by Jordan off the bowling of Matara. We saw Worrell almost making his way to a catch at fine leg, and then a top edge off the bat of Pluck that bounced over the keeper's head down to the boundary for 4. So they have created a few chances, on a few half chances, so they have shown that they're troubling the batsmen from time to time, but they need to make something happen by maybe taking one of those half opportunities.
I agree with you there. This one is wrapping him on his pads. Line of attack seems to be just on the middle and leg stump. Has not hit that fourth stump too often in his spell so far. Looking to bowl straight is Smith. Barbados feelers rather quiet this morning. Not hearing the chirping quiet times. 4th session of the day. Somebody looking to get ahead. 3 opportunities created. None taken. As Smith continues. This one is in the air. Officially again. Just over out of the reach of the bowler.
Again, they're just looking to be a bit aggressive to that length. It's not really a half volley, so to speak. It's just foolish delivery. And Smith always gets the ball, well, almost on every delivery to leave the right hand, and also an extra bit of bounce because of his height. So you really have to make sure you're over that delivery if you're going to attack it on the offside.
You have to be very close to it as well. Can't be pushing out deliveries like that. Shorter one. Played back to him. Seemed to have a little bit of grey cloud around. Had some showers early this morning. Not too sure of the weather forecast. Looks a little bit dark on the southern side.
Well, the good thing, what we are seeing now has scouted around us, so we'll be more concerned by what we see coming from the north, which we cannot see from our current position.
It's pretty good. Smith. Line of attack is rather straight, bowling into the body, creating some trouble there for Watley. Not too comfortable with that delivery on his body. There's a square leg being sent back now by Seeley. Seems to be thinking of a short delivery as his partner Pluck just calling him down to say a little word or two for him, saying that the square leg has gone back, so probably look out for a short delivery. Could be a double bluff as well.
This one a
short delivery hitting the upper portion of the bat for Fortuous edge down to the boundary for 4, and the plan was there. He bowled the short delivery and he went for it, hitting the outer portion of the bat for Fortuous edge down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, as you mentioned, fortuitously down to the boundary. Both batsmen have looked very, very uncomfortable against the shorter stuff from both Smith and from Prescott earlier, which is why I think you could have persisted with Prescott just a little bit longer, because really, if you go to that type of length against them, you put a short leg in, you put a few other close-in fielders, maybe a leg slip or leg gully, and you just go with that theory for about an over or 2 and see what happens.
Yes, work with something. Work with something. Now a third man has been implemented, a short third man. Short third man, so he seems to be going to bowl another short delivery. There's a square leg deep on the fence and a short third man. This one is a short lifting one. There's a loud appeal. He's out caught. It has worked. Smith has done the job for the Barbadians. As we said just recently, bowl to a plan, stick to a plan, and they have done that. They say they want to bowl the short delivery, and he has picked up a wicket with a short delivery.
Yes, and Watley goes. Really was just rushed. We saw one earlier from Prescott that he played that eluded Warrior Dog at fine leg. Well, it was very similar. It really was just rushed on those short deliveries. Doesn't look to be much of a pull or a hooker, and it wasn't able to get out of the way in time either. So another big wicket there for Smith. Continues to bowl well, and it brings in Michael Palmer, the loss of the 3rd wicket. I will be replaced in the commentary booth by Keswick Williams, who will join Kenroy Martin.
Yes, a good short delivery there by Smith. Getting the wicket of Watley, he goes back, and Leeward Islands have lost their 1st wicket this morning. They are 34 for 3 from a well-directed short lifting delivery by Smith, taken by the wicket-keeper. Watley look rather uncomfortable with those short deliveries, and they stuck to it, and it has worked for the Barbadians here. And really a good wicket to have just within the first hour of play, getting the first wicket. Watley, he has gone, and Palmer has joined Pluck at the wicket as Keswick Williams comes into the studio here. Good morning, Keswick. How are you doing?
Good morning to you, Martin. I'm fine. As soon as I sat down, I saw a wicket. I wonder if I brought that.
Yeah, well, you probably had that one in your pocket.
Well, I always do have things in my pocket, Martin.
Yes, so Barbados versus the Leeward Islands. Both teams didn't get to 100 in their first innings. Leewards in their second innings here, 34 for 3. Sealy is bowling from this end. There's a slip, 2 short extra covers, a cover, a backward point, really cover point, as Sealy continues to bowl for Barbados. This one is a good delivery, wrapping on his pads somewhere. Not out, says the umpire. He's in the best position to make that decision. No refoil here.
Someone would look at this game, Martin, and they would say that it's poor in terms of the score that we are seeing. The 90 and the 81 that teams have been bowled out for in the first innings. But sitting and looking at the game itself, I wouldn't feel bad by it because it was really good bowling from both teams.
Yes, at times. Good deliveries. This is a full one. Drag to the onside. It's going down to the fence close where it goes over the ropes now. A rare bad delivery from Sealy, and he made use of that for sure. And he pulled it Pluck through the onside into the fence for 4 runs to him.
Saying it was good bowling, didn't even live for a minute, Martin. It was a bad delivery.
That came out of your pocket as well.
It jumped straight out of my pocket, I would say. But to Nathan Sealy, I would like to say congrats to Nathan Sealy for making the Barbados Royal CPL team. One of those youngsters that's playing in the team. Joel Andrews as well. He's in the Antigua Falcons team. So congrats to these young players who are going to be participating in CPL 2024. That's a big step, and you want them to perform.
That's something I've been asking for, really, as that one is edged past the man at 4 slip and the sneak 2 runs, really. Good running by these two. I think a bit of lackadaisical attitude there by the Barbadian. Just dragged at it, and the Leeward Islanders took advantage of it and took an extra run. The score moves up now to 40 for 3. Sealy continues to bowl well outside the off stump and bowl tight. Just for that only that loose delivery that was put away by Pluck. He continues to bowl well. A flatter delivery, Yorker length this time. Dug out. That brings you over to an end. And it is 40 for 3. As you said earlier, Keswick, the youngsters are making their mark. Something that I've been longing for, longing to see from this tournament. Players really pushing their hands up and say, I need a place in the senior teams. And it's good to see posters like Nathan Sealy getting into the Barbados Royal team and the others. I would love to see much more of that. Yeah, we saw that all in during the earlier years where young players came from the under-19 and went to their national teams and really moved on from there.
It's definitely something that we'd like to see. The youngsters making their transition from the under-19 level going into the senior level, because it's a problem that we had over the years. Hence the reason why I like the fact that the West Indies has implemented the academy to play in first-class cricket, because we find after the under-19 level, players get lost for a couple of years before they get into the franchise team.
There's that little gap between under-19 and national team. A short delivery down the leg side. Not forgetting, he just got a wicket from a short delivery. Smith going back to that ploy. I was a little bit ill-directed, taken by the wicket keeper. First delivery. Leeward Island still 40 for 3. Cool conditions here at Arnisville. And there's a deep square leg. There's a short third man. A fly slip we normally call that. So he will be bowling some short deliveries here.
Well, he shouldn't feel disheartened by it, because he started it, Martin. barrage of short balls against the Barbadian batters. Remember the first delivery he gave to Achilles Brown.
Oh, that one is hitting the outer portion of the bat between the slip and the gully.
I was just about to ask what position is Achilles Brown in, because he's not at third man. He's somewhat at a flying slip,
fly
region
slip.
short third man. Not sure what you call that position, but he's in a good position because a lot of balls have been going there.
Yes, fly slip here.
So he should expect a bit of short bowling from the Barbados attack, because he started it. Palmer bowled pretty well in the first innings, picking up a few wickets with the short delivery. And who's going to blame him for bowling short in the first innings, because he did well?
Yeah, short and quick. Bowled those short delivery, just about chest height, just above there. Those you can't really control, and he bowled with pace as well. Smith, oh, good delivery outside the house stumper. Push and a miss into the keeper's glove. The oohs and the ahs goes up. A lovely delivery.
Good channels, Martin. Really, really good channels.
Spoke about those areas, the uncertainty, the air of uncertainty. That was in the area. Really good delivery there by Smith. And knowing that you have a ploy to bowl short, that's a pretty good delivery to bowl as well. Really good delivery from Smith. Just working himself into his own. Bowling with some pace now. There's a slip. Sealy. Just looking to make a few changes here. Again, just looking to pull the mid-wicket over into a slip here. He's doing that now with the mid-off. Comes around. There'll be a short mid-off. Short mid-on, really. And short mid-off. Mid-on goes between mid-wicket and mid-on. That's where it's going to be placed. Exactly. Two slips, now a gully. Fly slip. Square cover. Short mid-off. Smith. Good delivery again in that area into the keeper's glove. It's a double bluff, is it? Remember, there's a man at square leg.
Proper channels, good areas. I'm very impressed with the way what I'm seeing from Sealy here as a skipper. Now, if Smith continued to bowl that line, that length, there's no need for an extra cover. Keeping it in that area, the fly slip is for that odd bumper that he usually bowled, the top edge that goes down to third man region. But where Brown is strategically placed, is in a good position for a catch. We see a lot of deliveries going there, a lot of balls going there.
Oh, short lifting again. Well done. Well done, my Pluck. Pull the bat away into the keeper's glove. Bounce and pace. Really good bowling here by Smith. Wicket is giving him some assistance as well.
Pretty happy that I'm in the seat here and not batting, because I probably would have nicked it already.
This nice little period for the fast bowler here. Picked up some wicket and really hitting some nice areas. Ball giving him assistance, bounce, pace. This could be the difference in the game today. Good delivery on the onside, straight to that man at mid-wicket. So really good over bowl by Smith. They comes to an end, and after that over, the Leeward Islands are here batting for a second time. They are 41 for 3. They have a lead of 9, so they are 49 really for 3 in this the second innings. Looking to put a score on the board, so Barbados may chase sometime during the day.
And looking at the game, Martin, I mean, both teams have good bowling lineup. The Leeward Islands bowling lineup is good. Also to the Barbados bowling lineup. So I think the team that bowls the best in this game is going to win. And that's how I look at it.
Well, the bowlers have dominated, and you have a point. The team that bowls well, but cricket is a game that the team that scores the most runs always win.
And I can tell you a coach that believes in that heavily. The one Nixon McLean, you can't take him away from that. He believes in that a lot.
Yeah.
The team that bat the best win. And really and truly, it's about the team that really thinking about it, Martin, is the team that bats the best here wins because the bowling is doing well already.
Exactly.
So you really do have a point. So the team that bat the best will win. I think Martin win me over there.
That one
Because the
came up.
bowling is doing exceptional. So who bats the best in this game will definitely win.
There we go. Sealy, good bowling, keeping things tight. And another factor in this game as well is time. How long do Leewards occupy the crease? How much time would be Barbados get to get the runs that is on the board? Those are things that you have to look at.
Probably may look at the weather as well.
Yeah.
Looks a little bit bleak, as we will say here in St. Vincent.
Yeah, factors.
We're hoping that it stays away and we'll have a full day of cricket.
Well, it's the season for the rain. Rainy season. Sealy continues. Oh, good delivery. Bonks. Passes the bat into the keeper's glove. Lovely delivery that is. Oh, unplayable really. Nathan Sealy. 41 for 3. Oh, quicker one into the pads. Just tucked off. That's a slider. He's gone for 1. He's back for 2. So, 2 runs. He's off the mark. Palmer. He's gone to 3. Leeward Islands. Just keep the scoreboard ticking. But Sealy. Consistent Sealy. Good flighted delivery. Beaten all ends up into the keeper's glove. What a delivery to finish. He's over.
Exactly what we want from Nathan Sealy. Using the pitch and flight as well. I think for this format of the cricket, he's a bit too flat at times, more often than not. But he's one of those bowlers that you wouldn't get much from because of how flat he bowls. But then if you want to pick up wickets, you need to probably use the pitch a bit more, flight it a bit more, vary your pace a lot more as well.
Yeah, sir.
So far, so good. Like the way how he's marshalling his troops, setting the field.
Really?
And the bowlers are really supporting him as well.
Yeah, in the under-19 tournament, he's what we call the pro. He's been here for like 3-4 years. I think he has played under-19 cricket for about 4 years for Barbados. He has been the helm. We've been at the helm of the cricket for the past 3 years, Nathan Sealy. So he has grown in stature. Oh, another beautiful delivery by Smith. Wondering, what have I done wrong this morning?
I think I'm going to need some water here, Martin, because it's getting too sweet now.
Good delivery there by Smith. Straight across the bat into the keeper's glove. The oohs and the ahs goes up. Probably wondering, what have I done wrong?
I'm trying not to say much from here because I really don't want the commentator curse to go on Mr. Plucky. But at the end of the day, this is some serious bowling, Martin. It's
Really?
exceptional. I mean, this is what you want to see from these youngsters. But yesterday I make a comment that someone in the stand shouted, get him out of his misery, and the next ball he departed. So try not to say much.
Oh, my word. Another beautiful delivery by Smith. Just going across the bat, he plays and misses again. And I know back in the days, there would have been a term, probably he's batting with a donut. The ball is passing through the middle of the bat. But some exceptional bowling here by Smith. And really, Pluck finding it difficult to negotiate this sort of bowling here from Smith. Some exceptional deliveries in that channel of uncertainty. Really doing a good job here for Barbados. Oh, my word. Again.
Martin, I need some water. Because this is getting too sweet. This is some really good bowling. Exactly what I was saying earlier. Before getting here, I was saying, one would look at the score. They'd probably say, these youngsters, they're not batting. What are they doing there in St. Vincent? But if you're here and you're looking at the type of bowling that we're seeing, you must say, no, this is something special. And exactly what West Indies cricket need, good young fast bowlers to work with for the future. So far, Smith, Prescott, Mr. Palmer, also Nathan Edwards, the left armer. This is some good fast bowling on show.
Lovely to see. Again, just hitting the outer portion of the bat, Pluck finding it difficult to get the middle of the bat onto those deliveries. And really, what I like about Smith here is his level of consistency. He's bowling the good areas. He have kept Pluck under pressure. He has not led up, and it's really some excellent bowling by him. We speak of the fast bowlers and their consistency, but he has done an exceptional job this morning for Barbados, bowling in the right areas, the bounce, pace. Really, just unfortunate not to get a wicket thus far. Continues to do a very good job. Conditions, pretty good for fast bowling as well. Cool conditions. Great clouds are above. Sideway movements. Smith continues. Pluck not ready.
When you look at this kind of bowling as a batter, you're probably wondering, what should I do? Should I change my guard? Should I come across more? But someone would say, listen, just have patience and allow it. Let's see if he will change his mind. Because who has the most patience here now would win. And I want to see who would win battle, if it's the ball or the bat. So far, Sealy looks in control. I don't want to be biased, Martin. I know you're a batter yourself. You know,
Well,
so
in
you
these
probably
periods,
will lead a bit towards the batting and say, listen, Plucky has the patience. He would win.
well, you have to be patient. There he goes. Short delivery. Pounced upon. Into the boundary for 4. Pluck probably saying, man, I need to get something going. That was a short delivery from Smith. And he pulled it through mid-wicket with some authority into the fence for 4.
Standing tall with aggression as well. That's a good shot. Good competition with bat and ball.
Well, that's good. He got that one in the middle for sure.
Stand tall. He's a tall guy as well, Pluck.
But in situations like this, a batter, you just have to be patient, wait for those bad deliveries and dispatch them. The bowler is doing well. You have to understand that. You have to be patient. How long can he do that? That's the question you ask.
Well, let's see. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I'm very impressed. These are the sort of problems that selectors should have. Back on the line and length again, Martin.
Sweet. He reminds me of one of my
A little bit of
old
argy-bargy there from Pluck and Smitty. And you would like that. I mean, definitely from the youngsters. I hope they keep it to, to a little chatter and it don't get serious.
I remember playing a game in Jamaica against Franklin Rose, Courtney Walsh, down in the slip cordon. Some gas on the pitch, man. Gas on the pitch. Light it. Telling you, man, those days were really had some fast bowlers. You really had to be on your P's and the Q's.
I was saying to Morris yesterday, I could remember listening to cricket because back in the day you had to listen a bit more.
Yes.
And you could have heard from the commentators back then about the pitches, the bowlers. Every single country had a bowler, a region had a bowler that can scare you.
Yes.
And for us, it was the Winston Davis and what's his name there from Dominica. I can't remember his name. You probably might remember better than me.
Well, in my time, Winston Davis was before me. I have the Casper Davis, the Ian Allen, the Nixon McLean. Those persons, I came up through that era.
That's a serious era. I wonder what it was like in St. Vincent with the Ian Allen and the Nixon McLean playing local cricket. Because I don't really want to stray from this too much, but then you'll hear about Nixon McLean, but then there's brother, Kessinja McLean, who had a fair deal of pace. A lot of people used to say that he was faster than Nixon McLean. I'm not sure.
He was. Bowled a really fast delivery.
Do you remember anyone from St. Vincent that you probably would would name as really quick bowlers who never really made it on the Windwards level. You know of any names? I heard a few names, but I can't remember. But as I said, you would know more than I do.
There was this youngster, good delivery from Seeley that goes across the bat again. Good bowling by Seeley, continues to be consistent. As we continue the conversation, Keswick, there was a youngster, Esworth Brown, from the Leeward side. He was absolutely a gem. Bowling swinger, bowl outswingers, fast, but unfortunately he never made it to the national team or any other team. He migrated and went to the seas. It was a real talent to see as you comes to an end. And Leeward Islands here in their second innings, they are now 47 for 3. St. Vincent producing a host of fast bowlers for the Windward Islands. I could remember St. Vincent having 5 fast bowlers at one time in the Windward Islands team, 6. And they had a full pace sprung attack from St. Vincent. You could always bank on that. Casper Davis, Cameron Coffey, Nixon McLean, Ian Allen, all these guys.
Vincent always find a way to produce good fast bowlers.
Yes.
I mean, if you really look at the roster from St. Vincent who played for West Indies, mostly all those guys are fast bowlers. Probably only had 2 batters in there in Sunil Lambris and Miles Bascom, who played for West Indies.
Yes.
But after that, it's really fast bowlers. The Nixon McLean, the Winston Davis, the Kenroy Peters,
yes,
the Obed McCoy, and even Jamel Warrican from St. Vincent, who reside in Barbados now, left arm spinner. So mostly all the guys from St. Vincent that played for West Indies are mostly bowlers. I think it's something, I don't know if we like to bowl, Martin.
We had some good wickets at that time. Good quick wickets. So we encourage the guys to bowl fast. That was very important as well.
And this is something, I'm glad that you mentioned the pitches here in the Caribbean. I'm wondering what's the difference now and back then. Because the pitches used to be a lot faster. So I'm wondering what's the difference now in terms of preparing the pitches here in the Caribbean and back then, because a lot of people used to say that pitches used to be a lot faster.
Yes, indeed. Oh, that's a short delivery. Looking to pull his Pluck uncomfortably. Just ball wound out to the man at square leg. Runs around and field. Coming off the leg, really. Leg by signal by the umpire. But another good short delivery there by Smith. Wrapping him on the body. Gets a single. A leg by. Move the score up now to 48. 48 for 3. Time is important in this game. Smith still bowling a very good spell here for Barbados. Keeping things rather tight as well. Has not been expensive. 2 for 16. Smith. Good shot delivery again. Just getting on top of that is Palmer. Nice cooling breeze. Coming up close to the first hour of play. I think the Leeward Islands would have been very satisfied with their work so far this morning. Just a loss of 1 wicket. Barbados probably thinking we should have gotten 2 or 3 more. But a good spell here from Smith for Barbados. Really good fast bowling spell. Close to the first hour. Nathan Seeley held the other end. Again, hitting the outer portion of the bat. Stopped halfway there by the man at second slip. Let's sneak another single, Palmer. 1 more to the score, 49. So good bowling here by Smith continues to create that sort of trouble for the batters bowling in that area of uncertainty. Just on the off stump, fourth stump. Haven't gotten the rewards, but he has bowled well here for Barbados, Smith. Doing a fine job.
Working way up. Nothing coming.
Big lad he is, though.
We're here at Honnesville Cricket Stadium. Someone must be there.
Smith, oh, that one is hitting in a portion of bad trouble here. Ball watching is Pluck. Palmer was
actually-
calling.
I want
He was
to
ball
held this
watching.
line, Martin, and it's this good bowling here from Monica Smith. Sitting from the come box, you must be impressed with what you're seeing from this youngster. That one held its line because it's coming from so wide of the crease. That ball coming in and straight, and then you have that one that's coming in. It makes you feel like that one is in swinging or something like that, but it just held its line, which is good. If he can do that more often, I think he would find the edge a little bit easier.
Oh, he's out caught.
Martin.
He's out
Again,
caught.
Martin.
Reward for hard work. Second slip. Sealy takes a catch. Beautiful delivery by the youngster from Barbados who have persistently bowled within that area, and he has gotten just reward for that. A lovely catch by the second slip, just on the stroke of the water break, and he has struck gold here for Barbados. You lose their second wicket, the Leeward Islands, just on the stroke of the break. A really good catch, a good delivery again by Smith. Lovely delivery that was. So just on that break, Barbados getting a break here, and Pluck goes back. Caught by Sealy, Bowl Smith. Excellent delivery. So as the groundsmen come on to do their little cleaning and marking here, we will take a break here at Honnesville as the fielders get some refreshment and they get some encouragement again from their coaches and so on. We'll be right back here to bring you more coverage of this West Indies Rising Star Under 19 tournament here at Honnesville.
Yes, so we are back here after a jinx break, and I must say, Morris, I'm speechless at this point because from what I just saw from Smith, it is something that we have been asking for in the first game, and he's showing that here now. I'm not sure if our producer can give us a a replay of what just happened before the drinks break from Smith. But I would like to welcome Morris this morning. He's in the comebacks now with a serious look. I'm not sure if he's back in the Leeward Islands, but welcome, Morris. Now you have a smile.
Good morning to you, Mr. Williams. Good morning to your viewers. It's a really good, challenging one for the Leeward Islands batsmen. And they have been really, Barbados have been knocking at the door. And they have really got the reward. I've seen the spell of Smith, who have been really a pain somewhat, metaphorically, in the skin of the Leeward Island batsmen. And he has really got his just reward just before the drinks break.
Well, Morris, a couple of deliveries ago, I could remember I was saying I would like to see him bowl those deliveries that some of them I want them to just hold his line. So it will make it seem as though that he's in swinging the ball, but he's just holding his line because of his art in terms of moving the ball away from the right-handers. The delivery, 2 deliveries ago, he bowled that one that straightened, and that was well done. And then he went back on what he's normally doing in terms of seaming it away. That one I feel is going down the leg stump. But this is good stuff here from Smith, sorry. And I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing here from the skipper. His field setting. He's showing that he has a great deal of knowledge in terms of what he wants to achieve. But come on.
A diving effort would have worked, and they are stunned. The entire Bajan field is stunned. But only the number 12 could not have understand what would have gone on there. It's Clark.
Need a better effort than that.
Oh, he's a tall lad.
Easy catch. It doesn't even need a dive, Morris. Just need a better effort going forward. You're a young man, Clark. Come on. A little bit of frustration there from the skipper, Seeley. But it was a good delivery. Seems like you need to be frustrated a lot more. I guess it would work for him, Morris. But it's the end of another over. Could have been a successful over. Seeley walking with a bit of disappointment, but he needs to forget about that. Score is 49 for 4 after 29 overs.
But after like a jump catch opportunity like that, how do you, as a fielder, get back into the game? The captain is down your throat. The fielders are expecting much from you. What do you do?
I don't want to go over your point, Miles, but I want to stick a pin. I'm still wondering if there's a rule in this tournament that only allows these fast bowlers to bowl 5 overs or 6 overs, and then you have to give them a break. Because I'm still wondering, the best batter in this Leeward Island team is at the crease. Your best bowler in this second innings, Renika Smith, is operating from that end and bowling some jaffas. Why would you change him now? Because fair enough, Zishan Matara is a class by itself. He bowls well. He did well in the first innings. But if you have a bowler like Renika Smith operating in the way that he was operating a few overs ago, unless he decides to take a break, he should be bowling again. I don't know what's your take on that, Morris.
Well, the thing, Williams, and I do agree with you, and I know, and you have heralded the call for pace bowlers to get longer spells. However, the captain is out there. He does his assessment. He knows what is required for what period, and clearly he has to know why at this point he would have introduced, because Joel and Jules have done very well for innings. He occupied the crease very well. And there was some discomfort with him with the spin somewhat. So I believe that's why he would have opted. This time that's the reason why. And this is what I'm talking about. Gerald Andrews not reading the turn on that one, and Matara was able to get it through to the keeper. The Leeward Islands losing their 5th.
Well, Morris, I'm guess Matara is saying this is the reason why I've been brought on, and anybody out there in that's looking on will know that Shan Matara is one of those players that I really like. He's a fella that picks up wickets consistently. Joel Andrews walking back, one of the best batters here in the Leeward Island dugout, or in the team, I should say. But he's showing the reason why he was given the ball. Pitch is a bit slow turn as well. I think it done him
what
for the
was
pace.
the bottom edge there? So in pulling away his bat, the ball dipped under. And
then again, I guess it's the slow nature of the
track
as well.
Yes.
I mean, it turns slow. So I guess that's the reason why, he could.
So from a leg spinner standpoint, Mr. Williams, I will debate with you strongly. That's the reason why Matara is on. You cannot always have this pace all the time.
It's not about me being
Mr.
biased.
Williams, I will go for Matara.
Well done. But I see the reason why you would go for Matara, because immediately he showed a reason
Success.
why.
Yes.
Yeah, success. So I understand that. But then the good thing about it is that they're picking up wickets. So that's the most important thing.
Yeah, and I could have understand if it was a case where Matara was being plucked all over the ground for 4 6s. But clearly, he's showing his worth and again creating some doubt into Yannick Honore, top scorer for the second and for the first in this. Could the claw! Look at that, a missed opportunity by the Morris keeper.
I'm not sure if it's a Morris thing. But
No, it's not a Morris.
a little bit of
No.
misjudgment.
It's just the anxiety in it.
I think it was a suicide call. It was nowhere too.
It was
Good chase by
achieved there
Dawn.
by Dawn. And he got it right, one bounce to the keeper.
You need to do better than that, Morris. Come on. You're a good keeper. I saw you work. I saw you last year. So
He's an exceptional keeper, and it's just fumble on this one. He took a good catch to dismiss Gerald.
I'll give him a pass.
Yeah.
I'll give him a pass. But he's a good keeper.
Yes.
Saw him last year. Take some good catches for the team. And he's a good player. I like to see him bat as well.
Brings up the 50 as well for the Leeward Islands. And also brings Yannick Honore off the mark. Brings it over to an N. And it's 51 for 5. Williams, the turnover time in these matches are very quick in terms of a one-day break, as per se. But would you say that these youngsters will get a time to go around and just take a quick look at the island? And
The most important thing, they're here to play cricket. Stay in your room and focus on the next game.
you're being mean, Williams.
No, I'm not being mean, Morris. That's the most important thing. Recuperate. There's not a lot of time to get better. So this looks pretty close. But at the end
Was
of
it
the
something
day-
you did when you were on tour, like you stayed in your room?
Yes, it is. I mean, I'm the type of player.
Williams.
I'm the type of player that whenever I'm on tour, I go to training, I go to games, and apart from that, it's either probably a mall shopping or that's it. I'm in my room.
Mall, you said, right?
The mall.
Good. So how far is the mall from the hotel where you
Probably
stay?
drives. I've been
2 hours.
I've been around the world a lot.
Yeah.
So probably few minutes. Probably a little hour drive. But apart from that, my main focus was to play my cricket. That's the reason why I
And I'm
go
not
to different
taking it away,
countries.
but it could help with them psychologically. Maybe they had a bad game. Maybe they they are having a bad tournament and they just want to get away from the boys at the hotel and just get a Caribbean breeze somewhere else.
They're in the
Maybe
Caribbean
to a
already.
fall.
They're in the Caribbean already.
There are many waterfalls here they could enjoy. There are some beaches, and there are rivers. And this one is a massive heave over mid-wicket. And Palmer right away shows that I will not allow you to show dominance here, Sealy. A massive shot, a welcome boundary.
You can see him releasing a little bit of stress there. He's a big lad.
Williams, I like that approach for one thing. If you notice the feel that Barbados have, they're crouching the players. If you open up your bat like that, with responsibility, it could force Barbados now to have to extend the field and relax the field a bit more, and the batsmen can have the opportunity to rotate the strike and take that pressure back onto Barbados.
But let's see what would happen, because now push back Clark to the long on boundary. Goes hard down the ground, but good stop by Sealy.
Well, it appears that this will be some 27 balls now for Palmer, and he appears that he will want to take some of those defensive. And again, he's gone high and hard, handsomely, and deposit it for 6. A mighty blow by Palmer, a counter punch.
Well, this is somewhat of a stress release. The last 3 shots that Palmer have played were attacking strokes. We haven't seen that this second innings from him. The first time we're seeing that. 2 big hikes over mid-wicket and 1 down the ground, but was stopped by Sealy. So for a while, this is a good over for the Leeward Islands. This moves on the score to 61 for 5. Takes the lead up to 70.
And again, we saw when 90 was challenging, but you don't want to leave it at 90. You want to get as much as possible, because Barbados' second innings could be very crucial.
I want to ask you a question, though. There's still 2 sessions and about an hour left in today's play. You sitting in the dugout as a coach for the Leewards, what would be your intention going forward to win this game? Because I'm pretty sure that will go for 6. That's what I'm sure. But it's a good shot, coming back in the crease, giving himself a little bit of room, Honore, and pulling that one over mid-wicket for 6. It's a good shot. It was a bit short. That's something that we have seen from the Barbados bowlers, being short. They have normally been, good in terms of the line and length, but that one, Honore, was equal to the task.
Yeah, it's one of the loose ball we'll see Matara, and you spoke all about the slow nature of that of the wicket now. And it's so slow that he was able to deposit that just against whatever drop of wind is blowing across the ground here. And Honore, you have to be mindful, because he was the top scorer for the first innings here with 24. But he batted with some 71 deliveries, and that was important, that he spent time at the crease. Now they are looking to do the counter punch against Barbados here. It is good, but can it be risky?
Trying not to make you run away from my question, Morris, in terms of what you would do as a coach, sitting in the dugout with the position now. The lead is 76. The score is 68 for 5. What would you do, knowing that there must be a win out of this game, looking at it and the position it is now? What would you do?
There must be a win. And what I would say, I like the approach Leeward is taking now. Try get as much runs as possible, because this wicket is going to turn. Mackenzie is going to play a pivotal role in this later on. So the more you get, and you could give Mackenzie enough time to bowl and enough runs to bowl at, it will speak more danger for Barbados. And it will be better for Mackenzie. It will pick up, he will get into his walk, into his rhythm, because he got a 6 all around from a more fresher track. Now there's footprints, there's rough areas, and then you're seeing how Nathan Sealy and now Matara is operating. And as this one go close to the boundary, they will just pull it back and restrict them for 2. So what I will do as a coach now is, yes, half of my team is gone. Let us capitalize on how much we could get from here on to whatever session we have. Whether it's post-lunch or just before lunch, let us see how much we could get. 120, 130 will be okay. Anything after that is bonus.
What I would do from Barbados' point of view, well, that's the end of the over. 70 for 5. Good over here for Leewards again. So that's 2 overs now. Leewards, I would say, dominate those last 2 overs. But what I would do here, sitting in the Barbados dugout as the Barbados head coach, I would tell the guys, listen, we need to tighten things up.
But not to cut, and because look at the body language now from those few counter punch. The Barbados body language now has dropped.
Definitely. 2 overs and it's dropped.
Yeah.
So what I would say, take the energy up. Get back that energy that we had the last 20 minutes or so of play. Let's try to get these guys ball out at least the next hour in the second session. Give us enough chance to bat in the second innings to take our time and get to the score that they mean. I think anything above 130, 135, 150, as you mentioned, would be a challenge because of the bowling that we saw from the Leeward Islands.
No, we have seen now a deep square is pushed back. And this is because of the previous over where he took him, where Palmer heist him over Wildish mid-on for 6.
Brings him back to the point that Martin made this morning in terms of who bats better win the game. Bowling plays a big part, but in this game, who bats better would win this game. We haven't seen a lot of runs score, but one of these batters here in the Barbados team or in the Leewards team have a chance to stand up and said, I played a better role. I put myself and my team in a position to win this game and be the hero in this game.
I was saying to a fellow colleague in the comebacks earlier on that, yes, it was good yesterday to restrict Barbados under 90. But what that does, it opens the game for a victory. Yes, and this one again, he's heaved it over the Wildish mid-on, and this time it was wider of the man. So that, I think he got 4 runs for that one. Yes, 2 bounces into the ropes, and Honore this time showing Palmer, well, if you're going, we're going, and we're going hard.
I mean, yes, you want to score runs, but so far, from what I'm seeing from both batters, it's either a go big or a block.
Yes, and what I like about it is that they are taking out one of the best options Barbados have, which is Sealy. He has experience. He's been bowling very long. So now we see an adjustment. The keeper helping to make that adjustment, sending him a bit straighter. So they're asking if you want to hit more to the man that they have now placed at a straighter. Well, at the over comes to an end. It's now 74 for 5. The Leeward Islands regaining some strength here.
Well, they're plucking away nicely, I would say.
I see a friend Pluck, 24 from 70. 1 deliveries. Plucked himself very well.
They just need to continue in this vein. From the Leeward point of view, if I was the coach in the Leeward dressing room, I would ask my batters to take it to lunch and then let us bat at least an hour after lunch, or probably a little bit into that second hour after lunch, and then they have all evening to try to bowl down Barbados. And showing from their bowling, they can do such. As you see, another change of bowling. So Rav Worrell Wonder if he's family of the great Sir Frank Worrell.
There have to be some lineage. Some lineage. You just don't inhabit a surname.
I would like our investigator to investigate that. And
I know you have a lot of Bajan friends.
I can find it out, but we have our own investigator here, Mr. Cruikshank.
Yeah, he does his homework very well. Yeah.
Mr. Sarav Worrell. Probably, I think he's one of, in terms of his approach to spin bowling as an off spinner, I think he's one of those spinners in this tournament that put good revs on the ball. His approach, his release, his flight, the errors. I think he's one of those bowlers that you can count on.
Yeah, he has an approach to the crease as a leg spinner, but when he delivers that ball, and there is no conventional way that a leg spinner approaches, and let me clear that. But if you look at the way it caught us first when we first saw him bowled, we were wondering if it is leg spinners he's bowling, but he do have a leg spinner in his artillery. Yep. A massive drive.
When you make
booming
mention
one.
of him looking like a leg spinner, I could remember there's a youngster out of Grenada on the 15 that bowls right arm off spin.
Ambidextrous.
His name is Bishop, bowls right arm off spin.
Ambidextrous.
And then he bowls left arm spin.
Yep.
And up to this point, he cannot choose what he wants to do yet in terms of bowling, because
but if it works
he's
for
doing
him,
well,
and he gets
doing
both, yeah.
From our investigator, we get to understand this Teddy Bishop, brother, who played in Australia for West Indies. So we can see where the talent came from. Teddy Bishop I think he just got selected for Antigua Falcons in CPL as well.
But I think we were on when I ask you this in Cumberland, if it's legal to bowl both hands in cricket. The question will be as well, is it okay to bat that way as well?
I don't think so, Morris.
Is there any rule that says you cannot, Mr. Williams? You cannot incite your own. This is a massive heave down the ground all the way to the Grenadines and exercise for umpire Afran Bayam.
Well, the rule here for Palmer is as long as you're in dark,
you go.
You would get out the park.
Yes.
And that's the aggressive mood that he's in. Good flight, yes, but
this is not the Argyle Airport. This is
the strength of Palmer. It will always go over the boundary. With his robust structure, I mean, he's a big lad. Looking at him here, I could have sworn he was a coach earlier when I saw him yesterday. I swear he was someone of a coach, because he's a very huge guy.
So when he packs a punch, he packs it very well.
Definitely.
Don't want to meet him in the dark and get him angry.
I don't want to. I'm glad I'm sitting here in the com box.
So I think this will have to force a change for Sealy to either bring back a pace or something. Because Sealy has been put to the sword by Palmer as well.
I guess they're listening to you, Morris. Did he put an earpiece in?
No, it's common cricket. Sealy was put to the sword earlier on. That's the best option that one of the best options that Barbados have. And if that option has been torn apart, then you have to resort to another option. So Prescott operates from the common tribute N, Williams, and what do you think should be now? The ball is a bit old, 34 overs in. Hit his areas, get his line and length right, and let the ball do the rest.
Well, Two things. From a West Indies, cricket West Indies point of view, we're happy that he's bowling the older ball because they would want to see him using the older ball. That's one. Two, we want to see if he can control it and present an opportunity for a wicket. We know that he can bowl the new ball. We want to see him operate with an older ball and create that opportunity for a wicket for his skipper Sealy. Like his approach to the crease. Still good carry. Badly lying down the leg side, but still look like he's in high energy.
Yeah, and you spoke there from that standpoint, but from a Leeward Island standpoint, this is what they wanted. They wanted to take Matara and Sealy out of the attack and bring back the pace. Now they see the field is a bit more spacious that they could get the ones and their twos now. But it's good to see that they're still going with two slips.
I would ask you this, Morris. We questioned a while ago
Oh. Well, Mr. Williams, that's an opportunity. Gone begging again. Number the man at square leg left it for the final leg. It's
wrong, that is actually
yeah.
wrong. Should have been another catch, I think. But brings me back to the question that I want to ask, Morris, is that when Smith was taken off, I did say I would like to see him continue. Zishan came on. He took a wicket in the first over, which you applaud him for. We applaud him for it. Mm-hmm. He's a youngster that I like, but I did make mention that I would have rather see Smith continue. Now they have opted to go back to the seam bowling in Prescott. Would you still have spin bowling at the other end in the next over? Or would you ask Smith to come back?
Yes, I would have opted back for Matara because Matara is controlling from that end. So you could have a spin and a piece operating. Nothing is wrong with that. Let's see how they walk in tandem.
Because the seam was bowling. He wasn't picking up, he wasn't picking up wickets, but he was creating that pressure. Hitting good line, good lengths. But the last 4 overs or so, I wouldn't say they run away with the score, but we saw a lot more runs scored off the spin because the guys decide, listen, now it's time that we should take on the spin. Now let's see what's going to happen here for the next 4 overs or so before lunch from the pace attack of Prescott. And let's see what will happen at the other end, if he's going to continue with Worrell or he's going to bring back with Nico Smith to tighten his screws up again and possibly create that opportunity for a wicket.
Yeah, and again, Williams, it comes back to the body language. The body language now for Barbados have really lost it. And when I say lost it, in terms of they are now playing regular cricket. The ball comes to me, I feel. The ball goes for a catch. If I could catch it, I catch it. Yeah? It doesn't look as if they want to create that opportunity again. The hype is not there. And this is what they cannot allow. The counter punch has worked well. Good for the Leeward Islands. And this one is an opportunity over the top of the fielder at mid of the... and that shot was just a stroke. He just put his back there.
That's a good punch.
And that's your friend Palmer, man.
It's a good punch. It's a good shot. Just timing, full face of the bat, all efforts to get it over the man at mid-off. Really well played, and that's the end of the over. So a 4 to end the over. The score is now 87 for 5. As we change here in the com box, we have Mr. Crookshank will step in for a while to continue with you guys up to lunch.
Thank you, Kesrick. Good morning again to all our viewers. And with me in the commentary box now, I have with me the head coach for the West Indies Academy, Ramesh Subasinghe, Good morning to you, Ramesh.
Good morning.
Yes, and we'll have a chat as we go along, ask you a couple of questions, maybe ask for your take so far and what you have seen in the initial rounds of the competition as Royal continues from the Beckway end. He'll be bowling to Palmer. Yes, and Ramesh, again, good morning. I know that you have just come into the role, so you're fresh in this role, and I'll get back to you again shortly. Swan has been struck upishly, but does not carry it to the man on the mid-wicket boundary. Didn't really time it to the best of his ability there. Honore seemed to come off the bottom of the bat. Yes. So over the years, there have been some observations as to the fact that, we lose some of our players from that maybe youth cricket age group cricket until they get to maybe the first class level. And for the few years that we actually had an academy in the past, that really fulfilled the role of trying to harness some of that talent and preparing them for the higher levels. This one is driven firmly. How do you see that continuing from your perspective, and what are some of the things that you're looking at as you observe the competition now?
I think under 19 Rising Stars tournament is very important to identify our next tier of players coming through the system, and currently we have 3 people from Cricket West Indies here in each ground looking at the talent that's on show. So here our job is to identify players that who we can look at the under 19s level for the next World Cup, and also for the West Indies Cricket Academy, not maybe for the next intake or for the intakes to come in future. So, but it's always good to be aware of the players here and identify how we can also support these players while they might not be in a squad, but we can still provide support for them to continually develop. So that's basically what we're doing here.
Excellent. Just for those of you viewing, you just saw 6 there from Tianik Honore, straight down the ground. He has been very aggressive since he has come out to the wicket. He's scoring at over a runner ball. I think they want to get their lead maybe past that 150 area, challenge the Barbadians later today. It's cut away for 4. Should it get there? No, but fielder should get it before it gets to the boundary. Well placed, but didn't have the timing. So he gets 2 runs there, Honore. Warrior has elected to go around the wicket to cramp him for some room. And that's the end of the over. At the end of 36 overs, it's 97 for 5. And the lead just over now 106. Yes, 106 ahead. The Leeward Islands with 5 wickets still in hand. Yeah, so you mentioned that that there are 3 of you here who are looking at the various games. You're looking at players prospectively maybe for under 19 duties. You mentioned to me earlier in the tournament that only a very small number of them are eligible for under 19 going forward. But that doesn't rule them out from the other plans that you have.
No. So like there is 18 players who are eligible for the next under 19 cycle, and also that the under 17 tournament is coming up as well, where we will see all the players that could be eligible for the under 17 national tournament. So for us here, it's not only the under 19 players, because of the academy as well, that we are looking at players who we can potentially put into our succession planning from this tournament. And some are already, like Joel Andrews has already played. There are a couple of players. Dawn has played few games. So there are players who have played already. Pascal has played first class cricket. So yeah.
Torn for
Yes, Isaiah. Yeah, he's recently was in UK as well with the test team. So it's very important that some people develop late as well. So continually to track them, and if they are showing really good potential, it's important that we are aware and we support them.
Prescott continues. He was just struck for 4 convincingly, bisecting the 2 men on the deep on the leg side by Michael Palmer, who is really packing a punch here this morning. And they have, since they've come together with the score just around 50 odd, they have now put on 50 together, these two, in very quick time. And now the lead is 110. Yeah, just before you go, Ramesh, I just have a couple of questions for you. The last 2. This one is the last professional question. The last one would be about how you think things have been here for you in St. Vincent and the Grenadines so far. But from this point going forward, when does the next cycle begin for the academy?
So the current cycle finishes in September. So at the moment there are negotiations going on. Who some of the franchises actually wants some of the players in the academy. So these are being talked about, like what's best for the players' development. And so at the moment, the current group will go until September. There will be players moving to franchises. There might be players that will be kind of like temporarily end of the road for them in the system as well. And there will be new intakes as well. So we will have a fresh, we'll have new additions to the next intake of the 15 contracted academy players.
All right, sounds good. It's something that I know concerns a lot of West Indian supporters, seeing that development, that transition, because we do see a lot of talent, especially when they go to under-19 World Cups, and then somehow over time they either go missing, or based on where you saw them, the next time you see them, they have kind of gone back just a bit. One of the things that I want to wish you all the best in your tenure is that I want to wish you all the best in really getting the players to make that step up mentally, in particular, because most of them, they do have the talent. We have seen that the batsmen have not really put together the runs just yet in this tournament, and we really want to see some long innings. We have seen it at the senior level as well. So that mental development, that thirst, that hunger to score big, that's something that I really would want to see coming out of these players as they go through the different phases. And I know that you and your team have different things in mind to harness that. So I want to wish you all the best. But before you go, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, how has it been for you so far?
Oh, it's been really nice. First time here, and beautiful place, and also really grateful for the Vincentians, I think you call yourselves. The hospitality has been really warm, and really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yes, and you're welcome. Did you get to go to Oya as you wanted to go on the weekend?
No, not yet. I need a driver.
All right, we'll see what we can do for you. Yeah. All right, thank you for joining us, Ramesh.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, then. Kaznel will replace Ramesh in the commentary box. Good. Kaznel, do you want to volunteer to be that driver for Ramesh?
By the time Ramesh reach up to, I will give him as far as Park Hill. He want to vomit. Yeah.
So are you driving? Are you driving that quickly?
I'm not talking about my driving. I'll give you this. I remember one time I was picking up a Guyanese friend of mine from the old Iti Joshua airport, and leaving the airport, just reaching Casson Hill, which is not even a mile. I saw my friend holding on to the seatbelt very tightly. So, and you know, in the terrain, that's not even a hill.
No, it's not a hill.
Yeah. So I asked, what's wrong? Why are you so tense? Why are you holding on? My friend said to me, I cannot imagine I came to St. Vincent to die. From Casson Hill. Just Casson Hill. You haven't even reached places like Chateaubelair.
Boy, they're going to North Leeward.
No, they were just going to right over Cyan Hill.
Okay, thankfully they were not going to
going
drive past
far.
Coles Hill and
Yeah, I know.
those type of hills.
So
in the north.
I would tell you, Ramesh, if he's not accustomed to high terrains, it will not be something. But they're not that dangerous. So we have good, competent drivers.
Excellent. And as we have been speaking, Matara has been reintroduced into the bowling, and he has figures of 1 for 21 in his 8th over. Palmer tucks him for a single. These two have been very efficient in keeping the scoreboard moving. They took that risk of hitting a few big shots.
I will tell you this, Alanson. This partnership can determine the game. I say that on the premise that if they could go on to get 100 partnership, that would be 150 odd. And this 150 could be very crucial if Barbados batting is not as stringent as they were in the first innings.
Yeah, well, I do agree with you that this partnership can very well determine the outcome of the game. Barbados will have to do a lot better than they did in the first innings. Already the lead is over 100. And it would not be very easy batting later, I could tell you that. Based on what we have seen here so far, you know, there's enough turn, there's enough bounce, there's pace, there's some movement. And so it will be a challenge for them. And based on what the Leeward Islands bowlers did in the first innings, they made it hard work.
And we spoke earlier on comms when Williams was here. This is what Leeward Islands wanted. Put back that pressure on Barbados, spread the field. We are seeing now the field is spread because of the counterpunch between Honore and Palmer. And even the partnership strengthened very well, and they're now able to get the field just the way they want, to rotate the singles, rotate the striking, and do not allow the pressure to be on them. Now they're 106 after the over for 5.
Yes, and in a low-scoring game, that approach can yield some big dividends because run scoring hasn't been so easy on this wicket. Both bowling sides, I must admit, as we have heard several times already for the morning, have bowled quite well. Both the pacers as well and the spinners from both teams, they have maintained the disciplines by and large, and they have put pressure on the batting, and it's not been easy batting conditions. But Palmer and Honore, they have made the decision that they're going to attack, and by doing so, they have actually caused the field to relax a bit, and they're able now to knock it around just a bit more freely, keep the scoreboard ticking along. There's a change in the bowling. Zion Brathwaite comes on to replace Prescott. So they're going now to their medium pacer. He's a strong lad. He's short, but he's a strong lad. He gets it to skid through fairly quickly.
Yes, and this is important. This spell, it will determine how Leeward Island goes here. If they attack Zion, take him out of the attack very quick, or if Zion in himself could make a breakthrough. He's not a frontline bowler that he would have opted to. Right? But the pressure that these two batsmen have caused have now forced the captain to now have to resort to Brathwaite.
That's very true. And just with a few minutes left to lunch, I think the word would definitely be from the Leeward Island standpoint to take it to lunch. Don't lose any more wickets. We really want you two to be continuing after lunch.
Yeah, because when wickets are lost, whether there's a breakthrough, it goes in cluster. And that is what you don't want at this point. Also for Barbados, they have to have a man in a catching position. As we see here, they are now deploying a man right at short extra cover. That is important. They still have a slip. That's a drop catch. Drop catch, something that they would not have wanted at this time. But it was always leaving and dying away from the keeper.
Yeah, he looked to open the face there, Honore. So it's a naughty shot with a slip in place. But good effort there from Morris. Wasn't able to hold on to it. We see that they have also put a sweeper cover in place. Sweeper has been put in place. It's a short delivery from Brathwaite. So he's testing out the middle of the pitch. You see the replay here now for that short delivery. Would like to see the replay for the previous delivery, just to see if it really carried to Morris behind the stumps. Back live. This one is a Yorker length delivery. Struck him on the toe.
To Crusher.
Yeah, he's going to be very sore later on, I could tell you that.
Well, it appears that it's the inner portion of his foot and not so the toe.
Yeah, it's on his instep, I think. And that is going to be very painful. I don't know if he might be able to continue.
Well, Brathwaite looked like a very tiny lad, but he packs some power.
Yeah, he's well built. And trust me, that will only get worse. Initially, you wouldn't feel it that much. But as he walks on that foot, puts a bit of pressure on it, it will get unbearable.
They still carry the magic spray, Alanson. Well, don't forget that. That magic spray always works 9 out of 10 times.
Let's see how it does.
Yeah,
it may keep him there until lunch, but after he sits down, it's gonna get worse.
Yeah, it is important now for Barbados, and this is what I'm watching. Look at the Barbados team. 2 is at fine leg. The man at deep point. Nobody comes together to say, listen, let's use this opportunity. I believe this was the job catch. The one that did carry.
It did carry.
It did carry.
Yes, it did.
So it's a job opportunity.
Yeah. Did carry to him. It was a despairing dive to his right. But I don't think that his glove actually got under the ball at that. It was just alongside it and it hit it. But it didn't really cup around the ball. So it just hit the glove and went down.
But I was making mention about the huddling. They are not huddling. They are not discussing anything. Each man to his own. The captain should take the initiative. It's a short drinks break. It's not a conventional one. But now, say something, discuss something, throw ideas somewhere as to what can we do. These kind of interruptions can cause a psychological break into the focus of the batsman. He's injured slightly. I'm not sure if he will carry on.
Well, he will definitely attempt to, but we'll see after a few deliveries if he's able to.
Well, he appears that he will, because the umpires are walking back to their position.
Yeah, he will. He's putting on his shoe and so on. Yeah, he will carry on.
So and he wants to do battle.
And he has been doing well. He's almost at a run of ball, 28 of 30. Since he has come out, he has really changed the complexion of the game this morning. The lead is 116, and then I think the next few overs, either just before or just after lunch, will be very important with regard to the outcome of the game later on. I
will ask you this one. Do you think if you injure a batsman, he gets more angry and aggressive?
It depends on the batsman.
Mike, I remember Afghanistan versus Australia in that game where
was it
George Maxwell?
Okay, yeah,
Glenn Maxwell took out the bowling of Afghanistan.
That's why I said it depends on the batsman. If it's a very aggressive batsman, it can give him the license to go at the bowling. We have seen it from Garner Greenwich. We have seen it from Chris Gayle. We saw it from Chris Gayle in South Africa in 2004.
Chandler Paul.
Yeah, so many
right
others.
here.
Yes,
got his hand broken, went to the hospital, and came back and won the game.
And won the game, 16 in the last over.
So I'm not too sure if Honore would want to depict that.
It can cause you to be shaken up and await that fighting spirit within you. So a slower Yorker. Smart bowling here by Brathwaite. He's definitely trying all he can to prize out this wicket and be the golden arm for his team just before lunch.
Yes, and he has been in the team a while. And I could imagine in the nets he will do little bowling. Not only his batting, he's known more for his batting. But for Barbados, he have done very well with the ball as well whenever he's getting the opportunity to do so. Shot down the leg side, he will run to the boundary, and they pick up another 4. And let's see this thing at 4 runs.
Yes, and if you look at the way that Honore is moving, you could see that as we look at that shot once. But it was short down the leg side. He rolled his wrist over it. He was, I think, if he had gotten just a finer nick, the keeper could have been in business there. But it was just got enough on it to evade him and get down to the boundary. But I was saying, looking at the movement of Tianik Honore, I don't think he's going to continue. We saw that in that run. That's what I said.
Not only that, there's a signal that he wants to come off. He wants to retire hurt.
Yeah, and trust me, when he sits down and the blood isn't flowing again, it's going to feel even worse. Because he was struck on that instep from that full delivery. I think it caught him flush on his instep, his left instep.
The good thing about it is there is a full medical team there, and I think it's going for lunch.
Yes, so it's an early lunch being called because of that injury to Honore. And at lunch, the Leeward Islands, they are 111 for 5. They currently lead by 120, Casnell. When we come back after lunch, we'll also have some updates from the other matches in terms of the scores. But before we go, what are your thoughts on the action this morning?
Yes, it's a good recovery. Awesome recovery from the Leeward Islands. It puts Barbados under a lot of pressure. They are now feeling the pressure that even the entire, almost all the team is off. Only 2 of his players is back there, walking off, strolling off. But it tells you the nature of how you want to win this game by session. This session, to me, is won by the Leeward Islands, even though there were 2-3 wickets from overnight. Yes, but this partnership now have really brought the Leeward Islands back into contention.
Definitely.
And they will feel much better going off than they were at 50 odd for 5.
Yeah, I would agree with you that they are slightly ahead. Based on what we have seen so far in the game, being a low-scoring game, we are taking that context into consideration. And so we will come back to you after lunch. The Leeward Islands, they are on the 19. They are 111 for 5, 120 ahead of Barbados. And there's 1 innings to go after this one. What can be the outcome? Join us later as we continue with live action. Yes, welcome back to the Arnesville playing field. We have the Leeward Islands taking on the Barbados under 19 in the CWI Rising Stars competition. It's 111 for 5, the Leeward Islands. They are currently ahead by 120 runs. 2 completed innings before this one. Both teams have batted already. With me in the commentary box is Kenroy Martin. Good afternoon to you, Kenroy. Good afternoon to all our viewers as well.
Good afternoon, Alanson, and good afternoon to the viewers of this wonderful cricket game as the play continues here. First delivery after lunch been punched 2 covers for a single. Leeward Islands doing well, losing 5 wickets this morning, but the partnership between these two have really propelled them to 112 for 5, and it's a positive sign for them going into the rest of this day.
Yes, and Matara starting after lunch for Barbados, leg spinner. And what is slightly surprising to me, but it's a good sign for the Leewards, is the fact that Honore, after being struck on the instep, is able to continue after lunch.
Had some treatment on that. Good delivery by Matara, bounce and turn into the keeper's glove, really. And the pendulum has really swung in the way of towards the Leewards through some positive batting between these two.
Fuller delivery. This one turns across him. Another testing delivery there from Matara. There's a slip, there's a backward point, a man on the sweeper cover boundary, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, square leg, and a deep mid wicket as well. This one is pulled. It's not going to stay with us. That's 6 runs.
That's what I'm talking about. The positiveness of these 2 batters from the Leeward Islands has really changed the course of this game. The short deliveries, the bad deliveries, they have dispatched them. They have taken chances and really went over the top, hit the ball in the gaps, and really it has changed the trajectory of this game. They have now propelled to 112 for 5 through some good positive batting.
Absolutely. And what you'd want to see here now in this little battle is how Matara responds to that, how he's been put under pressure now by a batsman for the first time in this game. So let's see how things go and also how Palmer continues against him. Better delivery. Bring him onto the front foot. He plays it out calmly to the man at extra cover. So we see at deep mid wicket. I think I'm seeing Smith out there. He's doing some stretches. I don't know if he has been signaled or he's trying to signal the captain.
I'm getting warm. Probably he was told to do so.
Or he's probably trying to walk off his lunch. At the end of the over, it's 118 for 5.
Yes, a good start again by the Leeward Islands batsmen. Positive intent. That ball been struck over mid-wicket for a 6. Short delivery by Matara and dealt with in accordance. Really, they are putting themselves in a really excellent position here, the Leeward Islanders. Just losing 5 wickets just after lunch. Just about another half a day remaining in the 2 sessions really in this game. They are putting themselves in a good position to put the Bajans under pressure for the remainder of this game. Scoring runs, keeping wickets in hand, and these 2 really good partnership, 138, 129, and they have batted positively. That's the difference between yesterday and today.
So Brathwaite, who had a spell just before lunch, is going to continue. He's not one of the frontline bowlers, but he did bowl well in those few deliveries that he bowled before lunch, striking Honore on the instep, causing him some level of discomfort. Eventually he had to come off, and they took lunch at that opportunity. As we progress into the afternoon and in this stint, Kenroy, I'm going to just ask you a couple of questions about some scenarios. This one is driven, nice looking shot. Again, he's struggling to really make that movement in his running between the wickets. Hopping along. Saw him during the lunch break. He said he's in some serious pain. But he was willing to fight it out because of his importance to this innings based on how things are going so far.
Right, he's critically important for the Leewards. They have batted well together. They don't want to break this partnership. So whatever is going on with that ankle, it needs to be put on the back burner. The state of the game, he has to push through and really keep the Leeward Islands in this game.
This one is beaten outside the Arsenal. But a little bit of a lazy shot there from Palmer in the end. Didn't really go across to it. So he has to keep his focus here for the Leeward's sake. Brathwaite and the Barbadians would definitely want him to just get overly relaxed and a bit complacent.
Well, you need to get wickets here to pull themselves back into this game, knowing that they have an uphill task.
It's a full delivery, hitting the gap over the straightish mid wicket, and that's 50 for him. That's 6 runs, and it's a 51 to Palmer. Only the second 50 so far for the competition. Rambaran will be having a word because up at Park Hill, they haven't had any play for the day, and he's on 49 not out. So just to give our viewers a quick update, in the other game, which is at Cyan Hill, Trinidad and Tobago were not Trinidad and Tobago, sorry, Windward Islands were dismissed for 172 in response to Guyana's 142, and Guyana is 11 without loss in their third innings.
Well played 50. Good delivery from Brathwaite. Yorker dug out. Like the man who just gone to 50. Palmer. Well played 50 by him. It was a loose delivery on his hip and he pounced on it and hit it over mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket for 6. Powerful youngster as well.
Yeah, he's a big guy. Strongly built. This one is a wide one, a tempter. Seeing if he wanted to stretch for it.
I do understand the move by Captain Seeley with Brathwaite coming back on, but when you have your frontline bowlers, I understand Brathwaite bowling over 2 before lunch, but after lunch, I am thinking that you go back to your original bowlers and start fresh again.
Well, Smith is at long on and he continues to warm up. This one is pulled in the gap over the boundary, 6 runs. So Brathwaite doesn't have the pace to be just back off a length there to Palmer. And he's saying, well, all that to your friends.
This is what happens when you experiment and it doesn't work. Unfortunately for Brathwaite, he's been thumped over mid-wicket twice by Palmer. And really 2 good shots. I really think Skipper Seeley missed a few things after lunch there. Really should have gone back to himself or one of his key bowlers to start the innings here this evening.
Yeah, I think that will happen now after this over. The lead has already swelled to about 140. And that 140 lead can be critical. And they still have 5 wickets in hand, and this partnership is looking quite ominous out there. And so Barbados, they really need to do something and do something quickly. The next hour or so, hour and a half, will go a very long way in determining what happens at the end of today.
Well, this session on to tea would really determine how Barbados is going to approach this game, whether they can get the runs or that is given to them, or would Leeward Islands declare, I'm not too sure. But it's all left to be seen. But they're in a pretty good position now at 131 for 5.
It's Matara to Honore. This one doesn't find a gap. And as I said, Smith continues to warm up. He's been warming up for the last 3 or 4 overs. I think he's probably very hot by now. He should be quite warm.
Should be fiery.
Yeah. Good duty. So there's a beautiful delivery there from Matara. Wonderful conditions for cricket here at Arnesville. Cool afternoon. Gentle breeze. This one he drives in the gap. Should get a comfortable single. And it would need to be comfortable because he's not 100% Honore in terms of his mobility.
Seems as though the plan for the Leeward Islands is that Honore play the anchor role and Palmer takes on the bowling. Play the shots. Quicker delivery taken by the wicket keeper. Really different mindset here for the Leeward Islanders from what we saw yesterday. dot delivery, just flatter and faster. As you said, mentioned before, nice conditions for cricket. Cool, calming, slight breeze across the ground.
He's looking to tug that. Oh, and seems to have gotten some cramp there. Yesterday he was holding that same leg at the end of one of his spells when he was bowling. So he did a fair amount of bowling yesterday, and now into his innings he seemed to have gotten some cramp there. So that would be something to look at going forward. If it continues to affect him, he will not be able to stretch to meet the deliveries.
Well, Leeward Islands would not want to lose him at this point. Critical juncture at the game. He's just gone past 50, and to see him stretching and really grimacing in pain, it's not the best for the Leeward Islanders, really.
Yeah, they have called on for the physio. Let's see if the physio can work some magic here with that magic spray.
Probably just need to stretch a little bit more. Lack of fluids, salt in the body. These things do happen.
Yeah,
Tiredness of the muscle.
And it's warm out there.
Yeah.
You're sweating a lot, then you have to replenish not just with fluids, but you need some electrolytes. So
Yes.
you need a little bit of sea salt in the water, a little bit, or even some Gatorade or those Powerade, or one of those drinks that have a little bit of electrolytes in them.
Those are necessary. Those are necessary as the physio continues to do work on him. It's 132 for 5. We would actually just take a break here and bring you back some coverage after the physio finished working on Palmer to get him sorted out in the way that he should. So we'll take a break here at Arnesville and be right back.
Yeah, so welcome back to the Arnesville playing field. Some bad news for the Leeward Islands team. Palmer, who was just brought up his 50, has retired hurt. Some hamstring issues, it appears, from our vantage point here. And he has been replaced at the crease by Nathan Edward, who is very capable with the bat as well. Bit of an all-rounder Edward. And Saurabh Warwill replaces Zion Brathwaite. Field has been spread to all corners.
Defensive.
There's a wide-ish mid-wicket, a straight mid-wicket, and a long on the boundary. There's a long off, there's a sweeper cover. So only 4 fielders along with the keeper and the bowler who are fairly close to the batsman in a point, an extra cover mid-wicket, and a man just backward of square on the onside. Again, you see the discomfort there from Honore, but gets it down to long on for a single. And the field will close in on Nathan now, who was dismissed for first ball in the first innings. He would not want to get a golden pair.
Well, he would want to get off the mark in this innings and
That's king pair.
make a good contribution to his team.
Yes, and he has the ability to do so as well.
Yes. Well, as you said, it's in his favor. 133 for 5. Field is rather semi-attacking, semi-defensive. Makes things rather easy for you.
He goes inside out over extra cover. It will challenge the boundary, but Captain Seeley just may get it before, yes. Keeps it from going for 4. And they will get 2 because Honore is a bit incapacitated. Or is it 1 they get? 2 runs. Okay, good. I was wondering if they only took 1 run for all of that.
Probably Leeward looking to pile up as much runs as possible in this session, giving himself an opportunity to bowl after the Barbadians sometime this evening. Edwards starting aggressively.
First time you've seen a batsman really use his feet in this game to the spinner. Chipping down the wicket and just pushing it out to extra cover.
Looks like he's in a hurry though, Edward.
Well, once he's selective. Good delivery there from Royal. Gets the edge. They're able to get a single. This one had some flight and some turn away from the left-hander. This one has gone through the legs of the fielder at square leg. Looks like Greenwich. Greenwich, it looks like him there. Yes, number 8. Micah. You'll be disappointed with that effort. Release the pressure there.
What is good about this innings for the Leeward Islanders is that they have continued to score. They have not bunged themselves down. They continue to score. And that is positive cricket. It's a loud appeal. Out. Edwards is out. Struck in front of the stump. The dreaded finger goes up. And they have lost the wicket of Edwards, Leeward Islands. They are now 100.
Looking at the replay. That one looked to be turning across him. I don't think that.
Would love to see that again.
Let's get that replay again. This one, it drifted into him. Yes. But then, no, it seemed as if it was going to go across him.
Not too sure. But the umpire put up the dreaded finger. Seems to have a little edge on
See
it.
if you can get the extra slow-mo now.
Not too sure. Not too sure.
Yes, extra slow-mo. Yes. And ITFX, they are providing us with this footage. Nice action there from Royal. Good bounce. Use his whole body in his action. And his hip. It drifts in. As we can see there now. Bounces. It turns. That's off his bat first. So that's an unfortunate dismissal in the end there from Nathan Edward. Seemed to strike him off the inside edge and then go onto the pad.
Well, it's 137 for 6. Edward goes back to the pavilion. Unfortunate for him, but it goes into the Bajan's wicket column.
Yes. And there is no DRS at this level, so he cannot challenge it. As Matthew Miller, who did well in the first innings, was last dismissed, has come out to join Tianik Honore.
Barbados
Of course, we
looking
have the
to-
benefit of the replay.
Yes,
Martin.
fortunately for us, we have the benefit of the replay, and they don't have the benefit of the DRS, the players. This one is being struck up to short extra cover. Quick single being called for. Takes it. Struggling as well is Honore. Score moves up by 1 to 139.
I tell you what, Martin, he's going to need some ice on that foot later.
Probably going to be like a ball, taking it out of that shoe. Need some ice. Sportsman's best friend.
And he has to be commended for his willingness to fight through this period for his team, the youngster. As Matara continues. So first delivery faced by Miller, who shaped well in the first innings, showed a good straight bat and a good technique, but ran out of partners in the end and played a naughty shot at the end where he was looking for runs. Slight misfield there from Matara. Gives away the single, and Miller is off the mark.
Well,
So end of the over, it's 139 for 6. Having the benefit of a few more replays of that dismissal, seems as if it may actually have come off the pad then bat. It's a very close one.
umpire made his call. It's already in the books. So 139 for 6. Current runner rate 3.16. Matthew Miller, he's on 1. And Honore, he's on 34 from 41 deliveries. Doing battle here for Leeward Islands, both of them. Palmer had to retire hurt. Had some cramps yesterday as well. He's back in the pavilion, probably getting some treatment, some ice probably, a little massage just to loose that muscle. They lead by now 148, the Leeward Islands. Bradford continues. This one is turned off. Pads down to a fine leg. He's called for 1. He's coming back for 2. Good running. Throw comes in at the non-striker's end because of his injury. But 2 runs completed.
Yeah, it's Warrior actually at the bowling crease. Number 25. So Saurav Warrior. Bowling to Honore. It's Miller, sorry. It's looking to cut a lazy shot there. Didn't really get across. It was also quite full, a bit too full for the cut.
Seems to be in no man's land there, the batsman.
And it's also dangerous shot to the off spinner who's turning the ball into him. That's a much better approach with a straight bat. So Warrior has found himself now amongst the wickets. Bowled well here in the competition last year. This one is looking to give that one an almighty shot through the onside. Had some flight on it. Got the inner half of the bat. Beating the man at mid-wicket for 1. Leeward Islands 151 ahead. So this lead is already useful for them. It's well played there from Honore, but feels that pain as he goes back to his position. This one, it's the end of the over. 142 for 6 after 45.
What would be the Leeward's plan here? I'm not too sure. Trying to bat through the next hour, hour and a half, 2 sessions remaining, really. 150 lead. What would they do? The Leeward Islands? Would they declare? Would they put the Bajans into bat? What would they do? Are they feeling safe enough?
Well, my question to you, Martin, is how many do you think they need to reach in order to feel comfortable enough to feel that they have enough to challenge Barbados and that they would think they could go after the runs, but also enough time as well to take the 10 wickets that they will need in order to win?
Well, with the time remaining in this game, 2 sessions, I think 175. 175 would be good and give yourself at least 2 hours and a half, really.
Yeah, and Barbados will also want to have the opportunity to win, because the opportunity to win will also give the Leeward Islands the opportunity to take some more wickets.
But you have to present that opportunity to them to give yourself a chance to win.
Yeah. Or else they will just come out and block everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you give them that opportunity to get the runs, but while they're trying to get it, you have a better opportunity of bowling them out as well.
Absolutely. So Miller.
Little dicey situation because a batter could come in and really smash a few if he gets in and really turn the game on its head. But rarely you see that in a situation like this.
Yeah, and the pitch is a bit more conducive to batting.
Yes.
Today, from what we have seen. That's a good delivery there from Matara. A bit of bounce, a bit of turn. It would have been interesting if we had the 3-day games to see how things may have progressed.
Well, for sure we would have had a winner.
For sure.
Today is a test of person's skill and their ability, how to do what to do, when to do it, where to do it. Those are the things, those are the questions that have been asked. When to declare, when to play an attacking shot. These are the things they're asked to do now to get their teams ahead of the situation and the circumstances which presents itself presently.
Good take there from keeper Morris down the leg side. Miller is on 4 of 10 deliveries. This one is driving uppishly. Finds the gap at extra cover, but dangerous shot there. Should be able to complete 2 if Honore can make it. Yes, he can on maybe running on 1.5 legs.
I think probably 1.25. Doesn't have all that legs, but he's doing a good job so far. So Leeward's 144, 46 overs been bowled. That's another thing you have to look at as well, is the amount of overs remaining for the day.
Well, at this stage, they resume the day, I think, having faced about 12 overs or so. So it means that there's about, if you have 46 overs that have gone, they faced 12 yesterday. So far for today, they have faced 34 overs. And in a day, you're supposed to get 90. You subtract 2 for the change of innings, so 88. 88 subtracting 34 gives you 54. So several overs left.
Well, the Barbadians were bowled out in 25.1 overs yesterday. So
this is a slug sweep. 6 runs again there by Honore. That one was just a bit too full from Worrell, and he has been waiting for that opportunity because he's not as mobile, but he can play that shot because he could stay in his crease and do that step and hit.
Well, he has played an exceptional shot over mid-wicket into the fence for 6, I think the Leeward Islands are signaling their intentions to step up or step in the gas to get as much runs as possible, probably in the next half an hour or so, to see where they are and assess situations.
He's played that well. Didn't find the gap, but that's a good shot.
Yes, they would want him to get to a half century as well.
He's 10 away from that. Barbados would want to see the back of him as soon as possible. Swan is off the edge, but fielded there by Brathwaite. No chance for them to get a single. Swan is a nice looking drive again, but straight to, it looks like number 11, Kyle Jordan, who does the feeling. This one again, over the boundary for 6. That one timed a lot better than the previous one. That's well over the boundary. And that's another 6 there to Tianik Honore, who now moves on to 46, playing a very important hand here while injured for his team. He said, beware of the injured batsman. Kenroy.
Yes, indeed. He's playing a really good role here for his team, smashing that over mid-wicket again in the cow corners era. Seems to be a favourite area of his. Play that with much ease, clearing the fence. 6 runs to him.
This one is punched in the offside. Single taken. 47 now for Honore. Another thing that the Leewards will have to be mindful of is that Palmer, who really blazed the trail at the beginning of their bowling effort in the first innings, he has limped off. So they may end up being a bowler short when they have to bowl to Barbados later.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons why they called him out as well. To get some attention and see if we could get the use of him before. Yeah, get the use of him for the second period. Wise decision. 157 for 6. I think that they're in the ascending position here, but they have to be very careful as to how they go about utilizing the rest time that is remaining in the game and the overs. I could remember Barbados and Leewards were in a similar situation coming into the last day, and Leeward Islands got the better of them basically on the last over, so barely got through. So similar situation existing here between these two teams the last time they met.
Yeah, setting up to be a good afternoon. I think if things continue as they are, good feeling there by the man at mid-wicket. If things continue as they are, it may end up with Barbados having to get in the vicinity of 190, 200 of 40 odd overs. This one is driven in the gap. Easy single in the end for Honore. So it takes him up to 48.
I think if my memory serves me right, they were supposed to get 178. I think the Barbadians.
So just around that same total, and that's a good total in the last innings here at Arnesville.
Yeah.
Cannot be underestimated at all.
The troubling thing for the Barbadians is that their batters have not come to the fores yet. Haven't really gotten any starts, haven't really seen any shine from these batters from Barbados. So they will be a little bit lacking in confidence, looking to chase like that. A loose delivery being thumped through square into the fence for 4. Short, loose delivery, and it was dealt with accordingly. 4 runs to him, 4 runs to Leeward Islands, and really a very bad delivery being bowled there, and it was dealt with accordingly.
Yeah, Matara will be very disappointed with that one down the leg side. Pulled away easily by Miller. And runs are really at a premium now in this game. So he'll be very disappointed with that.
Loose delivery it was, and it was dealt with accordingly.
I think if you're looking at the scorecard on your screens at home, it might be saying that Sohrab Worrell is bowling. It's actually Matara. When Worrell was bowling from the other end, it was saying that Brathwaite was bowling. So I guess something that they will sort out shortly. This one's played back calmly by Miller. That's the end of the over. At the end of 48, it's 162 for 6 with Leewards 171 runs ahead.
And what is good here is that the Leeward Islanders have continued to score the boundaries, continue to score the singles. They have not been bogged down. They continue to put the pressure on the Barbadians by getting runs. They have lost 1 wicket, yes, and we have one of the premium batter has retired hurt, but they have continued to put the pressure on the Barbadians here by scoring runs and scoring them quickly as well.
Well, since we came out from the first over after lunch, Raniko Smith has been warming up, and he's finally getting to bowl now after half hour or so. So I would think that he should be extremely hot, not just warm, during his first delivery.
Well, I think this is his third spell. Third spell in this innings.
Yes, it will be his third spell for the innings, second for the day.
Right. So indeed he should be hot. Fiery spell should be coming from him. He bowled a really good spell, second spell, on the last delivery, picking up a wicket just before the luncheon interval. A beautiful catch by Seeley at second slip, and just reward for the effort he made as he gets into his third spell. This one is driven up to covers. That sweep out there, doing the protection on the boundary. Another single. That takes him up now to 48. 51 deliveries.
49. 49 to Honore. Score bad. His score is board is a little slow, but he's on 49. So he's one away from 50 now.
So Miller comes into the strike. He's on 10. From 16. 163 for 6. Remember at the beginning of the game, the Barbadians won the toss and opted to bowl. Good delivery, full, stroked out to mid-off, single taken.
Yeah, that brings Honore back into strike. I think there's still some issues there with the scorecard.
It's just turned over to 49, so he needs another single to get to 50.
Well, actually, he's now on strike, so I think they have Miller and Honore confused. Honore is on the short sleeve shirt. Miller is in the long sleeve shirt, if it's too far to see their numbers. So Honore is now on strike. And not Miller. So the first single was taken by Honore, the second one was taken by Miller. So Smith to Honore. This one he pulls it out of the ground at 6 runs. What a way to bring up your 50. Dominant performance by the young man. Looked good in the first innings. Got out for 24, but he's saying, well, this time around I'm going to make you pay.
Well, that was a short delivery, and he pounced on it and smashed it over mid-wicket. 6 runs to him. It brings up his 50, and really a really commanding shot that is. Short delivery, dealt with it in accordance. Over the mid-wicket boundary, 6 runs. 50 runs to him. He's now on, 55? 55. And Leeward have just marched down to 169. 169 for 6. Beautiful shot that was, commanding.
Yeah, so Smith again, his reply. Good Yorker. That's good cricket. And with his injury, that's a difficult delivery for him to play. And I could hear all the Barbadian spectators here at Artisville playing field shouting at that delivery. Brought them to life.
Well, this is, you have a 6 foot ball at the foot. Ball at the foot. When a man is weak, you deal with him from that position. But Honore still there, fighting for Leewards. 170 for 6. Really, lead by now 179. Score in and about the area I spoke about recently. As Smith continues, bustling in. This one is pitched up. Didn't get to time that properly. Something we have seen during the innings. The timing
I think what you're going to see here from him once the pace is on, you remember he's not that mobile. I think he's going to really take on the pace. He's going to try to use that pace to get as many runs as he can for his team over the next over or two once the pace is on. And I think Smith is aware of that, which is where he went to that Yorker length on that second delivery.
Yes, he's going to play a few shots. Honore. I think he's a senior statesman in the Leeward Islands team. And he has led by example. So far, beautiful knock, 59 from 55 deliveries. This one is a full slower delivery. Haven't seen much of that in this game. Just getting the inside edge and went out to the man at square leg who did the feeling that over comes to an end there. And really good session there for the Leeward Islanders. They have lost a wicket so far, but they have continued to score rapidly. 171 for 6 here at Arnesville in the battle between Barbados and the Leeward Islands in nice cooling conditions as Alonso makes way for the man from the Leeward side, Casnell. Casnell, welcome into the commentator's box. Hope you had a good lunch as per usual. Favorite time of the day, I was told.
I want to say good afternoon to you, Martin. Good afternoon to your viewers. It is always an enjoyable and very delicious piece of meal to get from iFood Catering. I Cater. They're doing a fantastic job. But Matara will need to do more here. This one is too short. And pulled for 6, Martin.
Short delivery, Matara. Second occasion being pulled over mid-wicket. 6 runs to Honore, who continues to battle here for the Leeward Islands with 1.5 leg or 1.25 leg. Doing an exceptional job for Leewards. Leewards continue to pile the runs on here.
Well, Martin,
putting the Barbadians under pressure.
Whilst I was on All Around and Comes, I asked about injury and a batsman, and I was told by Alance it depends on the batsman. Now the Antiguan guy, Honore, is taking it to the sword of the Barbadian guys here.
Well, the restrictions have not stopped him from doing what he's supposed to be doing. 177 for 6. Oh, that's we call that a snake.
Yeah.
That one kept low, striking him somewhere or just hitting the bottom half of the bat and just trickling down to fine leg. Barely got the bat onto that. But leg by signal by the umpire, that was struck outside the leg stump. But that was the first delivery I've seen kept low on this wicket so far.
Yes, it also slipped through the pad and squared him up, but he's in really some serious discomfort there. And,
this one is just on the leg stump, striking him on the pad. Keeper comes around and restricts him from getting that single. But really from here on in, what do you think, Casnell? What do you think would be the thought process of the Leeward Islanders?
well, clearly, you have already passed the 175 you spoke about earlier on. So I do believe with the momentum they're going with, they're looking at 220, 200 to 20 as a more settled score than the 175. This and time is not the issue here. But you have to be mindful because the Barbadian batsmen, they are not just going to sit down and allow them to come through like that. Palmer is injured for them. That's another setback. So they have to get someone that comes to the party and comes very well. Pay their fee to come to the party.
Well, that's the end of the over. 179 for 6. 50 overs have been bowled here in this innings. But what is critically important that too as well is that you could put yourself in a safe position and also play yourself out of the game. So
Yes.
You have to manage time and everything that is reflecting in and around the game. You have to balance it out. You're 179 for 6. Barbados will bowl out for 81. So you have gone past that double the amount of runs that they have scored in the first innings.
And I agree with you, but you have to also remember that first innings batting cannot be dictated by, because they also were scheduled out for 90. And now they are at 179 with another 9 runs, so 181 lead. So you have to be mindful that Barbados is not going to come with their bat with holes.
Well, would you give them 2 hours to bat? Would you give them after tea, an hour before tea?
No.
This is very, you have to balance it out and see what goes on in and around it. Are you safe, or are you feeling confident enough to have a declaration at 200, at 190, 220? When?
No, it's 1:25 local time here, 1:25 p.m. And what tea will come up anything like 2:45. Start the innings for Barbados going into tea. You do not want to come back out with your bowlers fresh after tea. Yes, it will be good, but it will not be enough time. So if you go into tea, you could skip out of 1 or 2 wickets and put them on the back seat.
Another thing is the bonus points. When do they come into play?
Right. So if you skittle out, if they allow Barbados to skittle out, remember they have been bowled out in the first innings. So Barbados have bowling points, but Leeward Islands won the first innings with bowling points as well. What you don't want is Barbados to win the game with bowling points. So it puts Leeward Island back again in a backseat position. So as you rightly call it, it's a balance. But the coaching staff, that's their time to determine at what point they will have a conversation with the captain. As we see, the field is now being spread for Honore, the injured guy. I could never understand that. And
plays better when you're injured.
Okay.
He plays better when he's injured. So sad. Slower delivery. Walked out to mid-wicket. Runs in and fields. 1 more run to the total. 180 for 6. 181 for 6. Lead now 191. 191. Do I need a 220, 240, 250? Probably the Leeward Islands looking to maximize in this innings, getting all the batting points, making sure that they accumulate enough points to go to the next round of games. Really just playing good, smart, sensible cricket. Good short delivery by Smith again.
Well, that's the first time I've seen a short ball for a while, apart from the ball that was pulled for 6. And it shows the nature of the track. There's really nothing much for the pace bowler with this old ball. It's now roughed up past 50 overs, going into 51 overs. So clearly, I'm not sure if yes, I could see that the shining side of it, more so for a late swing, there is no breeze to assist. So clearly, see the reason why string would have been an issue here. And still the hamstring is not a conform report, just from my vantage point.
So Miller is on 13. Honore has gone up to 63. A single takes him up to 14. And Leeward Islands continue to get the runs here and get them at will. There's no slowing down here for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah,
Barbados has been trying to do that.
Yes, Martin, that started when Honore and Palmer took a counter punch after they have lost their 5th wicket. And from that, we saw 2 6s went back to back. And from that, Barbados dropped their momentum. And Leeward Islands took over. And from ever since, it has not been the Barbados time.
Well, those missed white corner signal by the umpire, the first white you have seen in this game above the batter head. short bumper was out of the reach of the batsman. And that is where the game changed, as you said rightfully. That is where they started playing positive and decided to take a few chances. But what the Barbadians did is that they went back and started bowling to the batsman instead of maintaining what they were doing, and really played right into the hands of the Leeward Islanders.
Yep.
Now they are pretty somewhat struggling to keep a hold on this game, the Barbadians. Leeward Islands 183 for 6. Smith continues. This one is thumped over mid-on. Oh, brilliant effort by the man there at mid-on. Matara trying to get it. He was airborne for a while. Touched his hand, but it was a brilliant effort, but it went into the fence for 4. And another welcome for the Antiguans.
I would tell you that.
Leeward Islands, sir.
I would tell you this: if Matara couldn't catch that, I don't believe anybody else on the field would have reached that, except for Prescott himself, because they are 2 of the tallest fielders that they have there, and he leaped with everything that he has in him. I don't think he was measured any higher than that. So justice there and another opportunity for Miller.
And that is something, cousin, that I've seen throughout this innings, where the Barbadians have spilled a few chances. And how much those has affected Barbados is left to be seen. Well, they're 187. I think that early catch that was dropped there at short mid-wicket, the one that fell short at mid-on, could have been a better effort from off Sealy. There were 2 top edges between the keeper and fine leg, and there were a few others that they didn't take. The keeper spilled one as well. So there were opportunities offered, but they weren't taken by the Barbadians. First time you see the introduction of Don. He bowled a few overs in the last tournament, half spin.
Yeah, so it tells you about the pressure that they are feeling out there, the Barbadians. They have to use part-time bowlers, we will call them, because they're not frontline bowlers. And if they're not frontline, they become part-time bowlers. And they have to observe all possible options to make sure that they get the breakthrough that they need. And this is what I've been asking for. Even though you're losing wicket, nothing is wrong, because wicket will fall, but you have to occupy the crease. And the longer you stay at the crease, batting becomes easier.
And that has shown here. Things have become easier. Runs have just keep piling. Singles are coming easily. The bad balls have been dispatched as they sneak another single. Barbados have not been able to stop this runs flow from the time those 2 came into the crease. Honore, and it was Palmer, who is now retired, hurt, and is seeking some treatment from the physio. This one is down the leg, swept nicely. The man is out there at square leg. Who does the fielding? One bounce into the keeper. Another run. As I said, the runs keep piling. Singles, as they say, 1-1 fills the basket. It's 190 for 6.
Well, I think this basket is full enough. I'm not sure if it's too full for the Bajans, but it's full.
Has enough in it outside the off stump. I think it has enough in it to feed the flock. Probably need a few fishes as well.
Oh, well, they're close to the beach. They could.
As it runs,
and this
rather
is
easily, simple as that. Just punches it to the offside and picks up an easy single.
Yes, and for the next over it brings Honore and strike. It's 191. It brings up the 200 lead for the Leeward Islands.
So Honore 69, Palmer at 56, Joshua Morris 26 for Barbados. As you see the comparison in scores for the teams, yeah, this innings have been much better. I've asked for batsmen to come to the fore. 2 batsmen so far has put their hands up and scored half century. One is still there. One has retired hurt. He's on 69. But there could be another ticklish situation as well. That Honore is on 69. Would you want him to get to 100? or would you declare?
It depends on how fast he gets there. We need to remember that it's not a selfish game. Yes, you would want the youngster to get 100, maybe it's his first or second. It will be his first for sure. But at the same time, you have to look at the bigger picture, the team, a win.
Well, is it a win or you want to see your players progress? This is the under-19 tournament. Would you want to see them propelled to the next level? This tournament is being played for such.
Yes,
The
yes,
win-
Martin. You
the
want
win-
them to progress. Anything you do, you want them to progress. That's your goal. However, look at that's a run-out opportunity, miss hit again, but Honore was able to get scamper through. I won't ever call that scamper or hop through, but it's the fastest hopper I've seen. But to come back to your question, Martin, the quality of cricket we've seen Leeward Islands play here in the fighting battle, in terms of they started at a low score, they came back, they defended the low score. Now they are putting up the batting. Yes, I would like and I would love to see Honore go on, make 100. I'm okay with that. However, there has to be something that must cap it off to show why you have fought so hard. You fought hard, you won all the battles so far. Well, let's win it.
Not an easy single being taken to mid-wicket, but I would like to ask you a question though. Place yourself as a coach or manager. Would you prefer your team to win a game rather than you propelling or making two players accessible or giving them access to the West Indies under 19 team? What would you prefer, a win or two of your players being selected to the West Indies under 19 team?
Martin, you're a coach. You're asking me a question you want me to answer for you. You're a coach by yourself. Okay, so let me assist you because maybe you might meet the press one of these days. So let me answer you. It is always vital. It is always vital to see that your players excel. Whether you get 1, 2 out of a tournament. Oh, that's a powerful shot down the ground. This can't be an injured man. This man can't be injured at all. It appears that the more he's injured, is the more dominance that he takes.
He's gone up to how much? 70? Would you want him to score 100 or would you declare? Looking for a win.
Yes. So you will now look down the barrel of 100. Yeah. But at the same time, you still have to play. And we still have time. There is 2 o'clock to go. Yeah. So clearly, and he's scoring at a good rate. He's not just there holding up the innings. He's 74 from 67 deliveries. So
he's another 26.
Above 100.
So would you take that 26 or you would play
I'll
for
take
a
the
win?
26.
I do agree with you. Again.
And he goes downtown this time.
Smashed.
And this injured man really showing what a 1-foot man could do in cricket.
Well, he's showing his intentions. He's run up now to 80. Or as Kasnel said, he's up to 80. A brilliant 80 so far. And seems to have his eye on that 3 figures, really. And he wants to get there as soon as possible. He needs another 20 to get there.
But interestingly, Martin, that shot was on the injured foot, on the back foot.
It reminds you of the Australian who scored 150 what? With what? 1 foot, 1 hand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Those are things that you would remember. Took exactly bowled Australia out.
Shema Joseph, you're talking of.
Again, shot his delivery as he hops one again.
But he's having holding the arm string.
I don't think he may be able to take the field in the next innings based on what is happening. He's moved up now to 81. Leeward Islands have gone to 204
brings up
for 6.
200.
So 200 have come up here. Good to see here in this tournament. We're getting past 200 plus. And I'm thinking that they're looking to score as much bonus points as possible here. Batting points is critically important as well.
Yeah, so they have just earned themselves batting points again.
Exactly.
Right, by passing that 200 mark. So all the brackets of positivity have been ticked here for the Leeward Islands.
Smith continues to work hard for Barbados. This one is just turned to mid-wicket and taking the singles at will. Really.
This is strange. The man with the injured leg have just hopped his way faster than a 100 meter.
Well, that's the first hour of play, and that's drinks here at Arnisville playing field. Just to let you know, Tyreek Honore, he's on 81 not out, and his partner Miller is on 18. Leeward Islands are 205 for 6. They have batted 53 overs. Leewards now lead. Have a lead of just what?
So welcome back to the Arnisville playing field. Boy, it is getting tense. It is getting anxious here in the commentary box. And at the Arnisville playing field as we resume the post-drinks. It is a big debate. Should we declare now or should we allow Honore to get his 100? The man with the most experience in this cricketing, and I said we because We are watching cricket, all of us. But Kesrick Williams is in the comeback with us. Kesrick, Honore is just 19 shy of 100. What do you think? Is it 100 or should we declare?
Good afternoon to our viewers. It's good to be back in the com box. It's always a pleasure to sit next to Morris. It's always seems to learn something new from him as well. But come back to the question that you asked in terms of this is how I would look at it from a coaching perspective. Sitting in the dugout for the Leeward Islands, if the coach is looking for a win, what I would have done, I would have asked Honore, get your 100 as soon as possible so we can get enough time to bowl at Barbados. But if we're looking at this from a CWI level, what I would ask is Honore bat as long as possible, score as much run as possible, because at the end of the day, when CWI is looking to select the next big thing in terms of the academy level, in terms of the West Indies A level, I would tell him to bat on and score as much runs as possible. Because remember, this was initially supposed to be a 3-day tournament.
But the question to you, Keswick, is what is it? Is there a set man? Oh, look at that bounce and turn, and he is gone. A delivery that bounced and turned from Sealy. He came on from the Grenadines end, but Honore lapsing concentration, and from that water break goes, and boy, that's such a disappointing end for us here. And look at that. He got caught into the turn and the bounce, and he was dismissed. A good knock nonetheless of 80, one which propelled the Leeward Islands past 200. A welcome wicket for the Barbadians.
And to be honest, we have been asking for a while, why is he not bowling? Because he's probably one of the most mature of all the bowlers here in the Barbados team. We have been asking for that for a while. And he's a defensive bowler. He's mature, he spins the ball, and if you need to find a way to claw back things in your hands when it comes to Barbados team, Sealy has to be the one to do it. He came on, he presented that opportunity for a wicket, they got the breakthrough. Leeward Islands is 206 for 7. But brings it back to that question that you asked. Are we looking for a win from these teams? Or are we looking to score as much runs as possible? Because at the end of the day, Honore is gone. You have over 210 or so, 215 to be exact. Do you think this is enough on this pitch for the Leeward Islands to defend?
Well, it brings back Palmer to the crease, the retired hurt batsman. I'm sure that we're going to see some muscles now being flexed, because he will not just stay there and allow Sealy. Well, Sealy now is operating from the Grenadines and is bowling a bit faster as he overcomes to an end over number 54. It's 206, which by a lead of 215 here for 7 at the Adamsville playing field.
Well, this means that Nathan Edwards will have the bulk of the work to do, because Michael Palmer just stepped back out, but he went off, retired hurt. So I'm not sure if he would be able to bowl in this second innings, or even though he do bowl, would he bowl the way how he bowled in the first innings? I'm not sure. So the bulk of the bowling, from what we saw from Palmer in the first innings, may have to be on Nathan Sealy and Mackay McKenzie, who took 6 wickets.
Well, change of bowling again from this coming to boot end. And, well, Prescott continues. Prescott. So, the question to you now, Williams, would be, this one is flicked off the pad. Good running, excellent running there by the Leeward Islands. That is camped for 2. Williams, the question for me now to you, and I love to debate a lot with you, is at what point declaration should come?
Well, Morris, this is the second session of the day's play. One more session left.
It's
Which
10
means
minutes to
there's-
2 local time. 10 minutes to 2 p.m.
Yeah, but
in the PM.
we're edging closer to tea.
There's another 45 minutes to tea, Mr. Williams.
Yes, that's a lot of time. But then, how much overs can we get between that space of time from now until tea? Now, if you want enough time to bowl to Barbados, you bowl down this team for 81 or so. I would say now is the time to declare and give yourself chance. Your main batter in Honore didn't get to 100, but played a beautiful innings, magnificent innings, I would say. Now, if you're looking to win the game from here, I would say we should declare. Let me not say we here. I'm sorry to the listeners. I would say the Leeward Islands should declare here now. Give their bowlers a chance to bowl to Barbados and try to secure a outright win.
Okay. Do you think it's a risk to bring back Palmer at this time to bat, knowing that he has gone off? Do you think it would further enhance or aggravate, I should use, to his injury?
The thing is that he went off with a problem with his leg. Now you're asking him to come back and running as hard as he is now. We saw a couple of deliveries ago the way how he moved through the wicket. Now at the end of the day, you're just going to cause more harm. So the little that you have in Palmer should be used with his bowling, not while he's batting. I think 215 is enough on the board. And there he goes again, running to the wicket hard as ever. He looks fine from here. But let's see how that will progress at the end of the day.
Okay, so the declaration is not coming now. What is the total do you think is in mind? Because it's 217 lead, 208 by score. What do you think? 220, 250?
Knowing the coach, Wilden Cornwall, I've played with him. I was coached by him in CPL. So knowing him, he's a guy that likes to feel secure and comfortable with his scores. So I'm thinking he's looking, and that's a good shot. Pulled through mid-wicket with some power. As we have seen earlier, he moves on to 60 with that shot. The score moves on to 212 or so for 5. Now, as I was saying, Morris, with him at the crease, you're going to score quick runs. But as Wilden Cornwall, who is the coach now for the under-19 team, he's the type of player that likes to feel secure, that likes to feel like whenever I do this, I am happy and I made the right decision. So I'm thinking he's looking somewhere around 250 or so. Hence the reason why Palmer is at the crease now, and he would go. He's on 60 or 65.
The other part of it is it will have to be a two-tail where Barbados comes out to bat. It's either they have to bat for a draw or they have to bat to win. What role will they play?
Well, that's the decision that the coaches in Barbados team have to make.
Because
But
they have to be
for
careful
my-
if they're going for a win that they don't lose wickets. And we will
I
just tease
think-
by a player.
I think 250 with smart batting, probably say for the last session, it's knowing the nature of the wicket, of
It's
the
too
pitch.
much to
Sorry,
ask.
I think it's gettable. But for
Kesrick
looking at
Williams. Kesrick Williams. This is not a T20.
I know, but you want to go for a win. At the end of the day, it's two things. It's either you go for a win or you go for a draw. But what I'm saying, trying to defend might put yourself in a worse position and open up that opportunity to get a wicket. But my thing is, if you're gonna score 250 and you're gonna give them 250 to make, that's still a lot of overs.
I
the
wish
rest of the day.
I wish there was a poll that you would have posed a question. You know those polls you could ask viewers. Do you think that Leeward Island should declare? I sure that poll would have been a biased poll of yes to no.
I know the talent of the Barbados players. That's a good shot, just tucked around silly me down era. But I know the talent of the Barbados batters. Still a lot of overs left in the day, Morris. They are 215 for 7. And I think, 224 now lead. I think good batting, smart batting on this pitch now. It's dried out now. It's playing a lot better. You saw the innings from Honore. I think it is possible.
Yes, but Keswick, I will say this to you. This one is lofted straight to the man at cover, gone. Another wicket goes down for the Leeward Islands. And Matthew Miller, who was playing a resounding and concrete batting for Honore, has just choked one easily to the man at cover, and he goes.
And Nathan Seeley in the wicket again. Hence the reason we were asking for him to bowl for a while, because he's the most mature of all these bowlers in the Barbados team. And he's showing that as the skipper. Sometimes to attack, you have to be defensive at times. And he's showing just that.
I was going to make a point just before the wicket that it doesn't make sense you get points, like bowling points, because Barbados is going to come out if they realize that they can't win the game, they're going to draw. So all that Leeward is going to get is just forcing in points along with bowling and batting points. That will come back and maybe haunt them later on in the tournament. Over a win, they could have gotten more points.
From what I know, Morris, in terms of the point system here in the Caribbean, for regional cricket at the senior level, I think the bowling and the batting points is only a first innings thing. I'm not 100% sure that it's a thing in the second innings. Something that we have to investigate. So we will have to try to get the playing conditions fully for the next game, so that the viewers who are looking on could understand that this is the situation that we're in.
Well, it brings a new batsman to the crease, which is Morton. And he wants to put on a show, like his relative, cousin, uncle to be precise. I was corrected there by your researcher. And this one,
finding the edge again.
First slip, coming out to the boundary, he will get just holding up on the boundary ropes, and they come back for free. So as the over comes in, a successful one for Seeley and for Barbados, 215 for 8. Williams. As you rightly said, coach really wants to be secured.
He's that type of coach as well. He likes when he makes
Is it that he wants to frighten Barbados?
I want to say that, as I mentioned, even in his career playing for Leewards, he played for Leewards for a number of years. He's that type of player. He used to bowl medium pace, but I'll tell you what, Morris, it wasn't just normal medium pace. He's a type of bowler that will jog up and move it in and out. He picked up a lot of wickets in his career and batted pretty well as any other batter in the West Indies team. He played for a number of years for Leeward Islands, and usually every year he plays, he's that type of player that always have his goals, and whenever he does something, there's reason behind of it.
This one is
slow one, first slow one we have seen for the day.
The statue there of Morton is very, very primary school like. I remember in primary school sometimes you play cricket and the pad is almost bigger than you, protecting your knee and also your chest.
I can remember that as well, Morris. Jerseys passing your elbows.
Yes, and the bat, when you run, the bat tripping you.
I can remember playing school cricket as well, and sometimes you know who are the good players from who are the mediocre or average players. Sometimes you see guys turn up and they have every single gear.
But I will tell you, don't be fooled by that.
They're not the good ones.
They're not the good ones. They are just fortunate that some of their parents are financially off. Exactly. And they, you know. But I will always put it this way. They like the game, but the game don't like them.
Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, you always find the persons who are not too good at the game.
I can remember playing against grammar school here.
That's an all-boys school or local all-boys school.
It's popping on the best schools here in St. Vincent, the Grenadines. And you turn up and you see about 5 kids in Grenadines gear.
Yeah, Alan was there.
I think I saw Alan Sue with MRF at once.
Oh, MRF.
fully kitted out.
Oh,
Bat, pad, gloves, everything, and then can't score a shot, can't score a run.
that's sad, eh?
It's very sad. Huh?
Luckily, you wasn't pacing at that time.
Ah, wasn't and those days you had to be worried about the guys that you see with the dark brown bats.
Yeah.
Like they have been playing for years.
Yes.
They are the dangerous guys.
This one is heaved over cover. What a stop. What a magnificent stop there. A one-handed stop. And restrict Palmer to a 1. So, but I remember you, Williams, through your career, you had the struggles of going to play because sometimes you want to go. You were so adamant that you want to go that your mom would actually tell you you're not going. And and I speak here because of the way you have excelled in the game and the struggles that you would have met along the road. You know, many will not know the struggles. And for the viewers out there, many are the youngsters who will have little struggles coming through. You know, it will be interesting to know how. Yeah, I could remember one time, and the name that you get. I would like to let the audience know that your alias is Poppy, and a lot of persons call you Poppy, but they don't know how you get the word Poppy. Yeah, I would like you to take it out to the viewers, man. Come on.
Well played there by Israel Morton. Just ease in front of extra cover. No single giving it. Dot ball to end the over. It's 222 for 8.
I could tell the story if you don't mind.
What I like here about Leeward is that they were motivated throughout the game. There was never a point that they looked like they dropped their heads or anything like that. They made 90. They were all out for 90. They came out and they bowled like their life was dependent upon it. Bowled pretty well. Bowled out Barbados just under 90. And they came out and bat like superstars. Well done to Honore. Palmer on one leg. Big swing. Didn't get enough on it. And it's a bowl and caught. Good work there by Nathan Seeley, the skipper. He brought himself back, which you were asking for some time. Now, he has taken the wicket of the big man, Michael Palmer. Bowl and caught. Really well done from him. Wide, just outside the line of fifth stump. And with Palmer not being in the best of health, could have only found the edge. Good catch by Seeley.
But I think the declaration will come now, Keswick. As we see, yes, that's it. The declaration has come, and the Leeward Islands have declared at 222 for 9, which gives them a lead of 231. Is it too late? That's the big question.
Still a lot of time left in this game, Morris. My question is Palmer good enough to come out and bowl right away? That's what I'm not sure, because he created problems in the first innings with his barrage of sharp balls to the Barbados team. There is enough time to score 233. We still have about 25 minutes or so before tea, and there's still another session after tea. So there's still enough time. So I think we do have a game here on our hands when we come back here after the short break to see how Barbados would approach this 232 for a win here at the Arnisville Cricket Stadium. As we come back, we take a short break. We'll take a small break and we'll be back here with coverage in a couple of minutes.
So welcome back to the Adamsville playing field where we have the West Indies Under-19 Rising Star Cricket Tournament. It's supposed to be a 3-day, but now scaled down to a 2-day tournament. It is the Leeward Islands doing battle with Barbados, and the Leeward Islands batted, they mustered a 222 for 9 declared. They had a 9-run lead, so they are 231. Barbados now require 232. The question that has been asked around the world and around the region because of our viewers, is it enough time that Barbados could win this game and the Leeward Islands in themselves could bowl out and win this game? Kesrick Williams, from his experience, Kesrick, is it enough time?
First, I want to say good afternoon again to our viewers. I want to answer that question. And I would say, yes, it's enough time. But 47 overs also left in the day's play. 232 runs to get. I think with positive batting, showing a bit of responsibility, being able to occupy the crease, I think it can be done, Morris.
So Nathan Edwards starting the bowling for the Leewards. And first up, going over cover, got shot, and it's challenging the boundary. It gets there now. So Barbados is off the mark with a 4. Kyle Jordan is off the mark, and with him doing battle is Achilles Brown.
Fine shot to start things off. Good access to the ball. All intentions to get it over the man at extra cover. It's a good shot to start things off. So clearly, Kyle Jordan is showing his intent. We want to win this game. We can win this game, but it's all about application. Because it's all boiled down now to somewhat of a one-day game. This last session.
So it's a bit full. One bounce to the fielder they had cover. Now there's 27 overs to be bowled before the last hour of the day. Wherever that 27 overs start or reaches, thereafter you have to bowl. Now it is quite interesting because pace is not really going to take much of the attention here. Spin is going to be very, very pivotal here on this track. At what point do you believe the introduction of spin should come?
Well, Morris, I'm a firm believer in terms of breeding fast bowlers here in the Caribbean. Is something that I'm a strong believer in that. But in this case, from Leeward Island point of view, they would want to use whatever artillery they have to win this game. So if it's a case whereby you need to bring in your spin before the 10 overs, okay, cool.
So adjustment, one slip is moved out, extra man is put to cover. So clearly the intent is for Edwards, who's one of the most experienced bowler in this match. He wants to swing that ball across Jordan. Jordan would already have his work cut out, so he will know what is the plan by placing an extra cover fielder there. And good to see that ball is swinging back as you look at the shot of Edward there, just getting a little bit of breeze. So the late breeze is coming. This one just to where they place that man at cover there. So good hope, good signs.
Really good effort here. Like the errors he's hitting. Nathan Edwards looks in good energy. Scheduled to come up to bat later on in the innings, in the Leeward Island batting innings. That was cancelled because they wanted some quick runs, so they sent out Palmer instead. Still hoping to see Palmer again in this innings. Created some problem for Barbados in the first innings.
Oh, inside edge. And look at that. Down to whitish deep square. That's where it end up.
And that's exactly what we're talking about with Nathan Edwards, the ability to bring it back to the right-hander. Didn't do enough that time. Just take the inside edge of the bat.
Or maybe I've done too much. Oh, a bit of extra bounce. Caught Jordan coming forward, a bit weakening him.
But it's the end of the first over here. 6 without loss. Kyle Jordan and Achilles Brown starting battle here for Barbados.
And another question would be again, Williams, is at what point does Barbados realize we can't get this, let us play for draw? Or at what point do they realize, yes, we can get this, let's go?
I think they should just be positive straight through. Don't think about that they can't do it. As soon as you start doubting yourself, then you create that problem and invite that negative energy. I think for now what they should do is be positive.
But very calculated.
From the start. Exactly. That is something that they need to do from here now. Believe that they can win the game. It is possible. Knowing that they were bowled out for 80 something, it would sound a little bit far-fetched.
Well,
But
Palmer.
still the possibility of them getting to that score, knowing the batting that they have in the dugout with the lights of Zion Brathwaite, Dawn, Achilles Brown, who is opening here now. Nathan Seeley is good with the bat as well. Zishan Matara is good in the middle order or the lower order. Seen him played in the first class at the first class level. His batting is average at the first class level, but it should be good here.
Well, Palmer takes up the attack from the Grenadines and forced delivery short. So remember in the first innings he stung the batsman with some short delivery pace and the first no ball. And this contagious disease of no ball continues with Palmer. Is it the size of his shoe, or because it can't be the size of the shoe, Mr. Williams? Because
I don't think it's the size
entire
of the
shoe
shoe.
have to go over.
I don't think it's the size of his shoe. Looking at his shoe here now, he looks like he's a size 9.
Oh, it's a big size 9. That awkward bounce, Achilles Brown, and if you have to bowl that short,
It's hot, Morris.
the likelihood of a short leg will have to come in play.
It's very hot. That reminds me of playing cricket. It's a good short delivery. Directed to his, but he came back as well. This reminds me playing a warm-up game against Australia in St. Lucia. It was a selected 11 by West Indies at that time to play a practice game against Australia. Lyndon James was in that team.
He swatted that low at one.
I could remember Tate was bowling at one end, Mitchell Johnson at the other.
That's stinging pace.
It was stinging pace, man.
That's one. You're looking at 100 clicks.
I'm telling you, when Lyndon was batting at one end, he walked up to me and he said, "Listen to me. You hold Tate, I will hold Mitch." And I said, "Listen, you're supposed to hold everybody. I can't hold anybody here.
That's too much for you to hold.
It is too much for me to hold."
And Tate was giving you full throttle.
Full repertoire of pace.
That's Sean Tate. And this one is pulled comprehensively. And it's tracing the boundary. It will be pulled back just inside the rope. So they get 2. So Achilles Brown, Kyle Jordan, they will have to really do some work here. And Jordan who is actually the runs here, the runs scorer here now in this game. This one is sweetly driven Keswick. This one smooths the grass, but again it will be traced down. So good batting here from the Barbadians. Palmer pitching up that one. So you can hear the entourage of spectators from the Barbados camp sounding their voice here at the Allenstown playing field, making it heard loud and clear. Short, no ball, pulled away with disdain, and boy, Palmer is put to the sword early. Kyle Jordan is showing a no-nonsense attitude. 6 runs.
Really don't want to add to that shot, but just want to say how good that shot was. With some authority as well, standing tall. He's a tall guy. Good power here. Kyle Jordan, and I'll tell you one thing, Morris. These players here from the Barbados team, they know how to play T20. Well left. Smart, as I mentioned. Smart batting. You always mention a good calculated innings will always make them inch closer to victory. Good left. Good leave, I should say.
What Kyle cannot do now is to allow those boundaries to get ahead of him. He still have to play a role. It's 32 you have to get. You have to be very sensitive and selective with your boundary balls. As the over comes to an end, there are 20 without loss.
I want to ask a question, Morris. It's an open question as well. After we leave, I would like the other commentators to debate it as well, or ask one another this question. But do you think that Leeward Islands backed themselves into a draw, or they secure themselves to make it more easier, or make them look like they could smell victory?
I could certainly say they could smell, but it doesn't say that they're going to taste victory. The thing is, with cooking, smelling the food, it doesn't say how it tastes.
I like that, Morris.
But what, to answer your question, Williams, what Leeward Islands did here, I think, from my personal standpoint, they batted an extra 5 overs too much. That's from my standpoint. And as you said, they want to be very comfortable. They back the bowlers they have. But I know Barbados is not going to go down without a fight. You for us to would have debate tasting a victory, it would have been within this first 2 overs and a wicket would have gone down. Then you would have said yes. But where Kyle and Achilles now have now reached 20 without loss.
Well, I want to ask you a question. You have played VPL for a number of years before you start to do commentary here in St. Vincent. Have you ever tasted or smelled victory playing VPL?
Well, Williams, I will tell you this, those that I tasted was very good, but the few that I missed out, they were very close, and they were taken away from me. Oh, this one, excellent delivery, passing the outside edge of the bat, and that's all you will get, oohs and ahs.
That's the talent that he has. He can seam it away. His natural angle is going away from the right-hander, but then he has that one coming back into the right-hander. It's a good skill to have.
So, as we see, the players are very agitated to get wicket at hand here. So they will want to get an early breakthrough, the Leeward Islands, as they will look to get some victory here, which is very crucial at this stage. And this is what we have been debating. Is it that you're going to satisfy with points or bowling and batting points over victory? And the further question was, what do you look at? Do you look at 100 for Honore, or do you look at a win for the team? So it's squatted past the man at point, and it traces to the boundary, but it will stick up there, and they come back for 2.
It's a good shot. I would say it's a bit disappointing though.
And
when
it's
you
a
play
no
those
ball.
sort of shots, it's a no ball as well. But when you play those sort of shots, you need to see a boundary. It's a good shot.
But the question, would this spin be introduced? Because earlier on we saw that Barbados introduced spin with Sealy quite early in their innings. So the question will be now, at what point do they bring on the spin? Because we saw the spin took advantage of this pair earlier on. So again, he's sticking it. What a catch! He's standing there, loud appeal, and the umpires are meeting. Oh, so good fair play. The fielder said, no, not out. I did not take it cleanly. An excellent cricket there from Singh, the man at cover. But that fielder was placed there from third slip for that same shot.
Good fair play here by Singh.
I believe with that now, the Leeward Islands have won the Fair Play Award.
Morris. Morris. Good decision. You always want to see fair play in cricket. Something I would have done as well.
No, Keswick. Street cricket? Not in street cricket. In street cricket, there are many times you took your bat and go home when you're out, Keswick.
That's the type I've grown
So
into.
cricket is cricket. What is
I've grown into the type of player where honesty is the best policy.
Okay.
And I like the fact that Singh with his fair play attitude
Yeah.
did such a thing.
Yeah.
Another person would have probably walked with that, knowing that we don't have a full array of cameras here at the Honest Vale Cricket Stadium. What would you have done, Morris?
Yes, I would have honestly said not out, knowing that there is camera around, whether it's 1 or 2, because the replay would have really shown that it's not out.
So your decision would have been based upon cameras.
Yeah, the umpires would have to debate that. I'm being honest, Mr. Williams.
As I mentioned, honesty is the best policy.
There are 2 umpires in the game. Let them decide. And to see that catch was very close in terms of diving through and that kind of thing.
Good sharp bumper there from Nathan Edwards, showing I'm short, but I have a bit of pace. But yeah, I like the fact that Singh was being fair, even to the situation in the game, that taking a wicket now would have been something good for the Leeward Islands. But I like that, and I would congratulate him at the end of the game. It is something that I would have done as well, and it's good for the spirit of the game.
So we just congratulate him on his honesty there. And speaks well of his parentage, to be honest, at all times. Even though you want to win. So we have Palmer to continue. And the excitement is building up, Williams, as by over. This one is squatted past the man at gully. It goes down to the third man boundary, 4 runs.
That's a good shot too. I think it was steered behind point as well. You could see on connection.
Williams, there is some 12 minutes before tea. I would have introduced, being in a captain position, I would have introduced spinners just before tea to see what they could do, what momentum they could pick, and see if the batsmen there, because clearly they are comfortable with the pace, and we have Barbados is known for pace. They have one of the best wickets in the Caribbean. So the batsmen here will be very comfortable. This one is pulled away and gone out to the boundary. 6 runs. What a shot by Kyle Jordan. And not even at your friends you will bowl that. You will bowl that to some...
The need to get a breakthrough here, Morris. The way or the manner in which he pulled that one.
With disdain.
With some serious authority, with disdain, as you mentioned. You must be worried. You must find a way to slow down this batter here now, Kyle Jordan. This is looking like a good over. The first delivery was 4. The second one is 6.
I would ask
the first shot was basically open this face of the bat, running it down behind point for 4.
Oh, and again, a shot. Well, I would say this one past the man at gully at a height of a catch. But it eluded him, and there you see him shaking off his fingers, so clearly it touches him. So I would say it's gone down. Opportunity gone down.
It's an opportunity, but on connection again, you're seeing him open up the face of the bat, trying to get it just behind point.
So the question I want to ask you, Williams, is it that Palmer is not going to full throttle pace that he has given from the first innings because of the injury? You do not want to aggravate that injury any further.
You can see the experience. Nathan Edwards going up to Palmer and having a conversation. Congrats to Nathan Edwards as well. He just got selected for Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders in CPL 2024. Another one, a bit straighter. Knight just punching it down to mid-on, just for 1. Achilles Brown, just 2 deliveries so far. So Kyle Jordan is taking up the bulk of the batting here, and he's doing right by it. He's on 35 of 23 balls. Someone would say a fine T20 innings, but looking from here, the maturity that he's showing, he haven't really forced anything. These are shots that he's accustomed to.
Yeah, but I will tell you this as well. He has to be careful, because what he's doing, he's creating an imagery that they could, but look at the other batsman. He's on 1 from 2 deliveries. Now, if he goes, which is Kyle, it puts a dent somewhat on him and Barbados, because the new batsman will have to come and face. Kyle only faced Achilles Brown have only faced 2 deliveries.
I'm looking at both innings here. The first innings for Barbados bowling was exceptional. Same to the Leewards. But then the Barbados bowling in the second innings was put under a bit of pressure. And there you see the lost focus. A lot of the bowlers probably couldn't really hit the line and length consistently when they're being put under pressure. Now we're seeing here Michael Palmer is under a bit of pressure here from Kyle Jordan and Achilles Brown. Achilles Brown is on 1 off 2 deliveries, just about 2 deliveries. But they both are putting, well, Kyle Jordan most is putting Michael Palmer under pressure. And we're not really seeing the confidence that we had in the first innings against the same batting lineup.
Yeah, he was fresh, Williams. He was fresh from the first innings. This time he has really gone through the sun hot. He has gone through batting, and the wicket now has dried out. So you would not expect that kind of juice, as we normally see here in St. Vincent, to be generated as normal. So there's a lot of antics with the batting there for Achilles, more so mimicking that of Steve Smith, Labashane, Mark. And even Courtney Walsh, I think, started that one. He had some.
I don't think you would mention Courtney Walsh when it comes to batting, Morris.
Yeah. Well, he had some very exceptional way of leaving deliveries. Bat reaching under his armpits. You know?
That's a comical side of Sir Curtly, I would say. He's not Sir as yet, but I would say Sir Curtly. Courtney Ward, sorry. Sir Curtly Walsh. There's Sir Curtly Ambrose. Sir Curtly Ambrose, the no-nonsense man in all aspects of his life. Playing cricket, doing his commentary. A consultant. He now has a franchise in his backyard in Antigua. Which is Antigua Falcons. He's coaching there as well. With Shivnam and Shandapur.
What a shot. What a shot that is. But it will be pulled back as they come back for two. And Nathan is yet to have a wicket in this. And another no ball. So this is something that has been infecting the Leeward Island bowling. And they seem not to have a diagnosis for it, Keswick. Because I believe before the game, he went back to his run-up and he measured it out with his coach. And he still have the same issue.
I want to give the viewers a joke, but I think it's one of the jokes that will step on others' toes. So I will leave it for another time.
It's in the air, push down the ground.
I know of some coaches who deal with no ball in a different way. They will have you bowl, and in the nets they will put a piece of board down, a 2x4 piece of board on the line, and they would look at you and they'd be like, mash this or stamp this. Obviously you don't want to stamp it because it will wring your ankle out. So for some coaches I know for sure they use that method, which is not a method. It can't help. It's
strange.
It's strange. I've dealt with a coach that did that before as well.
I guess it's still not working. So it's quartered back behind square point now. Another 2 runs. Good throw by the youngster. And that's Morton. I wonder what height. Morton has to be the shortest in the team. But he's very fast.
Of course, from the waterlogged field here over the last couple of days, hence the heavy outfield. Well left, you would say.
So they are requiring some 186 runs. The Barbadians.
My co-commentator in the back said those leave alone, you call it well left night. It's not normal in the Caribbean. You in the Caribbean, you say well left, a good leave. But those sort of leave in Australia is good leave might.
Good start from Barbados. Now pushes another fielder.
Knowing the situation that Leewards is facing with here, still think that they should as you know, Morris, I'm a firm believer in letting your fast bowlers bowl a few overs, get them settled, create an opportunity for a wicket. But at this point in time, I would say probably give your spinners at least 2 overs before tea. See if they can create a in roll or so.
Well, I believe this will be the last over before tea. I am not sure. It could be, because this one is placed to the man backward point. So good going there from Nathan Edward. It's gone for 16 runs so far into his third. Barbados is going at a good 9.86 run rate. Something that is not of an issue in terms of required, but in terms of what is demanded for winning this game. If they continue in this vein, they will win this game with ease. But no ball, wide signal, sorry. Wide signal by the umpire, shot over the batsman shoulder. So you don't know. One thing that they do not want now is for frustration to creep in, where they are seeing 46 without loss. And remember, if you're watching the overs, it's 4.5, which is not a one-day, not a T20. But Barbados coming out with an attitude of wanting to win this game. And this is what we've been talking about. So, end of the over, end of this session, it's tea, rightly called. And the Barbados batsmen, they go to tea 47 without loss. It's not something that the Leeward Islands would have expected with the onslaught that the Barbadians have taken for them. And what looked like a mountainous chase now seems much easier for Barbados, requiring another 185 after tea session to win this game. They are 47 without loss. Kyle Jordan doing the bulk of the run, chasing 38 from 25 balls. And Achilles Brown, who is doing the foundation part of it, is just 3 runs. So we'll take a short break here for tea, and we'll be right back at 3 p.m.
Yes, good afternoon and welcome back to the Honors playing field where we have here the Leeward Islands taking on the Barbados under 19 team in the CWI West Indies Rising Stars under 19 men's competition. And just before we continue with this game, just some updates from the other two games. There was no play possible up until just about 2:10 in Park Hill, where Trinidad and Tobago are taking on Jamaica under 19. And the Trinidad team, they have progressed to 196 for 7 in response to Jamaica's 169 for 9. And Andrew Rambaran, he's not out on 68. And Jason Agard, he's not out on 18. So the two overnight batsmen, they have continued and progressed smoothly. In the game at Sion Hill playing field, Windward Islands, they made 172 in their first innings in response to Guyana's 142. And Guyana now, they're 80 for 7. So we may have a result in that game as well. Kenroy.
Winwards.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Kenroy Martin.
Well, good afternoon, Alanson. Good afternoon to the viewers. Welcome back to Honnesville Playing Field, where we are here in a very interesting contest between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Barbados have started briskly, really in the second innings. They have started positively. They have gotten to 47 for 5. Just backtracking on what he said before. So 47 from 5 overs, really. They haven't lost a wicket. Looking for a target of 232. Must get for the Barbadians to progress to the next round.
Absolutely. They require 185 more runs. You can hear, I'm sure in the background, the vuvuzelas and the horns from the Barbadian supporters as their batsmen walk back out to the crease. Kyle Jordan has looked quite belligerent. 38 from 25 deliveries, and Achilles Brown has brought out his Australian leave outside the off stump. Ala Labuschagne and Steve Smith, and he's on 3 of 9 deliveries, giving good support to Kyle Jordan. But I think if they are to make some inroads into this team and they are to win this game, they need to see the back of Kyle Jordan because he is really in a no-nonsense mood today.
Yeah, he's played some really good shots. Short delivery, pitched up cut. He has played right around the ground, really. And you could see he have an array of shots, Mr. Jordan, and he's in a no-nonsense mood. They have just batted 5 overs just before the tea interval, and they have rushed up to 47. Compliments to him and his aggressive start.
Yeah, beat that ball, Kyle. As we're about to resume here with Michael Palmer, who has been quite harshly treated by Jordan in particular. 2 overs, none for 30. Well, he will resume.
Different story than the one we had in the first innings. They have really put the cart to the wheel and said, it's whether or not we're going to get this total, we're going to go hard. We're going to go hard and we're going to get it. They must win to propel to the next round.
This one is off the edge of the bat, well, almost off the face, kind of run down to gully, where Tianik Honore does the feeling. It's back of a length.
And immediately you have seen the Leeward Islanders have gone to a defensive field somewhat, semi-attacking, semi-defensive field. There's a third man been put in place, 1 slip, a cover, short extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and also a deep square leg.
Yeah, what we have seen from Palmer is that he hasn't gotten the movement that we saw from the 2 pacers from Barbados. This one is outside the off stump and left alone. Yeah, he hasn't gotten the ball to really nip around. In the first innings, he had a bit more pace. I think he's still nursing that hamstring just a little bit in this innings, so he hasn't bowled with the same zip. And because the ball is not moving around as much, he has been lined up just a little bit by Jordan, who has come out with the mindset of, I'm going to take you on this evening, and I'm going to try to see how far I can propel my side to this victory target.
This one is swatted outside the off stump. Just staying on the stump and swatted at the one. Went into the keeper's glove. Really, a nothing shot to say. Nothing shot. Just stand up and swatted at that one into the keeper's glove. Score remains on 47 without loss. Leeward Islands need to really pull back the Barbadians here, or they would get these runs in the next hour and a half or so, the way they started. But as I said before, they are too. win this game. If they don't win this game, it will be very difficult for them to go to the next round. The Barbadians haven't scored any points really in the first game. Oh, he's edging that one. No, he's not. Good movements there. Thought that hit the edge. Really good movements from him into the keeper's glove. So he's hitting that length just outside the house ambience, length of uncertainty. Really good length outside the house, but good delivery ball by him.
Yes, he has come back with a better length since he has come from T. And just a reminder to our viewers, at 4 p.m. or after 27 overs have been bowled, whichever one comes first. I am suspecting at this rate that we will have the 4 p.m. coming before the 27 overs. So we'll have to wait until the 27 overs have been completed to have the commencement of that last hour. All right.
So critical, this period leading up to that. So outside the off stump again into the keeper's glove. And I think that the strategy that the Leeward Islanders could really do is that just make sure you get through the overs, take your time, set your field, do the necessaries. I know how these things go. I played at this level, and those are the things that you would do. Slow down the game, don't rush it, let the pacers bowl as long as possible.
Also, slowing down the game helps the bat with getting the batsmen out of their rhythm.
Exactly.
And John has been in good rhythm before the tea break.
Good delivery, just driven up to the man at mid-off. Another single. 47 without loss, 6 overs completed here at Arnisville. Final session for the day between these two teams. They need to get 232 to win this game, Barbados. And seems to be a uphill task from comparison to the first innings, but they have started like a tracer bullet really, and propelled to 48 in 6 overs. Number one has 39 and his partner Brown is on 3.
And at this stage, with 184 needed, for those who are just joining us, they need to get their runs of 47 overs. So it means that they have another 41 overs remaining to get the 184 runs that they require. All things being equal.
Well, Edwards would take up the attack again, bustling away from us. This one is being swatted down the ground. Just falling short of the fielder, slipping there, losing his footing. Another single.
Yes, we have used quite a few terms for Pluck so far in the as he did the feeling there. It seems as if his spikes didn't pluck into the turf.
Didn't get that grip at all. Seems like he was on ice, just skating, sliding. So there's a solitary slip, gully, square cover, short extra cover, mid-off, fine leg, mid-wicket, and mid-on. Brown is on strike. Good ball again outside the off stump. Well fielded by the man at gully. Dove to his right, showing some athleticism.
Yes, and that's Honore, who actually is nursing a sore right instep after being struck by a delivery from the bowling of Zion Brathwaite. Yes, I did say Zion Brathwaite. He bowled before lunch, and actually
3 overs he got.
Yeah, he had bowled one after lunch. Yes. So Achilles Brown is a batsman that has a lot of antics, a full routine before he faces up to a delivery, almost like Shanda Paul.
Every batter has their different styles, things that they do before they get to the crease.
You'll have a look at him, Martin, as he gets ready to face the next delivery. I think
pulls his
gloves and he'll have a tap somewhere.
Fix his pads, fix his helmet. There he goes.
Has a scratch around.
There he goes.
Marks his guard.
Tap his
fix there, tap again.
There you go.
Goes up the tie pad.
1, 2 taps, looks up.
Full routine.
Full routine. Must be comfortable. Good delivery there outside the off stump. Getting some pace and bounce there is Edward into the keeper's glove. So things have slowed down quite a bit since the resumption of play here after tea between these two teams.
Yeah, the Leewards will be very pleased with that. At one point before they went for the break, it was looking as if Barbados, if they had continued with that same tempo, that they'll be winning the game well before 4 p.m. because they were going at about 10 runs and over.
I'm telling you, that was a exciting time to be looking at cricket just before tea. This one is played to the man at backward point. Trouble here. Batter's not communicating well. Brown just sending him back. Jordan is not out on 40.
Yeah, Jordan,
is
I
on
think he
3.
wants his strike.
Well, he should be itching for the strike. He left things in a particular manner just before tea, and he wants to continue such. But the Leeward Islanders have slowed down things here somewhat. This is the third over just after tea. Haven't seen that flamboyance from these batters from Barbados. Brown forward. Again, the man from Gully comes around and does the feeling, really. That brings you over to an end. And Barbados are now 49 without loss in the 7th over.
Yes, 49 without loss after 7. They are going at now 7 runs and over. They were going at a bit quicker prior to that. And what we see here now from the Barbados team, and I think that is a conversation that the two batsmen may be having, because I think that Jordan is probably saying that I was warm, but I'm getting a bit cold now. I'm staying away from the strike a bit. And I think that's what the Leewards have to continue to do. Slow him down and maybe see if they could get him into to do something injudicious. But for his sake, I think what he needs to do is remember that he already has a start. You do not know what will happen with the other batsmen. Try to take it as deep into the innings as possible, because you never know what will happen if you get dismissed.
He is just uppishly over the bowler's head. Picks up another single. Still looking to go at it.
Yeah, he's a strong lad. Very stockily built is Jordan.
So is
looking
Palmer.
to impose himself.
So is Palmer.
Yes, both of them they're looking. Well, you saw how Palmer played when he batted, and similarly Jordan looking to impose himself at the crease as well on the opposition. Letting them know that if you come in my area, then I'm going to make sure that you are punished.
So that dreaded hour, 4 o'clock. Slowly approaching. Leeward Islanders taking their time to get things right. Barbados have to take the attack to them if they need to win this game. They need to, that is, outside the off stump. Good delivery. Brown. He haven't had a very good time here in St. Vincent and Grenadines in the under-19 tournament for the past 3 years, really. Got some starts, but never really carried on. Got some good deliveries as well.
He seems to have a good technique and a fair enough temperament. I think sometimes he can put himself under a bit of pressure because he's not turning over the strike as often as he probably should, but something that he should learn as he gets a bit older and plays more cricket.
Let's hope he does. This one is fishing in outside the off stump into the keeper's glove. Good delivery.
Yeah, that one had some extra bunks there from Palmer. We were saying that he has not gotten to the pace that he was bowling in the first innings. That one still wasn't as quick as some of the balls that he bowled in the first innings. That one was still a bit down on pace, but he got some bunks with this new ball on that occasion.
Yeah, I think that leg is probably strapped. You know, he's not running as he was in the first innings. He's just coming through and hitting the deck, really. Just keeping things rather simple from what I'm seeing here, Palmer. But he's doing a pretty good job for the Leewards. This one is down the leg side. ill-directed, taken by the wicket keeper. Looking rather flamboyant there. Wicket keeper moving to his left.
Yes, that was taken by Andrew, and he mentioned that the bowler Palmer, that he may be strapped. Really did some damage to his hamstring when he was attempting a slog sweep earlier. Had to retire hurt. Came back afterwards to continue his innings. Now he's bowling, so there may be a bit of soreness as well.
Probably had a cataplasm or something as well to help with that pain or ease up the strain.
Is it another hamstring?
Well, Brown is holding on to his hamstring there, the right leg. Wrong number 2, day number 2, hamstring number 2. It's all happening here. Seems to pull some cramps there, Brown. Went for the pull shot, ball kept low. Just bounced to the keeper.
Yeah, maybe it's a case that they need to get some electrolytes into these players. I don't know if they're drinking just plain water, but need to be sure that they are doing so. Hot conditions to play cricket in, as it always is in the Caribbean, and it saps the energy out. And if you're losing a lot of liquid, because some people sweat more than others, then it can cause some problems for you with those muscles.
Good delivery there by Palmer. Hitting the splice of the bat for Brown. Playing it nicely as well to the man at Gully. Brings you over to an end. It's now 50 without loss. 8 overs have been bowled.
Yeah, so far 8 overs have been bowled, and since they have come back out, they've bowled 4 overs. Palmer in his second, well, you could call it almost a second spell. His second two overs of his 4, he has conceded only 2 runs since he has come back out, whereas he conceded 30 runs in his first 2 overs before tea. So something very important there. He needs to continue with that type of containment, and maybe it will force an error or 2 from the Barbados opening pair.
I think the difference there is that he was a little bit more attacking before tea, looking for a wicket or so. Now he has resumed after tea. The plan is different. He has gone back to the defensive way of bowling, hitting that hard line and just bowling on the off stump. So the batter has to come to him. Outside the off stump, wide. That one didn't bounce. Taken by the wicket keeper, really. Just in front of what? Second slip? Third slip?
Yeah, it kept quite low. And what you notice from Jordan as he's approaching the drive there, he's not really coming across. I think he's still quite mindful of the fact that Edward can get it to nip back at him.
What is happening here as well is that they bowled to Jordan just before tea. Now they are asking Jordan to come to them.
Yes.
So they have changed the plan. See. Another single down to third man. So that's good defensive ploy there being implemented by Leeward Islands. The fast bowlers have pulled back their lengths, hitting that hard length and asking Jordan to come to them rather than they go into him.
All right.
Score has dropped significantly after tea. Fast bowlers doing a good job. Palmer and Edwards. Nice, lovely conditions for play. Short lifting delivery. White signal by the umpire.
It'll be interesting to see that one again on replay.
Indeed.
Just to see the height. Seems to be there or thereabouts in terms of the call.
Looks good to me from here. I'd like to see the replay really. Good lifting bumper. It's good to see these youngsters hitting the deck as well. I haven't seen much of that from the fast bowlers recently. Just reminding the batters that they're round and they're still here. flashing at that outside here, some big appeal. Keeper is not interested.
Yeah, that was a naughty shot by Brown. I don't think that there was much benefit that he could have gotten from that, except if his edge had gone between the slip and the gully. But he really didn't go with a full-blooded shot. It was more of a waft outside the off stump, floating with danger on that occasion.
A coach would have said to me, that's a get-out shot. Really. Won't get anything from that shot, rather than just nicking it to the keeper or to the slips or to the man waiting in gully. May fly down to third man. Fortune favor the brave. Slower delivery. Problems here. Picked up. Shy at the stumps. Throughout the stumps are misses. But wasn't fielded cleanly. And that gave them the opportunity to complete a quick single.
Yeah, I think a clean pick up there and throw would have had Achilles Brown in some difficulty, because even with the fumble and the throw coming in after maybe 2 or 3 attempts to field a delivery, I think that he was still pretty close in getting in. So really a clean pick up and throw would have had him in some problems there.
So Edwards just rubbing that ball viciously on the left side of his pants. You could see the impression on his side. Slower delivery again, squeezed out. So really the momentum has shifted drastically here after tea. Barbados really looking like they wanted to get these runs. The Leeward Islands team has really slowed things down.
Well, they still can get them, Kenroy, because they have all of 39 overs left now, 38.1. So, cracking shot over the outside before.
Look at that. Stand and deliver. Shot outside the off stump, and it was smashed to backward point. Nobody moved into the fence before. That brings you over to an end. And the score now rushed up to 57. 57 without loss. A really spanking shot there by Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan has proved that and has shown that anything that gives him a sniff at scoring, that he's going to take advantage of it. He did not get the chance to face the slow bowlers in the first inning, so I don't know how he will go against them. Maybe it is a bit more of the same, maybe it will be something different. But I think that it is time now that the Leewards might be considering, based on the start that the Barbados team have had, to introduce one of their spinners.
Well, spinners, you may bowl more overs. I'm thinking that the Leeward Island team is looking to bowl no more than that 39 overs remaining for the day. The spinners being introduced now may cause them to do so, based on the time that they take to bowl an over rather than the pacers. But you have to be careful.
They wouldn't get to
the run
39, I
scoring.
don't think. Definitely if they bowl the pacers, they wouldn't get to the 39.
It's just about 3:30.
I don't think that they will get there. If they bowl pacers only, they wouldn't get there. Spin would have to contribute to that. Although it's the longer time of the year in terms of the days, we can play until about 6 or so if there's no rain.
Brown is behind that one. Still struggling with that leg. He continues to stretch it, bouncing around, keeping warm. 57 without loss. We're into over number 10. Palmer, 4 overs, 32 runs. He's operating from the southern end. His partner by Edward, left arm seamer. Current run rate 6.33. Before lunch it was going at 10.1. This one is on the legs. Quick single. Throw at the stumps, misses. Single completed. Well, that would have been interesting.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see it again. Seemed to get there with a lot of time to spare the fielder, but wound up his arm before he threw it. I think if he had released that throw a little bit earlier and it struck the stumps, then that would have been the back of Jordan.
Jordan wanting to get on strike. Wanting to get things going here. There's a long off, long on. There are some men in the countryside for this batter. He's attacking mood operandi. This one is smacked to the man at cover, who is really deep.
If you were in probably 2 or 3 meters, then it would have been a catching opportunity. Honore, but I think based on the way that Jordan is batting, he has forced them to consider pushing back those fielders in these closer fielding positions, just a couple of yards or so.
Yes, not normally you would see them that deep, but he's really hitting that ball with some power, Jordan. This one is punched. Down to third man. Another easy single taken. That brings his partner Brown to the crease to face. Rather quiet time here. Brown is partner in Jordan. Jordan is on 46. Brown is on 5. So just steady bowling here by Palmer, keeping things tight. Not giving away much. Palmer in his second spell. We are here in bright sunshine at the Annisville playing field. In this encounter. Would have been interesting to have the update on that game between Windies and Guyana. This one is keeping low. That brings another Palmer over to an end. And after 10 overs, it's 59 without loss, Barbados. Replying to Leeward Islands, 232 posted there. They are now 59 without loss.
Yeah, so they're seeking a target of 232 runs, 173 runs adrift. They have 37 overs left to make those 173 runs. And I think they still, of course, win in with a chance of winning both sides, actually. So all 3 results are still possible at this point in the game. So that's something there for supporters of both sides to bear in mind. So each of their teams can still win.
So Edward continues. Skipper has decided to stick with his fast bowlers, giving them the opportunity to do the job for him. This one is full delivery. And what they have done very well so far is that they have kept Jordan away from the strike for a few deliveries well. He has been given the single rather early, and they have bowled to Brown.
It's a clear ploy. The fielders go back when Jordan is on strike, not just to protect the boundary, but to offer him the single to get him off strike. And Brown, who is much more defensive of the two, they are quite content to bowl the rest of the over to him. So it keeps the scoring rate down.
It's a good ploy.
It also frustrates Jordan, who wants to get most of the strike.
It's a good ploy. It's working for them thus far. Brown is on strike now. This one is short and he's been pulling that one. Not much power. Man from mid-on just runs around. Does the feeling to his right. Another single. That brings back Jordan on strike. Who wants to get things going here for Barbados again. Played a beautiful somewhat uppercut in the last over from Edward. So just on the off stump again, not timed knife. Another single. So that brings him up now to 49. 49. Just one for his 50. So you have seen 2 half centuries so far in this second innings and on the verge of a third one.
Yes, and I'm thinking that some of those who are viewing and looking at the batsmanship might be getting a bit more relieved, and I hope that when we go into the next round, we will see some centuries.
Well, that's good signs. This one is driven sweetly out to the cover. It's a toss at the stump almost. Hitting those timbers, but good positive running here between these two. Brown and Jordan, putting the pressure on the fielders for the Leeward Islands team.
Yes, looking at the replay, although it's not a side-on replay, let's have a look. He hesitated slightly, and I think it would have been close in the end. No, he was just in. So even with a direct hit, he would have been just in.
Yeah, making good ground there is Brown. Edwards keep polishing that ball on his pants, on his trousers. Little shine. Another run being taken there. Good sensible cricket. 50 runs come off the bat of Jordan. Well played, 50 to him. So he has scored 50 from 42 deliveries. And really is the mainstay so far for the Barbadian second innings. 64 without loss, and he has gone to 50.
Yeah, the stats of his 50 just coming off the screen there. He got it in 42 balls, and has really been the mainstay of the Barbados batting in this innings up to this point. They'd want him to continue for a long time, while the Leewards would want to see the back of him.
Short delivery. Barbados requiring 168 more runs to get. As over number 11 comes to an end.
Yeah, so John 50 or 42 balls, 4 fours, 2 sixes, and he got it at a strike rate of 119.05. So it's the quickest 50 we have seen so far. I don't recall if the one for Prescott was quicker, because there was no commentary at that game, so I'm not too sure what was the case there. But for the games at Arnesville so far, it's been the quickest 50 we have seen. Seen 3 of them today, all of them on the same day, after the lament came from many persons viewing at various levels that not even a 50 we had. You know, we have struggled to even have some 50s from the batsmen.
Exactly.
And now we see the introduction of Mackenzie, so it'll be interesting to see how much purchase he gets, how much bounce he gets, and also what will be the approach of the 2 batsmen of the crease. Do you think that Jordan will continue with his belligerent approach?
Well, he has gotten to 50, and if they're looking to get to that target, he has to continue, really. Mackenzie was the chief wicket taker in the first innings. He got 6 for 20. He would love to repeat that. First delivery. Misses his run. Dead ball signaled by the umpire. 2 different days of cricket, really. Yesterday, we had 21 wickets falling in a day. Today, different contrasts. Had 3 half centuries so far, that one pitch and span.
Yeah, that's a lot of turn on that one, Kenroy.
Yes, took it somewhere in front of the 4th slip. He's now putting an extra slip, the skipper.
So already we are seeing some prodigious turn from the left spinner. And some bounce, both of which will make things quite interesting here.
This one is he's driving that. Hitting the outer portion of the bat, really. The ball was turning to the offside. And he came off the face of the bat and takes another easy single, Jordan. Continue to tick the scoreboard over.
Yeah, it seems as if he was thinking about 2 runs there, but I think he would have gotten about 1.5. He was upset with his partner. Constantly wants to strike, does Jordan. But I don't think that there was a chance there for 2 runs. And Brown was correct in declining the offer.
Mackenzie tosses the ball from hand to hand. This one is sweeping into the fence for 4. Really a good shot played there by Brown. It was tossed on his leg stump and he swept it nicely through square leg. And the fielder couldn't get it wrong and it goes over the rope for 4 runs. 4 good looking runs by Brown.
And this is a criticism I had of Mackenzie in the first innings. I think he bowls too full. At that length, it doesn't matter how much you're turning the ball. I mean, you're going to be able to get very close to the pitch and smother the spin. So that is something that's very important. He needs to bring his length back just about maybe half a meter from where he bowled that last one. Again, that one is probably slightly on the fuller side. A bit too wide as well. So if he could get it around middle and leg, just maybe half a meter shorter than that, then he would prove to be almost unplayable.
So what you're thinking of is, what you think about is his consistency as a leg spinner.
That's a better length, but that was a flatter one. I think he's fairly consistent, except that I think he owes too much on the fuller side. And even his stop delivery, the ball that he bowls more often than not, I think it is just a bit too full. It's actually a driving length most times.
He has 2 slips waiting. Still on the shorter side is Mackenzie.
Yeah, that one was too short now. So it's just something that he needs to do to find that ideal length where when the batsman lunges forward, it's not a half volley for him to drive, but it's not short either for him to go back on the back foot and punch away quite easily. So he wants to be in that in-between length. And the turn that he's getting, then he would be very, very dangerous at 70 without loss. Well negotiated that over by both Jordan and Brown.
Well, 12 overs have been completed here. Edwards have bowled 6 overs, none for 30. Palmer 5 for 34. And Mackenzie solitary over. So Watson has taken up the attack from the commentators end, the left arm seamer. Watley, he's bowling with the number 21 on his back. Not too sure if it signifies anything. But he has his hair plaited in a corn roll style. Has 1 slip. Cover is packed with feelers. Looking to bowl, seems to be want to bowl a fuller length. This one is squeezed to backward. Another single. It's a good run in between these two so far.
Yeah, that is good running from the Barbados pair, opening batsmen there, Brown and John. But I don't think it's the best cricket there from the Leeward Islands because they are well aware that John wants the strike. And Brown is trying to give him the strike as often as he can. And I think that the fielders on the offside were a little bit deep. It was understandable when John is on strike, but not so much when Brown is on strike. You have to kind of close that gap a little bit more so because of what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, it's giving him an easy single. Bring Jordan on strike. Another easy single been taken here again.
So the way it is right now, both batsmen have easy singles because although the field comes up for Brown, they're still sitting on the heels, so he can take the quick single, and then they're back on the boundary for Jordan. So if he wants to just push down to the boundary, he's getting a single as well. The Leewards have to be cognizant of the fact that the required weight is not an exorbitant one. Singles can get them pretty close to winning this game, risk-free.
Yeah. All they need to do is keep ticking, keep scoring, and they will get there at some point. Another good single taken, sharp inside.
So again, you see that point that I was making before, and on that occasion, I will give Brown a lot of credit. He played it with soft hands. It went very slowly out into the squarish area just on the offside, and they were able to complete the run very comfortably because of the waiting on the shot.
Yes. So some good sensible batting there by Brown. See some good adjustment on his behalf. This one is struck again.
Yeah, so it's coming up to that 4 p.m. time, Martin, but it's obvious that we won't get to 27 overs before 4 p.m. So the final hour will not start at 4 p.m. So we have to get to 27 overs.
So you must bowl 27 overs before you start that final 15.
Yes, you have to get to 27 before the final hour starts. And so it is likely that it's going to be a long afternoon here for us here in the commentary booth, Martin, but it is shaping up now that it maybe end up being an exciting one.
Well, Barbados in pursuit of 232. They are 73 without loss. Jordan is on 52 and his partner Brown is on 14. Another delivery, and they have stuck with Edwards from this end as the umpire signals at the end of the first hour after tea. He has called the water cat on for a break, and the guys would have some refreshments, and we would have a break here at Annisville and resume commentary after this water break. You're looking at West Indies under 19 cricket here, Rising Stars at Annisville playing field. Leeward Islands versus Barbados. Barbados need to get 232 and they are 74 without loss in reply.
Yes, we are back here at the Arnisville playing field. I'm joined now in the commentary box by Keswick Williams, Leeward 74 without loss. Mackenzie continues to Jordan. Again, he takes the smart option, just punches it down to long off for a single. So good cricket here from the Barbados opening pair. No need to take that many risks. Good afternoon to you, Keswick.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Cruikshank. Must say I like the approach of the Barbados batters. Really pleasing to watch. Both teams have shown how capable they are with the bat and the ball, but we're seeing more with the bat now in the second innings.
This one is short and cut away, but straight to the man at backward point. Watley does the fielding.
There's a lot of time left for Barbados to really secure a win here.
Looking for the sweep, loud appeal. Not out says umpire by him. We'll just wait on that replay as it comes up now. Okay, fair enough. Maybe pitching just a wrong leg stump. Thereabouts. Think he might have adjudged that it was outside the line when it pitched, but it was close. It was close, Keswick.
It was full as well.
Yeah.
Of course, to our viewers, we don't have the full use of technology here in St. Vincent, so bear with us.
There is no Hawkeye or Snicko
we don't
for
have
this
that
competition.
here. Basically, we're just using our full judgment and our experience what we have to.
So when it's fuller, he drives it, but doesn't find the gap. So again, as I was saying to Kenroy Martin when he was on earlier, Keswick, is that it seems for Michael Mackenzie that his stop delivery is just a little bit too full. It's a half volley most times.
Yeah, and I've had a conversation with his coach, and he did say that he find Mackenzie is probably a bit too slow sometimes, and something that he has to learn is, vary his pace, when to bowl that slider, certain pace to bowl and certain pitches. That is something that he needs to get accustomed to, because on a pitch like this that is a bit slower, you may have to bowl a little faster,
Yes.
put a little bit more rev on the ball.
This time it's another shorter one, but enough time for Brown to get back, cover the spin, ride it down to the man at short third. That's the end of the over. At the end of over 14, the Barbados on the 19 team are 75 without loss. They require another 160. How much runs? I need to do that math. But they have almost, well, actually, yes, they have 14 overs gone, so then they have 33 overs left to make 157. Is it a gettable equation? 33 overs, 157. Should be gettable. 10 wickets in hand.
Yeah, as long as Kyle Jordan is there, I think that there's a possibility, and with the batting in the dugout, I think they are very capable batting unit. For Leewards, it would be a sad situation, because they would have thought probably earlier today they have the game in hand. But obviously the pitch has dried out, and it's a lot better for batting now.
Good delivery by Watley. Coming off the inside edge as Jordan was looking to drive in on the ground. Watley has shown in the first innings. He didn't bowl a lot for a long period, but he was very consistent. Seemed to be that bowler who will just put it thereabouts at a gentler pace, but with good consistency. Almost something very similar to the Leeward Islands coach when he bowled.
He was a dangerous customer, I will tell you that.
Oh my goodness, this one almost goes back onto the stump. There was Jordan, he was looking for the pull shot, and he got into a tangle as it came off his pads, then almost rolling onto the stump. Tried to kick it away, but his weight was pulling him away from that. And almost a total catastrophe there for the Barbados team, because his balance was off balance as he tried to kick that one away. It was falling in the other direction.
It would have been a sad way to go. But he's still there. As long as he's there, there's hope. Some really good shots today.
Oh, that one is off the bottom of the bat. He was looking to drive. He has to remember that the ball is not new anymore, so it's not bouncing as high. So he has to get just a little bit lower in those drives. Also, Watley doesn't have the pace of some of the bowlers he was facing previously. So a good start so far from Watley. Thereabouts, asking some questions.
What I'm really happy for is the weather today. Held up nicely.
This one is short, it's pulled, it's all the way for 6. Not quick enough Watley to be bowling that length, especially to Jordan, who has shown that he likes it there.
Yeah, and that one held up nicely for a pull shot. Good connection. It was a huge hit.
Yeah, that side of the boundary is quite far. Well, the square boundary is actually on both sides are fairly large. The ones straight have been brought in just a little bit more so from what they would usually be at the international level. But he was well into that shot quite early and pulled it away handsomely over backward square leg for 6 runs.
Well, he's now moved on to 60 of just 52 deliveries. And you would look at his batting and you would definitely say that he's playing each ball on its merit. He haven't really played a bad shot to date.
Yeah, he hasn't slogged the ball for sure. This one is Fuller. Looks to drive, gets it off the outer half of the bat, goes down to fielder there at third man. Looks like Morton, diminutive individual, but has a very strong arm.
Seen that from a few players that I've played with. Defensive Bishu. You wouldn't believe how strong of a throw he has. Off the boundary, probably one of the best I've seen playing cricket in the Caribbean. Also to Palmer. Really, really strong throws. And they're not big by any means.
This one is in the air, and he's caught at extra cover. That was a poor shot in the end by Achilles Brown. The length wasn't there for the drive. It was back of a length, and he was looking to punch that one off, through the offside, off the front foot, and he would be very disappointed with that. But that's a big wicket for the Leeward Islands.
And he should be disappointed because there was nowhere there for the shot. I think that one sort of held up in the pitch a little bit there. There was nowhere to play the drive. It was back in the wicket.
Yeah, he's coming off quite slowly.
Achilles Brown is definitely disappointed. As we look for a replay here. Pitch just on the line of, say, leg stump going across him. I think that one sort of held up in the pitch a little bit.
Yes,
Easy
it
catch
did.
for Singh at extra cover.
Yes, it did hold up in the pitch just a bit, but I think he wasn't balanced as well in terms of his weight in the shot. Was looking to drive something probably on the up, and it's always fraught with danger driving on the up, unless you're batting on a very flat pitch. And so he goes. It's a big wicket for the Leeward Islands. They have finally made the breakthrough. They would have wanted to see the back of Jordan, who has been the antagonist as far as they are concerned, but the protagonist as far as the Barbados team is concerned so far in this innings on 61 off 53. He's joined now by the experience of Joshua Dawn, who so far for the tournament hasn't really troubled the scorers much, which is something that we have not seen from him very often in this tournament. Mackenzie will continue now to Jordan. This one is a, oh my goodness, that seemed to be the googly, and he didn't pick it at all. It went between bat and pad, and the leg stump almost really just pulled himself in and said, see if you can pass by, and it did. Yes, the googly, not picked at all. So he has to be careful, Jordan. As I said on a previous stint, Mackenzie does have the googly. He bowls it sparingly, but he does have it. This one is in the air, and he's caught. Another wicket for the Leeward Islands.
There
and
he
Mackenzie is off running again.
There he go with the pocket
He
celebration.
has somebody in his pocket, Keswick. Keswick, does he have you in your pocket, or he has Jordan now in his pocket?
He has Jordan in his pocket. Celebration Kingdom.
Look at
Kenzie.
him. Look at him. He's off. He's off. He's off and running. And I think he's still running. Is he still running? Zion Brathwaite will now come out to replace Jordan, who played a good innings. Soft dismissal in the end. But I think that he has shown that he, has the potential then to move on from here in the tournament to do bigger things.
I think looking on that delivery before actually made Jordan open up his eyes a little bit, because he haven't bowled a googly since. For a while, he haven't bowled a googly. And this is the first googly that he bowled in this innings, and it's spun a great deal. So I think that was the eye-opener for Jordan. He was like, he has this up his sleeve, so I have to look at him a little bit more. Because it was really a nothing shot from Jordan. Someone who's on 61.
Yeah, seemed to come out the inner portion of the bat as he was looking to punch it down the ground. Still a kind of indeterminate shot. So Brathwaite joins Dawn at the crease. Both yet to face. And Mackenzie in the midst of a spell. Remember that he took 6 wickets in the first innings. So now this is really, the game is now on here. Or as they say in the subcontinent, game on high. It's played softly by Brathwaite on the offside. We'll take another replay of that wicket soon, just to see if it was indeed another googly. This one is hit down the ground for 4. That's a very, it's a very disdainful shot from Brathwaite. He just looked at it and said, I am going to smash it on the ground. And he forgot about his batting technique. Just made sure that he hit it hard. Sometimes you got to do that, Keswick.
Something that I usually do myself.
Don't forget about the batting technique.
Forget about the batting technique. To be honest with you, I had a coach who used to tell me, when you're a batter and you can't pick it, sweep it.
Yeah, that was full enough. Again, back to the length that we spoke about for Mackenzie. If he's going to be that full, they're not picking him so far. If he's going to be that full, it doesn't matter whether you're picking or not.
Always a difficult task for a batter when you're not really picking.
Again, a very full delivery.
Kind of hard to really, if you're a batter that's not picking, to read it off the pitch, you're probably too late. Probably have to look at the hands a bit more. For me, I can't see whether it's there or here, but as a batter, you have to open up your eyes and really.
So one is going down to the man at deepish mid-off for a single. Yeah, I do agree with you, and I think sometimes, Keswick, it depends on which ball is being bowled. When I say that, whether it is white ball or red ball, in our cricket here we tend to have darker complexion, so sometimes it's easier to see what the spinner is doing with the white ball, because you're always going to see when his hand goes up, you're going to see that white ball, whether it's being covered, whether it's you're seeing the back of his hand, or something like that. But sometimes when it's the red ball, it's not that easy to pick it.
Never really used to pick it in my day. the good thing about us, Alan, so we have a leg spinner and come with us, so we always can ask him certain things about leg spin.
Yes, and he gets very excited when you talk about leg spin. I'm not going to mention how the first VPL went for him.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
No, we don't want to do that at all.
It's not the best VPL. I think after that VPL, he dropped straight into come box.
He put in an early retirement application.
He was retired from the second game of VPL.
Oh my.
So it was from VPL straight to the come box.
Well, he's gonna join you in the next stint, so I'm sure he will have a riposte.
He do have some explaining to do, Alanson, because the viewers would like to know the transition from cricket 2 games straight into the come box. That's probably one of the biggest move ever in cricket.
Of course. I'm sure he will tell us that when he comes back that it was meant to be so.
It was just one drop catch as well. One drop catch at cover. The ball was in the air for a while. He said, "It's mine."
So on an easy single, so it gets Dawn off the mark. And I think Dawn, the team, he owns the team some runs. And now is a good time for him to show up as the most experienced batsman on the side.
Yeah, definitely some player today, some batter today have a chance to be the hero. Comes back to the conversation I had with Kenroy Martin this morning about who's going to win this game and what facet of the game would win it for a team. And he did say who bats the best wins.
Yeah, and so far we have seen the batting performances from the Leeward Islands. So unless the Barbados team surpasses that with their batting, they won't get on the winning side.
Well, the Leeward Islands picked up 2 quick wickets. Michael, how much we love his celebration. You'd have to do some investigating first, because I think he's a 200 runner in the Leeward Islands.
Oh, he is an athlete. Okay, track and field athlete.
Well, I want you to investigate it. The reason why I said that is because of after picking up a wicket, is the laps around the field. I want to punch just in front of the point for a single. The laps around the field. Somewhat close to the Imran Tahir celebration. The only thing, he runs with his hands in his pocket. Tahir runs with his hands open out like he's worshipping. So I want to know if he's an athlete in the school, because if he's not, I would be disappointed.
Yeah, because he's running a lot faster than Tahir does.
I'm telling you. A lot further as well. The younger Tahir.
Yes, he's less than half his age. This one is tucked on the offside. The onside, there's no run. These two are along with Achilles, who is already out, these two are the experience in the Barbados top order. And a lot rests upon their shoulders as to whether Barbados will be able to get to the victory points or not. I think the Leewards are aware of that, and they need to make sure that this partnership is a very short one. He's moving a lot more briskly now, Honore, as he fielded that one at the end of 17 overs. The score is now 90 for 2. Barbados need another 142 runs, and they need those from 30 overs.
Very possible here. Very, very possible. It's going to take some really good bowling from the Leeward Islands to win this game.
Yes, and we just been told that Rambaran for Trinidad, that he's on 99 not out. Will he get to the first century of the tournament? Up there at Park Hill. As Mackenzie continues, shorter, punch back to him. The field here, there's a man at the deep square leg. Not backward square, but he's actually quite almost on square. And there's a mid wicket, there's a man at a deepish mid on, not fully back at long on. I think they're sending him back now to long on. There's a long off, there's an extra cover, there's a cover point, a backward point, slip in place as well, and a sweeper cover on the offside. This one is wide, it's cut out to the man at sweeper cover, who should do the fielding. Yes, he does so safely. Sing out there, keeps it down to 1 run, but it was hit with some disdain from Zion Brathwaite.
All that's needed now, Alan says, sensible batting. Being able to be smart, one mature innings from a batter would see them home.
I think one of our co-commentators has left us speechless as Mackenzie comes in.
He's just having his lunch. I'm not sure if it's
his first or his first or his second one. Yeah, yesterday he was very adamant and very proud to say that he had gone back for a second round.
I think he's on intermittent fasting.
Probably. So Mackenzie is keeping things a bit tight here now. Remember that Barbados, they were off at about 10 runs and over initially, and since the tea break, picked up 2 wickets, the Leewards, and they have curtailed the run scoring. This one hit down to the man that's made off by Dawn for a single. Takes his tally up to 2. Barbados score goes up to 92 for 2.
Something that I'm still yet to see is batters using their feet to spin in this tournament. Still yet to see it. I've only seen it once, and it was from a bowler, Courtney Franklin from Leeward Islands.
Twice. It will be Franklin, and it will be Nathan Edward, but he didn't last very long after that. But mind you, he was not stumped, so it wasn't because he was using his feet why he was dismissed.
But both players are actually bowlers. It is something that you probably would want to see more from the batters, using their feet against the spin, hitting it down the ground for 1. See Watley is with ball in hand again to continue his 4th over.
This one is just thereabouts. I think he was guilty of bowling too short on a couple of occasions to Jordan. He's not a quick bowler by any means, and Jordan really climbed into him. And so he'll be glad now that Jordan is no longer out there, but he has to make sure that he maintains a good line and length as he did on that first delivery. He's more of a defensive bowler based on what we have seen from him. Just there. That's where he wants to be. That's where he needs to be. If he can maintain that line and that length, then he'll be doing a job for his team.
It's not really about the pace, so if he continues there, create some dot balls for his team. With dot balls is going to create pressure. As long as you create pressure, you open up the opportunity for a wicket.
That occasion you saw Dawn just advancing down the wicket to try to disrupt his length, but he still got it in a good area. He wasn't able to do anything with that as we see the replay now. ...140 more runs needed for Barbados to win. 8 wickets needed for the Leeward Islands. Or Barbados has to survive until the end of all the overs or until both captains shake hands for there to be a draw. So all three results still in play. If you were the Leeward Islands captain or the coach, let's say captain, would you do anything differently now on the field in order to break this partnership, which although it's in its infancy, is a very important one?
Well, let's put it this way. They already had a good start. You brought the partnership and you take 2 quick wickets. The most important thing is now for your bowlers is to keep it tight, create that pressure, bowl some dot balls, because clearly we're seeing here that Barbados is going for a win. They would look for a win. So create pressure, bowl a few dot balls, hit good areas, maintain that good line and length. That in itself will open up an opportunity to take a wicket, and then you can go from there. You just need to open up that hole, because it's clear that they're gonna go for the win. They're already gone. They're 93 for 2. There's 139 runs left. So it's just a matter of them being smartly, them playing very smart.
So one is in the gap, should challenge the boundary. It stops now. And they have time for 2. Will they come for the third? No. Probably could have gotten a third run on that occasion. Yes, and as you mentioned, Keswick, they are going for the win. It seems that it's based on their approach. And I think that really they have very little choice but to do so, because the first innings went to the Leeward Islands. So the Leeward Islands are ahead of them based on the points that they can take out of this game already. So if they want to salvage anything from this game, they really have to go for the win. And they're still on track to do so. They require 137 more runs, which is by no means an easy feat, but it's also not out of the question by any means as well, because they do have 8 wickets in hand.
They're in good stead, Alan, to win the game. As I mentioned a while ago, they just need to be smart about it. Less risk.
Mackenzie in again. Slightly better length, but they're able to take a single. Seems that the fielders left it for each other. 3 of them there. All of them leaving that one for each other.
The good thing for Barbados is both players that's at the crease is well experienced at this level. So they would have an understanding of how to win games. As I mentioned, probably in the first game, Barbados probably played the most cricket here in the Caribbean. I think they played a 3-day format in Barbados, but it's a play on a Saturday.
So one again, that shot from Brathwaite, he puts himself very front on and just punches it through the line. Just waits to see where it's turning. Gets a single.
So the format in Barbados is play on a Saturday. You play a 1 day on a Sunday, and then the next Saturday, Sunday, it's the last 2 days of the 3-day. So they play 3 days of cricket. It's just a break in between. But so these guys would be exposed to 3-day cricket. So they will have a full understanding of how to win games. And probably most of the test players in the Caribbean is from Barbados. So they will learn a lot from these players, the Jason Holders, the Brathwaites.
This one is beaten outside the off. Some turn on that one. A little bit flatter.
Also, the coach from Barbados played a lot of test cricket as well.
Yes,
so you'll have a fair understanding of how to win 4-day games, 3-day games, and even test matches.
This one is driven uppishly. Well fielded there by Edward. He has looked sharp in that extra cover region.
Joshua Dawn, whenever he's at the crease, reminds me of Kadim Ali out of Barbados. Play a few VPLs here in St. Vincent.
In terms of his stature.
Play for Saltpond Breakers. Captained by Sunil Lambris.
They did play together in this year's regional championship, for the championship, for the academy team.
He was actually selected by Barbados Royals for this year's CPL as well. Kadim Alin, so congrats to him. But it's the end of the over. Score is 97 for 2.
It's 97 for 2. The Barbados team need a further 135 runs for victory. And they need them off the next 27 overs, so it will take some getting. But of course, it's still within the realm of possibility. In the next 7 overs, we'll have the commencement of the last hour. So at the 27th, once 27 overs have been bowled, for those who are watching, we'll get into that last hour. And during that last hour, you have a mandatory minimum of 15 overs, unless we'll get back to that shortly. Yes, and comes to a point where at any point the captains can shake hands as well to say, well, we're in a position where it doesn't seem like if either of us will get the ascendancy, and we'll be satisfied with a draw. Watley is continuing. He doesn't want a draw. He wants Leewards to win. Dawn and Brathwaite, they definitely want Barbados to win. And I'm sure there are viewers who are supporting either side. This one is a bit wider, tempting Dawn, who has so far looked to walk down the pitch to get closer to the pitch to Watley. He doesn't have a lot of pace, so he's not worried about the pace. He's trying to get closer to the pitch so he can push him around and get some singles, and maybe if he over pitches, to get a boundary. What a wonderful day here at Arnesville. The ground is sun-bathed. Or I would probably say sun-kissed, because it's more in the evening time. This one is a wide one, almost missing the cut area there. So wide call by umpire Foster. Umpire Robert Foster. Has made some good decisions in this game, Foster. Some close calls.
Generally, the umpiring so far has been outstanding. Some good decisions were made.
This one driven in the gap, should go all the way for 4, and that I will say is a sample of the class of Joshua Dawn, because I mean Watley has no pace to speak of, and he really just tapped that in the gap for 4, and the outfield isn't the fastest, and it just flew away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Well, it was ease to backward point. Open up the face and connection to get it behind point. Just ease it through the gap. Not a lot of power, just sheer time in behind that one.
He's down the wicket again. He's edging it. Does it carry? Square leg is saying that it bounced before. Umpire by him. So half-hearted appeal there from Andrew. But he did nick it. But it didn't carry it through to the keeper.
Speaking about didn't carrying, I want to ask you a question before you go, Allenson. I had a conversation with Morris earlier when Singh decided to be a fair cricketer with that catch at short cover. And Morris decided that that would have been a decision for the umpires. He would have claimed it, but I want to ask you, Allenson, what would have been the outcome if you were the fielder? What would have been your decision?
Once I'm aware that it bounced, I would have indicated it. But admittedly, I don't know if you have ever experienced this, but there are times when you're not sure. When it's that close and your eyes haven't gone down, especially if you're feeling in a close position, sometimes at slip, the hands go down, but the eyes are still up. And you're not really sure what happened.
Really not too sure if Morris worry about where his eyes or hands were. Apart from, he would have allowed the umpire to make a decision.
Opportunity there for a single. Misfield there by Watley. That brings it over to an end. 105 for 2 after 21.
I think that was very diplomatic of you, Mr. Crookshank. You answer in a smart way. Still didn't answer the question though.
No, I'm saying I was saying that once I'm aware that it bounced, I would say.
That's well done. Guess we're on the same side. I think Morris is on the other side here in terms of making such decisions. Mackenzie is still operating.
So this is the beginning of the over here for Mackenzie. And we are being told here, some news, some information reaching us, is that we were misinformed earlier and that there are actually 42 overs in this innings. So the last hour begins after this over, which means that there are actually only 20.5 overs left, which makes it even more interesting as to whether or not they will get to the score of the Barbados team. It's not beyond the realm of possibility. They need to go at about 6 and over, there or thereabouts. Single taken there by Don. So if we had that Windies or that predictor, you would see that the draw would start to get larger and that the Barbados win would start to get a little bit smaller as we progress.
Well,
and the Leewards win would also be in contention.
Finding out exactly how much over is left, I'm wondering what's the discussion now in the Barbados dugout. If it's a case where they're going to ask to draw this game or they're going to ask to go for a win, because that changes a lot of things now.
Well, I think they will bat normally for maybe another few overs and then assess where they are, probably with the fact that there's 20 left after this one. They bat normally for another 5, 6, 7 overs, then reassess, and if they need to go very hard in the last few overs, then they will go for it. Especially if they have wickets in hand. Nice cut shot there by Brathwaite. Well fielded by Singh. Keeps it down to 1.
Really think that should be the plan.
Because they wouldn't want to go a little bit early and get bowled down. So they'll be thinking that we want to stay in contention and then we could turn it into a T10 or something like that for the last few overs. That would be interesting for the viewers. Kesrick.
Yeah, for us as well. Why are you leaving us out the show?
Yeah, I'm trying.
We're still here. We need to be entertained as well. A little entertainment. You wouldn't mind, Alan.
Thinking about the viewers first. If it's interesting for them, it will be for us by association. So it seems that what their plan is now is to try to knock Mackenzie around for as many singles as they can. Oh, that's a lovely leg break there. That's the length that it needs to be. And that one, if you have a look there, it's not too full. It wasn't a half volley. It was short enough. And then it turned and gripped away. That's the length. If he's there, and on that line as well, mid and leg, if he's there very often, then he will be nigh on unplayable here.
No better feeling for a leg spinner to pitch those deliveries on the middle stump and going away.
20 overs left in this game. 124 runs left to get. I think, if I do my math correctly, that's about 6 overs. 6 runs per over, sorry. I would say, to be exact, 6.2 per over. So that's what is required here by the Barbados team if they are to win. And at this time, it was going to be replaced in the commentary box by Casnell Morris, and he will join Keswick Williams.
As we welcome Casnell Morris to the come box. It's been a while he was missing for a bit, missing in action. But he's back now. Good afternoon to you, Morris. How have you been?
I've been well. I've been eating. But I see that the Barbados team, in a bit of indecisiveness as to whether or not they want to go at this run or they want to draw the game, because 2 wickets have went in quick succession, and clearly it allows the door to open for the Leeward Islands, Mr. Williams.
Do you think those 2 wickets that have fallen has probably, changed the mind of the Barbados team, because we are seeing a different approach now towards their batting? Cut well behind point. This should be 4. Heavy on there, so they feel that sweep running around, doing a fine job.
I will tell you this, Williams. Barbados should still have the mindset to win. It is still in their wins to blow them that win that they need. Now, also, they have to be very careful that they don't, because what we have seen the trend here to be is that whenever a wicket is falling, it falls in clusters. And based on that trend, as the over comes to 111 for 2 at the end of the over. So, Williams, what I was making mention to is that though they have to be careful, they have to be calculated. And as we see that Zion Brathwaite is 16 from 20, just not a bad strike rate in this one is lofted at one misfield, and the ball that is spinning all over comes back for 2, misfield there by Watley. And so both Joshua Dawn and Zion Brathwaite are really keeping things together. Partnership of 31 from 47 deliveries. And Joshua just contributing 12 to that partnership. This one is sweep. Very hard.
Something that we haven't seen a lot from the under-19 players is being able to sweep the ball and then using your feet down the track, hitting it down the ground for 1. But Zion Brathwaite is a bit different. He can sweep the ball well. We have seen that all tournament last year. He's not really packed with the power like the Joshua Dunn and the Kyle Jordan. But he's very good in terms of rotating the strike sweeping the ball.
I have an interesting piece for you, Williams. I was downstairs in the Barbadian spectators camp, and interestingly, when Kyle Jordan and Brown was at the crease, there was a suggestion that if there's a breakthrough, you send number 9, 10, 11 to bat. That is because you want them to swing to reduce the total as quick as possible. Yes, there is a possibility they will out, but you want them to reduce the runs as much as possible. What's your take on that one? I find it was interesting, but it was a major gamble.
Morris, I am up for new things. I'm up for new tactics, I would say. But if there's good reason behind of it from the coaches, then it's all okay.
Well, the reason is to get the runs done as much as possible.
Fair enough.
And the argument was, and most of the debate was, these batsmen don't have nothing to lose. If you bring them later on when you require another 20, 25, you add pressure to them.
What about let's add more pressure to that situation now. Let's just say those bowlers come to the crease and only face one ball.
That is an open debate as well, and I did make mention of that. But
what can these batters do that? What can these bowlers do? Sorry, that the batters cannot do. I think you have a better chance.
Their main intention is to go
scoring
there
the
and
runs.
swing and see how much you could reach the ropes. That's all. You're not going there to play unique shot or.
I'll tell you this, Morris. That's a genuine spectator suggestion and analyzing. From a coaching perspective, and let's just put it this way, from somebody who understands cricket, I don't think that way of analyzing is the smartest way.
Okay, well, as we see, Israel Morton comes into the attack. And, very short in stature, but have a lot of hair on his head as a youngster. A lot of different hairstyles these days. These guys.
Couldn't have done that in my day. Couldn't have done that in my day playing for.
No, all the guys would have
cricket.
taken you and cut your hair by themselves. We can't try that these days.
Yeah. Look like a young man, walk like a young man, speak like a young man as well.
But good bowling here from Israel, left arm orthodox, and he's doing very well, I believe. I wonder if he's one of those guys who is short in stature but packed in age.
Have to check the list of players, get to understand he's probably one of the younger players in the team.
He's carrying a big number, 37 for another 19 player. Oh,
That's his uncle.
I was just informed by our
Investigator.
our investigator. So brings you over to an end, and it's 115 for 2. And the people of Barbados will be shouting for Barbados to come on and get that ball to the boundary. The people in the Leeward Islands, St. Kitts, St. Martin, Antigua, those islands up there, they will really want the Leeward Islands to really get some breakthrough here in St. Vincent. As we know, the Windward Islands, they are chasing 81 for a victory. And I was just informed that Trinidad made 100. I will get the name verified for you. Just Rambaran. Thank you, investigator. I think you're in the wrong field of work.
So far, he has been spot on in terms of information. Mr. Cookshank, well done to you.
So 2 good runs there. And Williams Mackenzie will have to bowl primarily for the rest of the evening, if there is any hope here. for the Leeward Islands to get any other breakthrough. They have to bowl and bowl very long because he has to get into his work. Into his 8 over.
What I would have done though is ask Palmer to come back after getting the breakthrough. You have 2 new batters at the crease. Bring back the fast bowler. Ruffle the feathers a little bit.
Out! Gone! And what we have just said, that Mackenzie has to be the one that has to be bowling for a long period, and he has gotten the wicket of Zion Brathwaite. The strong walls of Barbados have just been broken a bit. And my goodness me, this order?
No celebration, Morris. I'm a bit disappointed. I was expecting a lap around the field from Mackenzie.
Maybe he's tired, Keswick.
He's a young fella. He needs to do better than that. But the wicket of Zion Brathwaite, cramping him for room, trying to work that one on the leg side.
And look at the celebration from the wicket keeper himself.
It's Joel Andrews there, the wicket keeper for Leewards.
Well, it brings Joshua Morris to the crease. And Barbados will really, really need Morris. It is, yeah. And it will really require them this 115. Do not seem too much of a daunting task. Somewhat that they cannot get it. But the approach still has to be one of positivity. So that makes Mackenzie 8 wickets in the match so far. Wondering if he will be. So 2 Joshuas are at the crease. One's a Morris, one is a Don. I'm not too sure if it was surname. We would have asked if they're related, but first names are always given. This one is steadied past the first slip region down to third man. We only could get 1. Good positive approach. And, the Barbadian community is just wondering what could have gone wrong with that shot there from Zion Brathwaite. But good bowling there from Mackenzie. And the people in the Leeward Islands will be shouting. They already get their pans knocking, pot spoon, and all kind of instrument ready to make noise within the streets to celebrate the victory.
You did make mention of him bowling all evening. I think that's what we'll see from Mackenzie from the Leeward Islands. Probably a change of bowling from the other end. New batter at the crease would have asked Palmer to come back and bowl a few overs. Probably a Nathan Edwards. Give him a few overs to the new batter.
I think most of the thinking is to see how quickly they could get as much overs in with the spin, because you don't want to bring back the pace and it kind of restrict the over rate. So the spinners will be very instrumental in getting that over rate down.
Still 114 to get. Current run rate just dropped to 4.54 or so.
Still a long way out. That one angled in with the arm, so because he's bowling from a very wide area of the crease. And there you go, the umpire just alerting him how close he's looking to cut that line. I would not want to be suicidal in that case. I imagine the whole of Barbados will be shouting no at that single. Remember, there's a lot of guys in Barbados, older folks, who love their cricket. Do you believe that they still carry binoculars to cricket these days?
I don't think the Honnesville Cricket Stadium is that big. It's very easy to see on the pitch. Probably in England.
But it's more so to recognize the players.
I think everybody from Barbados vision is good.
Okay. 2020.
But it was something that I always, see in England. A lot of spectators. Good bounce, good turn. And it's another jinx break here at the Honnesville Cricket Stadium. Barbados still requiring 114 or so for victory. Score is 119 for 3. Joshua Dunn and Joshua Morris at the crease. It's 119 for 3 here with another jinx break. To take a break, we'll be back in a couple of minutes to continue. Under 19 regional Rising Star tournament.
One will come back to the answer playing field. Micah McKenzie to continue for the Leeward. And this one is short. Joshua punks on it. You only go get one. So a bit more, well, this aggression now by Joshua Kesrick. It's starting to get heat up. It's the final hour of this play. I will now stand. See, things are looking now bright as it's dawn, as the sun is setting. It's quite interesting. And, it will be very interesting what will be the approach now of Barbados. 120 for 3. They require some 100 and the draw in Kessie. Do you call a draw or do you call a win still for the Leeward Islands? Well, this one is a hesitation. Joshua is safely home. Joshua the one to run out another Joshua.
Well, clearly here now, I would like to say that from the approach that I'm seeing from Barbados, clearly they're looking for a draw. I'm not really seeing a clear approach to go for a win. Obviously, Leewards is looking for a win. They're trying to get wickets.
And this is the problem, and this is what we were talking about. If you wanted to get a win out of the game, why did you wait so late?
That's a good question.
For the declaration I'm speaking of. Oh, good save, Nathan Edwards.
I mean, I do understand the question, and I had a conversation with the coach of the Leeward Islands team, and he did say the fact that Palmer had a small niggle weren't too sure if he would have been bowling. So they tried to score enough runs to accommodate the fact that there might be a bowler shot. But it was always a risk to bat that long. You want to make the score a little bit more attractive. I think 250 when that one just tickled down to fine leg. Could be 4. Good chase there by Joseph. So it's the end of another over. End of another Mackenzie over. As I will take a little break here and invite Kenroy Martin into the come box for a little bit with Mr. Morris. We'll take over for the next half an hour or so.
As we welcome the great Kenroy Martin, one of the most prolific left-hander you would have seen in the St. Vincent setup. Now, it's good to have him in this back end of the game to question and to pick his knowledge as to what role he would have played as a batsman at this time, final hour of the day, Kenroy. And Barbados, they require some 106 or no 7. And what role would you have played in this case?
Good question. If I'm at the crease now, the job is still bat as long as possible and compile as much runs as possible. I would be thinking when to take the risk, how do I take the risk, and off of whom I take those risks to get to my total. Those are things that you have to discuss, you have to make up your mind.
Would you have all the time to do all of that?
Yeah, you got to. You must have a plan. You must have a plan going into this game. Last session, 15 overs, that's what I'm saying. You have to know who you're targeting, the bowler, and where you want to score your runs. Sometimes it doesn't work out the way that you planned it, and you just have to go with the flow. Yeah, really.
Some people will not want to go with flow.
Some stage, did you, sir?
I will leave that right there. Again, so Joshua missing out on a full toss. Slams his back to the turf in disgust. because he knows that he somewhat missed out of a boundary there. One of the rare deliveries bowled here by Morton. And he cuts it out to the man at the sweeper. So good bowling here. I did make mention that the partnership, the opening partnership, once that is broken, it would have stifled the run flow of Barbados. And clearly, we are seeing that because Kyle, who made 61 from 55 deliveries, Zion Brathwaite is 21. After that, we really have not seen anything to really highlight as per se. So I'm not sure what will be the message if it is trying to pick some batting form at the crease now. Martin.
To get 100 and 105 in just about 13 overs, you really have to go great guns. And the wicket is not that sort of wicket, really. So you have to make up your mind whether you want to go after runs or you're willing to just settle for first innings or just for a drawn game. It's a difficult task.
Once you're talking about drawn game, it makes me want to ask you the same question I put to Williams. Why so late for a declaration?
Well, I spoke about it. You have to analyze certain things. I think that the coach wasn't really comfortable with less than what he got there, knowing that he probably would have been a bowler short, or something may have really gone wrong with. He wanted to be settled, to be honest. From what I saw, he wanted to be settled with a score that he know that he cannot lose. That's the risk you take when you take time out of the game. I spoke about that earlier, and that is what happened. Barbados have not succumbed to the bowling, and things just panning out the way it is. You didn't give yourself enough time to bowl at Barbados. You didn't have enough overs really to bowl. But cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
Yes,
many things could happen from
then
here.
Then it leads me now to ask you: would it be a case where if they didn't have 232 to make, would their approach the Barbados batting be one of aggression?
Well,
knowing that they would have had more time.
They started that way, but as you said before, nobody else took up the mantle. Jordan did it. They were 40 from just about 5 overs after just before tea. They came back out and they batted rather slowly. They had no intentions really, looking like they wanted to get to that total. And they soaked up a lot of overs during that period. Brong, and then Jordan got out, and then Brong followed, and there was another wicket. And that is how things have spanned out so far. Nobody has taken the attack to the bowlers after that.
Well, good going there. Well saved there by Yannick. Some Don getting inside the line.
Thing is, what they're doing well, you're taking the singles, you're taking the gaps, but you need to get the ball through the infield and into the boundary to get close to that total. With this amount of overs remaining for the day.
So I guess it's a case of seeing how much you could get out of the rest of the batting, pick a form, see if you could make a 50, what batting experience you could get from the track.
Current run rate is just 4.32. They need to get that up as well. Need to get that up to about 7, 8 to get close to this total. Really, another over come to an end, and 1 over less to bat in the day for Barbados. Need to get to a total of 232. And we're into the last hour of play here today. 30 overs have been bowled. Mackenzie has bowled 10 overs for 32 runs. He have picked up 2 wickets again amongst the wickets. Morris is on 7 from 18, and Don is 18 from 44, soaking up a lot of deliveries there. Don as usual.
Yeah, and that's what it really requires of him. And he's showing his true potential as a middle order batsman.
Morton is doing an excellent job here for the Leeward Islands. Oh, he's struck. He's struck in front of the stumps. Don has gone. A slider, quicker delivery from Morton, and he has claimed the wicket of Don. Chopped LBW What a delivery that was. Smart.
Well, not even a man fixing a pipe would have got that wrong. A plumber. It's so plumb that one is. And boy, did he just open the door for the Leeward Islands again. They're Morton. Well, 129 for 4.
Well,
Fair. Would you say fair creeping in now into Barbados?
Well, you have lost Don, one of your better batters, and you have now to rely on your lower order. The 2 last batters are coming in here, little experience, and really, if Leewards could get another wicket or 2 here in the next 2 or 3 overs, Barbados would be struggling to really hold on to this game.
Well, Prescott comes to the crease. I was speaking, and I look at the way that Morton set up his bowling. If we were privy to hot spots, you would have seen where he would have pitched most of his deliveries. In the previous over, he was angling them from wide of the crease into the right-hander. He got couple a bit wideish because the umpire spoke to him. But there you see that one drift right in with the arm and went straight on a bit faster and caught down by surprise. And he's put him packing, ready for the next match on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Sorry for that, Don.
Very good delivery by Morton. Hitting side and just sliding on and hitting down, plumb in front. Umpire had no problems with that. And Prescott is off the mark right away. He has bowled 7 overs, 4 overs so far, 7 runs and picked up a wicket, doing a fine job here for the Leeward Islands, along with the man who has done so many things in the first innings, Mackenzie, really bowling tightly, the 2 of them. Ken hand goes up. Really, that was rather close.
I guess that's the only thing you will get out there from the Leeward Island players. Oohs and ahs. Because they believe that every ball will out a batsman. So good using of the feet there from Joshua. Very brave. I believe he's a Morris. So we'll always expect that bravery.
Fortune favor the brave, Morris.
I will tell you. In this case, yes.
Down the road.
Here he goes again.
Morris seems to be a dancer. I love to use his feet down the track. Looks good. Hits the middle of the bat as well. Prescott is on strike.
Just note that many of the great players use their feet. This one is muscled over the top. And something of rarity that we have not seen in the Barbados camp since the dismissal of Kyle. A ball going over the rope for 6.
Well, Prescott has announced himself here. He has smashed that over mid-wicket. We have not seen that from the other batters other than Jordan. And really, are we in for a game? Because Prescott got a half century in a game before this one. We have to be very careful that he's somebody who can take this game away from the Leeward Islands.
And this is what I've been saying, that, and it was the debate with a spectator, that why not send them? Send them, see how much they could reduce the total. So they now require under 100, which is now 95, some 96 runs. 95 to be precise. And still a lot more time.
11 overs remaining. Well, who knows? A lot could happen from here on in.
Yeah.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed here.
Do not cross them. They will break.
Joints are pretty good. As Mackenzie continue to do battle for the Leewards, looking to claim another scalp. Leeward Islands setting a target of 232. Barbados in reply 137 for 4. This one is a full delivery. Driven up to the man at long off. Mackenzie will be satisfied with that. He'll be bowling to the new man, Prescott, who has announced himself. seems to be in a no-nonsense mood and looking to get things going here for Barbados in a different direction.
Yeah, but
than
he's
we
a
saw.
very tall lad, so his reach towards those balls will be much more easier than that of Joshua.
This one is just chopping short of the man at mid-wicket there. The excitement on the Leeward Islanders' face and the reactions says that could have been a catch. Not too sure what happened there. Looked like it hit the bottom of the bat. But he's still there. Prescott. Mackenzie. This one is outside the off stump. Good delivery, a faster, flatter delivery as well. Into the keeper's glove. Prescott looking to bring things up to another gear here. Flighted delivery, moves off his feet, full, make it into a full toss. Really made it into a full toss. Another single. That brings Morris back on strike. He's on 8 from 5 deliveries, and Prescott is on 8 from 5, and Morris 9 from 23. Morris is driving hard. Only finds a man at lawn who does the feeling. So, another over completed. 10 overs remaining in today's play. Would they go for it?
Well, they need to. They need to go for it. A result is imminent here still. And it's all a matter of who is willing to go head on. And the head-on decision can be crucial, but you must take the risk.
Well, Martin would continue from this end. He got some success in the last over, picking up that wicket of Dawn, plum LBW. Put a level on that, you got it. You have it plumb dumb, says Morris. This one is outside the off stump, utilizing the sweeper. They have gone for one, looking for a second one, denied by good feeling. So one more run to the score. Current run rate 4.38. Barbados opted to bowl on the first day. Good delivery again by Martin, keeping things rather tight.
Not only that, you don't want to be flighting. You remember that Prescott is a very tall lad. So you flight that, it only takes an extension of the arm, which is a fuller length delivery.
This one is smacked.
Down the ground.
Well, Prescott looking to impress here, extending his arms, looking to get it out of the park. But Martin has denied him so far. He's gotten away with one.
Smart bowling.
Very smart bowling there by Martin.
Joshua is asking for why. This is not one day.
Very smart bowling there by Martin. Flat and fast outside the off stump. Again, another dot delivery.
So this could be the frustrating part, where you get deliveries wide and then you just bring one straight on at him.
Could you remember playing similar games to this one?
Look at this. Joshua goes straight across now to access that delivery, and he does access it and gets it down to the third man boundary for 4. And a very smart piece of batting there from Joshua Morris.
What's the name?
Morris. Don't get it wrong. It has to be a Morris playing that shot. Luckily, it's not a Martin.
Barbados in reply, 146 for 4. Morris just playing a lovely cut to backward point, though, went down to third man for 4 runs. And really, 146 for 4, 9 overs remaining for the day. And he has with him Prescott, who's looking to turn things on here. at Honnesville playing field, but Mackenzie is looking to grab another wicket for the Leeward Islanders. And the slip is still being maintained. The skipper is trying to keep things tight. The cover is really packed with men. 4, a sweeper, 3 and a sweeper, mid-on. This one is short and pulled. Finding the man at deep mid-wicket. Losing grip of his bat. There is Prescott.
Prescott seems to fancy that one-hand shot. Remember, in his prayer, he played a 1-6 straight over mid-wicket there in his first innings. So he seemed to fancy that shot. But this time we only get one. As Mackenzie showing some agony. Small grimace. That's something the Leeward Islands will want to see now.
85 runs needed here for Barbados to clinch victory. 8.5 overs remaining.
This one a massive heave could be taken. Taken it is, and he's gone. And he's claiming the catch. And the umpires will have to meet now. Remember, earlier on, Singh gave a very honest decision, but this time it appears to be Morton, the catcher. And, let's see. Well, from our vantage point here, with the privilege of replay,
just looking at it on the screen. You got it. I think he got it, but the umpire has said not out.
The decision has gone for Morris.
Well, when in doubt,
the batsman get the benefit.
Well, that's
that's a close one.
That's how it goes.
I could understand. It's nothing to say about Morton, because the adrenaline of it, and this is what Williams and Alance was highlighting earlier, and sometimes you take a catch with your eyes away from the ball, but all that you could feel is that ball into your hands. Well, we really love to see that again, because it's quite interesting. This one.
Really?
But it's a good decision by the umpires. And, as Martin said, if you're in doubt, it's not something I would agree with. But is it the rule or is it just a saying?
When you can't make a decision, it goes, the benefit of the doubt goes to the batter. You know, those are things that has been said for umpires. Looking at it,
so just that.
It's not really conclusive. So this one is
when he cut it past the stumps. So he's living dangerously to Mackenzie. And all kind of excitement here with Joshua Morris. That's what we do. We create that breath of luck for you, a hope to let you feel that you're in thing. Morris. Yeah. This one is powerfully struck and fielded by the 13 man, which is the bat of Joshua.
Coming in rather useful there.
Very. Because he would have actually reached for at least close to the boundary. I'm not sure if he would have reached for 4.
Here's the catch again on the screen.
Well, sorry there, Martin, but you're not privy to referrals.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. So he has to toil again within this vineyard to see how much he can try and remove Joshua. So I know this kind of banter where I catch you, but you got no chance. So now I'll try and out you myself, bowling you down. So 150 comes up now for the Windward Islands. 151. The swipe that Prescott puts into that bath, if he get hold of one of these deliveries, I'm sure Mespo is in range. And I guarantee Mespo is some 2-3 miles away from here.
He's using the long handle. Full range of the bat. Smart bowling again by Martin. Outside here, some flat and fast. 152 for 4. 7.3 overs remaining. Barbados need to get a go here. Need a few balls over the fence. Again, smart bowling. Just taking the pace of that one. Flatter one, faster one just before. Tells you that he's learning his craft. Martin.
Joshua has to be very careful. Because you're seeing where Martin is bowling that wideish line. And he has definitely come straight across the middle and off guard, exposing his leg stump. So it means that unless that ball is not hitting outside the line, LBW is a campaigning tool here.
Just another single. Thing that brings you over to an end. Another Martin over. 7 overs remaining. 80 runs to get. Still possible. Very much so.
Much better looking second innings batting card in terms of what CWI may be looking for.
Do agree with you there. At 3 half centuries so far for the day in comparison to 21 wickets yesterday.
Interestingly, no 5-wicket haul
Today.
this second innings.
Had what, 2 yesterday?
Yeah,
6 for 20.
Yeah. Well, that's
Well,
for the first innings.
Including a hat trick.
This one bounced a bit on Joshua, surprised him.
Including a hat trick yesterday from the birthday boy. Wasn't so fortunate today. Seems as though the message has come out from the dressing room. We can't get there. Blocking a few deliveries.
Why would you send that message to me? Are you telling me to be like I'm in the nets now to just play it out? This one is swept wild. We'll check the boundary. And it now reaches the boundary. So welcome boundary by Morris.
Playing well, ain't he?
Oh, of course. Exceptional. He's playing exquisite cricket.
Lovely shot by Morris. Was down the leg side and he swept it nicely into the gap and runs over to the boundary for 4 more runs. 4 more good looking runs by Morris.
Googly this time. But the extra bounce there.
Current run rate 4.40. They need to get up to at least 9. Still a solitary slip. Backward
Come
point,
on,
sweeper,
Mackenzie.
short
Morris
extra
ain't
cover.
a threat to you. Beijing, say.
What's going on, mate? Morris, he's unbeaten on 23 from 40 deliveries. And Prescott is 12 from 11. Another dot delivery by Mackenzie, keeping things tight here. As the shadows lengthen here at Arnisville, the sun is going to our right, to the west.
And Morris is playing with straight bat down the ground in a southern direction. As he brings it over to a close end of the over. Over number 36. It's 158 for 4.
Well,
Barbados.
Morris, you think, as a coach for this side here, Barbados, would you still go after this target,
Of
or you
course.
would send?
Of course, I will. Prescott is the one that has to take the ball by the horn because freely, you see Joshua is rotating. He's getting the odd boundaries. So with Prescott aiming for the ropes, you have to do something. Put back that
74
pressure.
runs
Yeah.
from 36 deliveries.
Yeah, it can be gettable.
6 wickets in hand.
Yes, you could change the game by just attacking a couple of the bowlers. And as you rightly call it, when it came on, it depends on who you look to go at. That will determine the game.
This one is another flat delivery by Martin, keeping things tight here for the Leeward Islands. Packed offside field. Bowl into that offside stump. Again. Passes to man at backward point. He got his call for 1. He's back for 2. Good running by these two. 2 runs being picked up there by Morris. Moves up the score now to 160. 160 as we welcome back Alanson. Alanson, welcome back to the final 5 overs of this game.
Yes, good evening to you, Ken Ryan. Good evening to all our viewers.
Some good stuff. Again, this could be trouble. Morris halfway down the track. As we see Coach Cornwall down in the southern side of the ground, just having a look.
Yeah, I think the draw is the more likely, or most likely of the 3 outcomes at this point, but you never know. It's always said that cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties.
I think Martin has done an exceptional job with the ball for the Leewards. He has bowled 7.3 overs, 26 runs and taken a scalp. So he has done his job, along with Mackenzie, really tightened things up here for Leeward Islands. Really good batting here by Morris, just tucking it off his legs through mid-wicket, picking up another single. As the sun really goes on its way, it's leaving us slowly but surely. Here at Arnisville, it's at just about 5:30 Eastern Caribbean time.
With the scenario as it is now, Kenroy, is it time to bring the feeling and actually attack the batsmen to try to get the 6 wickets? Because that's the only way that Leewards can win. It's unlikely that Barbados will get to the score given the run rate. So why not try something different to try to get the remaining 6 wickets? I think it's worth a try. I don't know if the coaches and the captains will take that approach, especially for the Leeward Islands, but I think these are things that sometimes you have to try. Exactly.
Try.
I remember Australia picking up a win out of a total draw situation with Michael Clark taking a few wickets in the last couple overs.
Yeah, that's true.
Against India.
That's true. But would they try that?
I highly doubt that they will.
Don't think so. I think they are satisfied with the draw here. They have gotten first innings points from Barbados.
Because currently, in my mind, they are in an unassailable position.
Yes. They don't want to risk that. But life is about risk. Cricket is about risk.
Yeah, and I don't think that they can lose from here, to be honest.
To be honest, another.
They have to bowl very poorly.
Yeah, just another 30-yard deliveries to be bowled, 70-yard runs to get. You really have to bowl poorly to lose that game.
Actually, it's 29 balls that are left.
And
28 deliveries now left.
right, can't lose from this position. Really, don't want to use the word can't, but I think it should not happen.
Should not.
Should
Not
not
at
happen.
this cricket level. I mean, even with adult cricketers, experienced cricketers who play a lot more short form cricket and have more power than these gentlemen, that equation will still be very difficult, especially in the white ball where you don't have the fielding restrictions. The red ball cricket, sorry. This one is short, it's pulled.
2 men on the back. Backward square and deep mid wicket. As Prescott still trying to get that ball over the infield to the ropes. He has been trying. He got one, but has not been effective.
Yeah, and to constantly hit the ball over the ropes, as you know, it takes a lot of skill.
Another single been taken there by these two batters. They have run well in between the wicket, Barbados, in the second innings, to be honest. That is something that they could take away from this game, the run in between the wickets. And they are batted positively from the start, led by Jordan. So Mackenzie continue with his marathon spell. Beaten outside the off stump, a big heave from Prescott looking to hit that somewhere in Beckway.
Yes, I think the man on the sweeper cover felt the breeze off his bat all the way down at the boundary.
Missed it by a puff of breeze.
It was the googly again, by the way, from Mackenzie. Using it more frequently now.
This one again, swinging and misses. Probably a defensive mechanism he uses under pressure. Mackenzie, that brings you over to an end. It's 164 for 4. Barbados in reply to Leeward's 232. It is 64, 164 for 4.
Yeah, so they need 68 in 24 deliveries if they are to win this game. And that basically makes it almost strike required weight of almost 18. I think it will be about 17 or so runs and over, 16 runs and over thereabouts. I think it's 16. So 60.
Big ask.
Yeah.
That's a big ask.
No, 17 exactly. 68 needed. Yes, 17 runs per over off the next 4 overs. I tell you, if we see it, it will be something to see, to behold.
Would be. This one is striking him in front or going down leg. Not out, says the umpire. Martin continues to trouble these batters. Really love to see a replay on that one. As the replay says, it's going down leg. Martin continues. This one is punched up to the Matara extra cover. 1 to the total. Morris continues to score. Add to his tally. $165 for 4. Morris, just a little interruption. The umpire is having a word with a few of the players. Probably Morris, not too sure what's happening there. Stepped across and stopped play. As Martin continues to tap though. Tossing the ball from hand to hand as Prescott just takes his guard over. Taking a new guard. Martin. Flat outside the off stump, only finding the man at cover again. He has bowled really well, have not strayed from that line all evening since he has been introduced.
He has done well because he has been bowling at a time when the batsmen have been looking to get at him. And he has only conceded just about three runs and over.
Again.
3.5 runs and over.
So just about one delivery remaining in this over or so. 166 for 4. Prescott trying his utmost best to get this ball over the infield, only finding the fielders in the way, really. Have not been that effective. Struck one over mid-wicket, didn't get an opportunity to do that again. As we see a change in the field as the man at deep mid-wicket comes in to short mid-wicket. There's a square leg. Morris just comes into the wicket and whips it off his pads. He's calling for 2. Would he get this 2? Good run in between these two. Big misfield there, allowing them to get 3. Oh, there's a loud appeal at the wicket keepers end. So they have completed 3 runs there. So 3 runs to Morris. Some good intelligent cricket being played by these two.
Yeah, so they need another 61 runs. They need 20 runs per over of the last 3 in order to win. I would say that the Barbados victory is looking more than unlikely at this point, basically almost impossible. And the Leeward Islands victory is also looking highly unlikely. So we look like we're tapering out to a draw. After, before tea we had some excitement with a view towards a nice interesting chase this evening.
Well, the fall of the wicket of Dawn dampened things for Barbados. After he got out, everything just sort of fell apart and didn't look like Barbados wanted it. A good delivery there from Mackenzie, punks and turn. Well taken by the wicket keeper as well. He has done a good job behind the stumps for the Leeward Islanders.
Yes, Joel has kept well. He didn't keep in the previous editions. Well, it was Carl and Bowen Tuckett who was keeping for the Leeward Islands.
Former captain he was.
Yes, he was a skipper and he's now with the academy team as well, doing well for them. A very good wicket keeper, I must say.
That's one of the names synonymous with cricket in the Leeward Islands. We are missing a Tuckett this year.
This is Dad Carl Tuckett.
Yes.
Now an umpire as well.
And Willett, Tonito Willett, those sort of surnames synonymous to Leeward Islands cricket. This one is smashed down to the man at long on who doesn't get it. It's over the fence. 6 runs to Prescott. He finally got bat on someone.
Yes, he has been itching to go for the longest while, and he has finally gotten a good connection on one. That time a bit too full from Mackenzie, and he swung with glee. The man down at long on there, it was Morton, who is a very good fielder, but he's also very diminutive. I don't think he had a hope of catching that at all. He needed somebody of the height of the same Prescott to be down at long on to have a hope.
Well, they're making the switch now.
So they're replacing him with Palmer, who is about almost a foot taller.
Yes. Mackenzie. This one is hiked again. Over mid-wicket. Over the ropes. The umpire hand goes above his head, and Prescott has found his range.
So Prescott has not given up. He's looking to hit these 20 runs per over of these last 3 overs. And boy, if he makes it, it's going to be a very interesting last couple of overs after this one.
48 needed. 2.3 overs. Still possible. Mackenzie taking some tap, 14.4 overs, 61 runs, 2 wickets. Prescott, 2 6s in a row, looking for a third. And he's going hard, misses.
For him now, it's either a miss or a hit, and when he's hitting now, it's going for 6.
48 runs remaining, 48 runs to get. Just 2.1 overs remaining here at Arnesville playing field between these two teams. This one he's dropped.
Yes, by the reaction there from the keeper himself, Andrew, and from the bowler, seems as if Prescott got a nick on that one.
Well, unfortunately for the Leeward Islands, fortunately for Prescott, he lives to fight. Mistake by the wicket keeper. Just commended him on keeping very well throughout the game. And there goes a mistake. Commentators curse as per usual. So, 48 runs required, 12 deliveries to go. Barbados 184 for 4. They have batted 40 overs to get to this total. They were given a target of 232. And they are 184 for 4. 12 legal deliveries remaining here in this game. The sun has left us somewhat. Pretty cool and calming conditions here at Arnesville as we draw close to the conclusion of this game. This one is hit to the man at mid-wicket. Oh, the scamper, another single. Prescott is now on strike, hoping to repeat what he did in the previous over.
Yes, Prescott on strike. If he's able to strike 30 after it's over, then it will be quite interesting for the last one if he can hit 5 sixes. But based on the bowling that we have seen from Morton,
Russell, Christopher Gale.
Yes, Pollard did it against Sri Lanka. 6 sixes in over against Akila Dhananjaya.
Not forgetting Brathwaite. Craig Brathwaite.
But
that famous over.
Yes, of course. Young Morton, though, is saying, not against me. You're not going to do that. It's firing them into Midland leg. He's very much aware of what the plan is.
Stuck to his plans. Did what he's asked to do.
This one very wide. Very intelligent bowling. It's called wide, but still a smart delivery from him.
Yes, took the pace off as well and really put it outside of the off stump. Prescott went for it, missed it and into the keeper's glove, but judged a wide delivery by the umpire. Martin continues. Final over for him in this encounter between Barbados. So there's a quicker delivery on the stumps and Prescott went across looking for a second, wants a second. Not possible, really.
Yes, he would have gotten about 1 1/3, not even 2. That was would have been a suicidal attempt.
Yeah, he would have been struggling to claim his ground.
Good bowling again from Morton.
This one is smashed to the man at cover, who does the fielding. Great job. Returns to the keeper. Agility. Quick across the field. Martin continues. 2 deliveries, 1 for 38. 2 more deliveries from him. This one is quick, just hitting the tail end of the bat for Prescott. Not timing that one at all. Another single. So 1 delivery remaining in this over. It's down the track, hitting the inner portion of the bat, squeezing out to the man at mid-wicket. He doesn't feel cleanly. They're looking for 2. Would they get 2? Yes, they do. And the mistake of that field at mid-wicket, 2 runs completed, and Barbados have to move up to 191. 191 for 4. And really, I could say good job by the Barbadians.
Yes, they will need 41 to win off the last over, and for them to get that, they need a no ball to be bowled, and they need to hit all the deliveries for 6, including the no ball.
Have you seen any no balls for this innings? I can't recall.
Nathan Edward, I think, and Palmer, but none of the spinners have bowled no balls.
Okay.
So,
Again,
from my memory. So this is definitely the end here. Mackenzie, I think, has done a very good job for his team, and I also will commend young Morton because they are spinners and they have been bowling at the time when the batsmen have been looking to go at them, and they have been successful in terms of stemming the run flow, but also have prize some wickets here and there.
Yeah, Mackenzie have bowled 15 overs. He has picked up 2 wickets for 61 runs. A little expensive, but we understand the situation and the circumstances. Yeah, so, we understand that. Prescott is on 29 from 24, and Morris is 39 from 59. Final over here been bowled by Mackenzie at Arnisville between these two teams. As he misses his run, dead ball signal by umpire Byam. Dead ball signal by umpire Byam. So 6 legal deliveries remaining here. Will be bowled by Micah Mackenzie. Well, I've just been reminded that it's a full hour's play. Or it's time or overs. It's just about 1:45.
All right, so the board has just come to us that 9 minutes are left in the final hour.
Let's see if this over will take 9 minutes.
I highly doubt that it will take 9 minutes.
Well, but it's still 41 runs to get. I think if Barbados had played a little bit more aggressive, they would have gotten to this total.
Yeah, I think so.
Still not impossible.
And they have a lot of wickets in hand still.
Yeah, 6 wickets in hand. Just a little adjustment to the game, and things could have gone your way, really. As we see, the fast bowler is now being introduced. As the umpire Byam is telling the fast bowler to get ready. Come on, let's go. So on his outside the off stump, he misses it into the keeper's glove.
Yeah, it would have been
Palmer.
a wide. Would have been a wide in a limited overs game, but not in this format.
Palmer.
He's changing his guard.
Yeah.
Doing an off stump. Yeah.
Gonna get closer to that delivery. There's a sweeper, a third man. Everything's gonna be outside the off stump. Everybody's on the fence, really. Saving the boundary.
This one is in
hit.
the air.
Falling short of the man at sweeper, just one. Another single. 40 runs required. Just about 8 minutes or so. 9 minutes or so. So we should be able to get at least 2 overs here. This and another one. But Palmer taking his time to get through his overs here. No rush. This one is edging to the wicketkeeper. I know as a former national player, if Gosnell Kippet was keeping there, that ball would have gone to third man, go around to the sweeper, back to the man at cover, then back to the man at straight to the man at mid-off.
I think that the umpire would have had a word with him after that.
Oh man, I remember those days, yeah. Keeper probably might have taken off a pad, feeling a niggle somewhere. Those sort of little things would have come into this game. Palmer is running it down or open his face to the man at cover. Picks up another single. 2 deliveries remaining in this over.
Yeah, we will have at the very least another 8 deliveries. Possibly another 14 deliveries after this one. Well, from here on, I should say.
Prescott is going to try and hit a few. He's 30 from 26. 39 runs required. Driven to the man at cover. Sweeper comes in. Another single. Needs more than that. Prescott need to get that ball over the fence. Give yourself an opportunity for the last over.
Yeah, I think our cutoff time is about 10 minutes to 6, there or thereabouts. So, whatever happens between now and then, that will constitute the remainder of the game.
This is a final legitimate over, 15 overs, but we are playing time as well. So we have to get that full hour play. It's played for a single. So that brings the over to an end. And I think there would be another over bowled here.
Yeah, and they still require 38 runs. I tell you what, if they hit 6 sixes in this over, it's going to be very interesting.
Too interesting. Too interesting as the fellas in the vest just run off and give their fellas some refreshments, you know, making sure this is the last over of the game. Umpire having a few words. Palmer, 6 overs, 38 runs, 37 runs required.
So they're going to go now, Kenroy, to the experience of Nathan Edward, which is a smart move. They don't want to take the risk because, of course, the powerful figure of Jatario Prescott is on strike. They want to take the risk of him striking a few lusty blows in this over and it finishing before the time. Especially if the spinner is bowling, the over will finish faster, as we both know.
Just maximizing.
So there's some tactical notes being shown here.
Maximizing, making sure this is the last over of this game. All the fielders are on the fence. Third man sweeper, backward point, mid wicket, long off, long on. One person basically in the circle is a mid wicket. Did I get that right? This one is down the leg side.
Yeah, it would be wide in a limited overs game, but not today.
It only took fielders basically inside the mid wicket and the cover. Now the mid wicket has been pulled right back on the fence. Nathan Edwards. So it's played to mid wicket. He's calling for one. He's looking for two. Show comes in at the stumps. 2 runs taken there. Morris moves up by 2 now to 43. Probably looking to get to this half century as well.
Yeah, and based on my clock, I think that this will be the last over. I don't think that there's any way on this earth that Nathan Edward is finishing this over before the cut-off time.
he would be punished by his coach if he does. Yeah.
So just waiting. This one is cut away. Nice shot. Early in the day may have gotten 4 for that.
But Morris has gone up now to 45.
Can he get a 50 before we close off?
Seems like he's looking for that milestone. Another 5 runs. Just 3 deliveries remaining.
You know that his mom is downstairs for sure. And she'll be making a lot of... Well, she'll be very boisterous if he gets to that 50. I will tell you that for sure.
He's looking for another 2.
Should be 2 again.
He's pushing hard.
Should
comes back. Again. Oh, that ball. It's the stump.
He's in.
And out says the umpire. 2 more runs to Morris. 2 deliveries remaining. Morris looking to get 50 here.
If he's going to get it, he's going to have to get it in 2s because with the boundary populated as it is, I mean, everybody is out on the boundary. It looks
2
like
deliveries remaining. He needs to get, 3 runs? 2 on a 1?
Get a 2. And then once you're on strike for the last one, you see what you can do.
But he needs 2 here. If he gets 3, then he's good. If he gets a boundary, he has done the job. 47 from 66 deliveries, Morris. Looking to get to that first landmark, 50. Barbados. 201 for 4. It's down the leg side, misses him completely. No signal from the umpires yet. But didn't take a run either. Umpire looks at his watch, sees that his time is synced to what we have.
Yeah, I think that his watch is probably telling him that it's 10 minutes to 6, which is what mine is telling me.
So this should be the final delivery ball by Edward. Morris on 47, looking to get a 50. Oh, down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire.
Yeah, that one was wide. Doesn't matter which cricket you're playing, that has to be a wide delivery. I think it may have even been a deliberate one from Nathan Edward. Doesn't want him to get contact with that.
Nine.
How many times have you seen 9? Well,
9 persons on the field. 9 on the boundary.
8 on the boundary. 4 on each side.
Yes.
It's one man in the circle and the keeper and the bowler.
Yes. Edward, final delivery. This one is cut to the man at cover, the only man inside of the circle other than the keeper and the bowler. And that brings you over to an end. The umpires walk to the stumps,
Let's wait
takes
for
the
the umpire.
bails off and says that's the end of play. And that's the end of things here this afternoon. Leeward Islands winning the first innings. Barbados falling short here in the second innings. They are 202 for 4. They was given a target of 232, really. And just to let you know what went on for the last 2 days, this was a very good game here today. And Allenton will give us some updates as to what went on. And we'll wrap up here at Annisville.
Yes, just some information over the last 2 days. The Leeward Islands, they were placed to bat first after Barbados won the toss. They made a score of 90 all out. Top scoring was Tianik Honore with 24. And 3 wickets apiece for Prescott, Sealy, and Matara for Barbados. When Barbados went to the crease, they were dismissed for 81 after being 64 for 3. And top scoring for them was in that week, it was Joshua Morris. Yes, Morris, who is not out now. 26 off 39 deliveries. And Mackenzie, he took 6 for 20 for the Leeward Islands, the leg spinner. Then we had batting today when the Leeward Islands completed their innings, their second innings. They declared actually on 222 for 9. And Tianik Honore, a very good innings from him while being injured. 81 off 71 deliveries. He was supported well by Michael Palmer, 64 from 71 deliveries as well. And Sealy, 4 for 30 for Barbados in that innings. And Raniko Smith, 3 for 48. Now, in that innings that we have just seen completed, which is the final innings, Barbados were asked to make 232 of 42 overs. And they ended on 203 for 4. Kyle Jordan, for a brief moment while he was there, things looked like Barbados would win this game. 61 off 55. Joshua Morris not out 48 off 68. Jatario Prescott not out 31 off 27. Bowling for the Leewards, 2 wickets for 61 for Michael Mackenzie, and a solitary wicket apiece for Watley and Israel Morton. In the other games, we had Windward Islands taking on Guyana, and this game is still actually in play, but Windward Islands, they are 25 for 3. They were chasing a total of 80. So it looks like that will end in a draw as well. And just a quick update as well from the game in Park Hill, in Jamaica, under 19 in the second innings. They were 97 for 2. 97 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago, when they batted first, we had a century, the only century so far for the tournament. Not out 109, not out by Andrew Rambaran. And the Jamaican under 19s, as we said, they were 97 for 2 in response. Dismissed for 56 off only 32 balls was Adrian Ware. 5 fours and 4 sixes. It seemed as if he was having a ball there. And not out is Jordan Johnson, 28 off 34. 1 wicket for Ramdu, and 1 wicket for Topping. So that's a summary of all 3 games, Kenroy, and for our viewers.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to a close here at Arnesville playing field, where you saw a very interesting game between Barbados and Leewards. Leeward Islands winning the first innings, Barbados falling short in the second innings, just about 19 runs or so. So we want to thank you for being with us here at Arnesville, and really we welcome you in the next round. I think Alan still has that for you. They would give you that update as to who's playing where and what would be happening really at the next venue.
For round 3, we'll have Barbados versus Guyana, which will be televised. That will be played here at the Arnesville playing field on Wednesday. The Windward Islands take on Trinidad and Tobago in Park Hill, and Jamaica take on Leewards at Cumberland on Wednesday. So those are the matches for the 17th and the 18th of July. So that's for round 3.
Yeah, you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We thank you for being with us here at Arnesville playing field in the West Indies on the 19 Rising Stars Tournament, CWI Tournament. And we want to thank you for being with us. And we'll be back here in the next 2 days on the 3rd round of the West Indies on the 19 tournament here at Arnesville. Thank you for viewing, and have a pleasant good afternoon.